All people elf pick up the super dream treasure chest at the beginning 76-100. Chapter 76 Chanel First Class Medal, Spirit World Orb, simulates the storm in the venue. Due to some special reasons, the name of this book has been changed, and it has been temporarily renamed, All People's Elf, Pick Up the Super Dream Treasure Chest at the Beginning. The cover will not be changed first, everyone is familiar with it. Within Shanghai, Cheomung launched a dazzling strike. With one blow, the interstellar spaceship ripped apart, burst open, and was destroyed. It is the terrifying power of the beast spirit. Moreover, Cheomung destroyed a large spaceship so easily, which obviously means that its strongest combat power is not only that. In this interstellar era, the combat power and destructive power of the beast spirits have become stronger. After a flash of thought, the picture has ended. Lin Jing looked at Sharona in the video and asked, "So, is the conflict between Cheomung and Team Rocket already over?" Sharona nodded slightly. She pondered and said, "After Mewtwo defeated Team Rocket's starship, we chose to show up and tried to communicate with Mewtwo." Lin Jing nodded slightly. As the top official force in a star field, such a move by the Chanel Elf Alliance is very understandable. After all, it is necessary to firmly hold the initiative in its own hands. In the video, Zyrna paused and looked at Lin Jing. "Lin Jing trainer, if it wasn't for the information you provided, we wouldn't have the opportunity to communicate with Chaomeng. Moreover, the relationship between Cheomung and you is far better than that of other people. In my opinion, you are very likely to become the link between our Chanel Alliance and Cheomung, so I will not hide you. After we communicated with Cheomung, we reached a consensus that we are going to unite with the Guandu Elf Alliance to sweep the Rocket's forces. We have controlled the few members of the Rocket team who escaped from the spacecraft, and now we have obtained some news from them through some special methods. The development of science and technology has reached a peak, and the ability of elves to cooperate, it is obviously of great help to the interrogation of prisoners." Listening to Sharona's words, Lin Jing thought for a moment, and then said, "Then, Miss Sharona, what do you need me to do?" Lin Jing's expression was calm. This kind of cooperation involving the Star Alliance and the Divine Beast Elves must have a deeper reason for him to know. Sharona smiled slightly. "Lin Jing trainer, what needs you to do is basically impossible for others, but for you, it is much simpler. I hope you can maintain your relationship with Mewtwo. Just do that and that's enough." Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, nodded slightly and said, "I see." Even without Sharona's words, he will work hard to improve his relationship with Chaomeng, and now, it's just a double-edged sword. In the video, Sharona's voice changed, and then said, "Lin Jing trainer, the information you provided has greatly helped the Chanel Alliance. Before communicating with you, after discussion, we decided to award you the first-class medal of the Chanel Elf Alliance. Are you at home now? When you have time, you can go to the celebration star, and we will officially honor you. At the same time, in addition to the first-class medal, the Alliance will seriously prepare some rewards for you." Lin Jing's eyes lit up slightly. For him, this is undoubtedly an unexpected gain. He said, "Then I would like to thank the Alliance." "You deserve it," Zyrna replied, and then said, "Okay, what should be told to you has been explained. Lin Jing trainer, do you want to challenge the gym? Come on." After the last sentence was left, the video communication was disconnected. Lin Jing put away the elf illustrated book. At this time, after Lin Jing and Melissa both returned to the Nightmare God, the Nightmare God was under the control of Rotom and had already headed towards the family gym. Lin Jing looked out the window. First-class medal, and other rewards. It seems that the harvest this time. There must be no less. In the past few days, Lin Jing has been using the information collected by Rotom to learn about these star fields and the detailed information of this world. The elf alliances in each star field are naturally the objects he knows. There are similar regulations in the elf alliances in each star field. For the elf alliance, those who have made great contributions to the star field to which they belong can get medals. Among them, the first-class medal is the highest existence, which means a great contribution to the Alliance. Holders of first-class medals enjoy permanent benefits, such as discounts in Alliance stores, such as special treatment in the Elf Center, such as monthly regular subsidies, etc. Moreover, holding a first-class medal will undoubtedly have a potential impact on the promotion of future trainers. Since the first-class medals were issued, other rewards would naturally be no less. There are many potential benefits of the first-class medal. It seems that it is time to go to the celebration star. The Academy headquarters is also celebrating the stars, just in time for a visit. After I challenge the Jiayuan Gym, I reach the level of a junior trainer, and I also need to go to the Alliance for certification. Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing pressed these thoughts into his heart, and when his thoughts moved slightly, a faint brilliance rose, and the interface of the treasure chest system appeared. Above, a treasure chest stops. It was when he left the spiritual world that he picked up the treasure chest. Special Area Treasure Chest. After Lin Jing meditated in his heart, the treasure chest opened. A prompt appears. Open black lens bracket. You got the spirit world orb. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the branches and buds of the ghost tree. Close black lens bracket. You have acquired the skill, shadow stealing. You got the item, curse talisman. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly as he checked them one by one. Skill, shadow stealing. This is a one-time learning ghost-type skill, and its attack effect is very special. It can steal the opponent's ability change before launching an attack. In the world of elves, there are some abilities that can be used to improve elves after they are cast. Like meditation, like bodybuilding. Skills like this require time to be activated. During the activation process, they are very likely to be attacked by the opponent, but once activated, the attributes of the elves will be improved, which is quite amazing. And shadow stealing is exactly the ability to steal the opponent's upgraded ability. It can be said that this is a partial effect, but it can play a big role in critical moments. Without any hesitation, Lin Jing called out Zheng Gui directly. Then, after letting the skill comprehend, Lin Jing checked other rewards. Open black lens bracket. Curse talisman. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. The power of elven ghost skills carrying this item is increased by 20%. This is a prop in the shape of a rune paper. After seeing its introduction, Lin Jing directly handed it to Gengar. Facing the cursed talisman handed over, Zheng Gui's eyes showed great interest, and he swallowed the cursed talisman directly into his mouth. These portable props will also be continuously absorbed and merged by the elves during the carrying process. For example, the charcoal once obtained by the fire-breathing dragon has now completely disappeared, and it has been fused into itself to enhance itself. Lin Jing looked at the other two rewards. Branch of the Ghost Tree. Introduction. A branch of the ghost tree, after planting, can affect the surrounding area, giving birth to an area that ghost elves like very much. Open black lens bracket. Spiritual world orb. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. Special creations born in the spiritual world, beings holding spiritual world orbs. When the gap between the two worlds is weak, it is very likely that they will enter and exit the spiritual world. Lin Jing's eyes flashed over the two rewards. The value of the two awards is quite good. As the sprout of the ghost tree, the giant tree that I encountered in the spiritual world. If it is planted for a long time, will it also produce fruit? The value of the spirit world orb is even more important. There was a hint of joy in Lin Jing's eyes. Enter the spirit world. There is no doubt that the spiritual world is a paradise for ghost elves. However, no one knows the exact location of the gate of the spiritual world, and it can only be entered through the crack in the spiritual world, and the crack in the spiritual world is not stable and the time is very short. And now, after possessing the spirit world orb, Lin Jing can freely enter and exit the spirit world, which will undoubtedly make Gengar's ascension more rapid. The trip to the spiritual world has yielded a lot. Say, Lin Jing's heart moved slightly. In the Shanao Star territory, there should be an entrance to another world. The special world where the Pluto dragon Giratina lives. I don't know, when will something be discovered? After leaving the cockpit, Lin Jing walked all the way to the living room. At this moment, Melissa is teasing her dream demon. Hearing the footsteps, she looked over. Now, she looked at Lin Jing with a complicated look and seemed a little hesitant. After a moment of silence, she said, "Lin Jing trainer, are you really a rookie trainer who just took the ELF exam?" There was shock and confusion in her tone. After all, in her worldview, it is impossible to imagine a rookie trainer who can get a separate communication from the champion, and the things they talk about involve the secrets of the alliance. The harvest was good just now. Lin Jing was in a good mood. Hearing this, he smiled slightly, shook his head and said, "Melissa Hall Master, I'm not a rookie trainer." Oh. Melissa's eyes lit up, feeling that her confusion was about to be answered. But then, she heard Lin Jing's serious tone and said, "I will be promoted to junior trainer when I finish the challenge to your family gym." Melissa. She shook her head and said, "In the world of elves, there have always been talented trainers who were born out of nowhere. I didn't expect that today, I would be able to meet one." But, looking at Lin Jing, Melissa said, "Lin Jing trainer, I won't let go of the gym challenge." Lin Jingping smiled peacefully and said, "Let's fight." The nightmare god flew through the sky. After a period of sailing, the destination arrives. Family Gym. The Jiayuan Gym is a multi-story high-rise building. At the top of the high-rise building is a ghost-type elf. The statue of the wind ball looks lifelike. Following behind Melissa, all the way deep into the gym, came to the battlefield. Looking around, this is a 100-meter by 100-meter venue, which is currently in an empty state. Compared to Curtain Star's fighting gym, perhaps because of the characteristics of the ghost gym, there are no spectators here. Now, standing outside the venue, Melissa's expression became serious and she said, "Trainer Lin Jing, it's the right time for you to challenge. Not long ago, my gym just upgraded the battlefield." As she spoke, she gestured towards Lin Jing and walked towards the other end of the battlefield. Lin Jing walked to the podium beside the battlefield. Melissa stopped at the other end and said loudly, "Now, my battlefield here is equipped with a very comprehensive field simulation system and weather system, which is completely comparable to the field of some large-scale competitions." Then, Melissa paused. The battlefield and weather are all random. There are 3 elves that can be used by both sides, and they will have a 1v1 battle. After one side is defeated, when changing the spirit, the other side can choose whether to change the spirit. Lin Jing trainer, do you have any doubts about the rules? Lin Jing shook his head. His eyes looked at the empty field in front of him, and there was a hint of anticipation. He had long been looking forward to the various battlefield simulation technologies unique to the interstellar age. In that case, battle begins. Melissa's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, on the side outside the battlefield, a large screen slowly descended. Inside the big screen, information rises. Random venues are being drawn. Open black lens bracket extraction completed close black lens bracket. The field of this battle, the forest. While the information emerges. In front of them, in the empty opposing battlefield, one after another of brilliance fell, and they were quickly constructed and formed. In the blink of an eye, trees rose from the ground, with luxuriant branches and leaves, and grass grew on the ground. In a short period of time, this place has become a small forest. Melissa's voice came from the opposite side. The field simulation system uses super high technology. Through special methods, they all have collision volumes, and at the same time, due to the skills of the elves, due to the different attributes, they will react like nature. Lin Jing frowned slightly. At this moment, on the screen, new information emerges. Battle weather is being drawn. Open black lens bracket extraction completed close black lens bracket. Weather in this battle, foggy. One is the foggy day. Melissa's voice sounded. The foggy weather is very suitable for ghost-type elves. It seems that Lin Jing trainer, your luck is not very good. At the same time, in the venue, thick fog filled the air. In the big screen, the sound came out. Please send elves from both trainers. At this moment, a Pokeball had already fallen into Lin Jing's hands. In a flash of light, the figures of 2 elves appeared outside the opposing battlefield, and then entered the opposing battlefield. Sent by Lin Jing. It's a fire-breathing dragon. And what Melissa sent was a Gengar. Among the ghost-type elves, Gengar is undoubtedly an outstanding existence. As the owner of the ghost-type gym, she naturally cultivates a Gengar. Now, seeing the fire-breathing dragon entering the battle area, Melissa frowned slightly. It's actually a fire-breathing dragon. Lin Jing trainer, I have seen your performance in the elf meeting. Although this fire-breathing dragon is not weak, it should not be your strongest main elf. You have to be more serious. Lin Jing was noncommittal and responded, fire-breathing dragon, it will surprise you. Melissa's understanding of him was during the elf exam period. At that time, compared with Gengar and Shinado, the fire-breathing dragon did have some gaps. But during this time, under the continuous transformation of the fire-breathing dragon, it is already catching up and improving rapidly. Now, after both elves have stepped into the battlefield, Gym Challenge Battle officially started. At this moment, Melissa's voice sounded first. Gengar, hide in the fog. The battle environment in the forest is quite complicated, not to mention, the inside is now filled with thick fog. Zhang Ghost was originally an elf who was good at hiding, but now in the fog, it was a perfect match for each other. Lin Jing's expression was calm. At this moment, he said, fire-breathing dragon, mega evolves. The keystone inlaid on the super wristlet shines, echoing the super evolution stone on the neck of the fire-breathing dragon. The brilliance shrouded, the fire-breathing dragon super evolved. Super Charizard Y. At the moment when the evolution was completed, a purple brilliance appeared in Lin Jing's eyes. Super Power Cast. Sensation activates. For ordinary people of Zhao's, when Zhang Ghost is hidden in the thick fog, he may not be able to find it at all, and can only be secretly attacked. But Lin Jing has super power. Moreover, his superpower is already quite terrifying. The superpower filled the air, Lin Jing's voice sounded, and he shouted, fire-breathing dragon, lift off into the sky, use the jet flame indiscriminately to the northwest. Roar. In the sound of the dragon's roar, the fire-breathing dragon's wings moved, passed through the leaves, and climbed into the air. From the dragon's mouth, hot flames spewed out, and there was a trace of red gold in the flame, and it suddenly roared away in the northeast direction. Opposite. Melissa's expression changed slightly. In the case of a distance of 100 meters, the trainers on both sides of the battle could not hear the combat instructions from the opposite side too clearly. But now, the location that the fire-breathing dragon is attacking is Gengar's hiding place. At this moment, she did not hesitate and said bluntly, Gengar, change position, Shadow Ball. At the same time, a sudden movement in her heart, Lin Jing trainer, has special power, which is shown in the elf meeting. His special power, in addition to strengthening the Shinado, can also sense and detect the surrounding environment. Thoughts flickered. The flame of the fire-breathing dragon has already hit the ground. The flames spit on the trees in the venue indiscriminately, and the natural reaction took effect. Under the burning of the flames, the trees were ignited one after another, and thick smoke came out. The environment of the entire venue became more and more complicated. At the same time, Zhang Gui's figure flickered, and he had already left the place. With a flick of his right hand, the shadow ball swung out from below. Fire-breathing dragon, stop its attack. When Lin Jing's voice sounded, the fire-breathing dragon responded quickly, and the direction of the flame was reversed. Jet flame vs shadow ball. The fire energy and the ghost energy collided, and the shadow ball melted in an instant. At this moment, the environment of the venue is already extremely complicated. Fog, smoke, flames. The two sides on the battlefield can't even see each other, let alone hear each other's commands, and can only make judgments based on the performance of the elves. At this moment, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and through his super perception, he had already determined the location of Gengar. He lowered his voice and said, "Fire-breathing dragon, north, use. Lava storm. Chapter 77 Lava Storm, Galaxy Team, Temple in the Sea of Stars." Lava storm. The moment Lin Jing's voice fell, Long Yinyan, in the opposing battlefield, suddenly made a noise. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon's body is surrounded by a thick layer of fire energy, and a layer of flames seems to surround it above its body. As its dragon wings spread, with it as the center, a raging flame suddenly erupted. Lava storm. At this moment, the powerful fire attribute energy suddenly erupted in the battlefield below. Storm. The battlefield is located in the forest and surrounded by heavy fog, which is very complicated. And at this time, a powerful flame storm swept across the opposing battlefield, and the trees that evolved were either burned by the flames, or directly cut off. Storm takes shape. Another side. When the fire-breathing dragon first attacked, Melissa was aware of it and wanted Gengar to avoid it. But this time, it has nowhere to hide. The entire opposing battlefield is 100 meters by 100 meters in size, and when the lava storm descends, it covers the entire opposing battlefield, forming an indiscriminate terrifying blow. The flames were whistling, and while the flames were burning, even the fog began to gradually dissipate, replaced by dark smoke. As Melissa said, this set of battlefields is indeed very advanced, and it perfectly evolves all natural reactions. Almost 6 or 7 seconds after the lava storm formed, a ray of light flashed on the battlefield. Opposite. Melissa's expression changed a bit. That light comes from Gengar. The elf returned to the Pokeball voluntarily, which meant that it was severely injured, triggering the Pokeball's own emergency avoidance mechanism. At this moment, on the big screen beside the battlefield, information appeared. Open black lens bracket fire-breathing dragon wins close black lens bracket. Please change the elves to the loser. Open black lens bracket please decide whether to change the spirit or not close black lens bracket. Lin Jing stood on the podium. At this moment, the venue has turned into a burning flame, and the aftermath of the lava storm is still going on. The fire-breathing dragon flaps its wings and hangs in the air. Its huge size, combined with its own power, is like a flame monarch. And under the change of the lava storm on the entire battlefield, the fire attribute energy here has become very rich, and it has completely transformed this place into the home field of fire-breathing dragons, making its fire attribute attacks more powerful. Glancing at the information on the big screen, Lin Jing retracted his gaze. The sprites used by Melissa are basically ghosts. There is no restraint relationship between the fire attribute and the ghost attribute, and now is the most suitable time for the fire-breathing dragon to fight. Of course he will not change the elves. His eyes turned to the other side. I see. On the podium, Melissa's brows were furrowed, and she looked at the battlefield after the destruction of the 070 lava storm. Finally, she shook her head slightly, walked down the stairs from the podium, and walked towards Lin Jing quickly. Lin Jing raised his brows. Melissa owner, what's wrong? Heard. Melissa glanced at Lin Jing with a complicated expression and said, Lin Jing, with the combat power you have displayed, it is enough to obtain the relic badge of the family gym. Her voice was a little complicated. She looked at the opposite battlefield, looked at the fire-breathing dragon, and said, this fire-breathing dragon is so strong. I take back what I said before the match started. The fire-breathing dragon defeated my Gengar in an instant, and even in the opposing battlefield, it built the most suitable battlefield for itself, completely breaking the disadvantage of the unfavorable venue. This kind of performance, this kind of strength, has far exceeded the qualifications required to obtain the relic badge. The other 2 elves that I am going to send to fight are similar in strength to Gengar, and they are definitely not the opponents of this fire-breathing dragon. Speaking of which, she shook her head regretfully. Unfortunately, I couldn't fight your flashing Gengar. However, seeing such a powerful fire-breathing dragon, this battle is not necessary. Lin Jing walked down from the commanding platform. He opened his mouth and shouted, facing the fire-breathing dragon in the battlefield. Afterwards, the fire-breathing dragon's fighting intent decreased slightly, flew to its side, fell, and came with him to the front of Melissa's pavilion owner. Melissa took out the badge from the backpack she was carrying. Family Fate Gym, Relic Badge. Handing the relic badge to Lin Jing, Melissa's tone became more and more emotional, and she said softly, "Now, I understand a little, why Sky Crown Elf Academy attaches so much importance to you. Perhaps, I also understand a little, Your Excellency Champion, why you treat me differently." There was a hint of expectation in her tone. "Lin Jing trainer, with the strength you have shown, you should be able to successfully obtain 8 gym badges and qualify for the Star Contest. I'm looking forward to seeing your Glitter Gengar at the Starfield Contest." Lin Jing took the badge. Compared to the first battle at the Curtain Gym, this battle was even smoother. After all, his strength is advancing by leaps and bounds every moment, and the elves with super high qualifications, the speed of improvement is terrifying. Looking at Melissa, Lin Jing said, "Yes. The Star Contest is also my goal." A gym challenge came to an end after defeating Gengar with a fire-breathing dragon. Lin Jing didn't stay here too much and chose to leave. Melissa kept sending Lin Jing outside the gym. Looking at the background of the forest background riding on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and heading towards the docking point of the spaceship, Melissa shook her head slightly and said, "The future generations are terrifying." In her mind, recalling the blow of the fire-breathing dragon just now, she whispered to herself, "This is actually an elf bred by a rookie trainer." Next, other gym owners, I'm afraid they will be shocked. This is a true genius trainer. In the future, he may grow to a terrifying level. After muttering a few words to herself, Melissa looked back and returned to the gym. After returning to the Nightmare God, Lin Jing drove the spacecraft and embarked on a journey again. Next stop. It is the Celebration Star, the most prosperous main star in the entire Shanao Star region. He has to go to the Elf Alliance in the Celebration Star to receive the award, and at the same time go to the Academy to receive the rewards that can only be obtained in the headquarters of the Academy. The Nightmare God sailed into the Sea of Stars, turned into a streamer, and moved quickly. Guandu Star Territory. Vivian Star, on the top floor of a super building, the staff in front of him are seriously reporting. "Boss, at present, the specific reason for the destruction of the action team cannot be determined. But, according to our understanding of other forces deployed in the Shanao starfield, and the communication from the spacecraft at the last time, the action team is very likely to be attacked. Attack from Mewtwo. Mewtwo seems to know we're trying to locate it, and has spotted an attack on the squad. And, shortly after the attack was completed, a large fleet of the Shanao Alliance rushed to the scene. Because of their presence, our detectives were unable to obtain more detailed information in the first place, and after they left, all the debris at the scene had been cleaned up by them." Having said this, the staff in front of him lowered his head slightly and fell silent. Behind the conference table, Sakagi in a black suit had a calm expression. He couldn't see any waves. He waved his hand and said, "I see, let's go." "Yes." In response, the staff left. Sakagi got up from his seat, walked to the window with his hands behind his back, and looked down at the city outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Super Dream. The Shanao Alliance. In a soft whisper, his face was reflected on the floor-to-ceiling windows, and on his face, his expression was already cold and stern. Shanao Star Territory. In an unknown planet. At this moment, in the area of about several kilometers ahead, the violent space-time storm is continuing. Lightning and thunder roared inside, and the storm swept through, and around it was surrounded by a dark black mask. Time and space warped area. At this moment, outside the space-time distortion area, mechanical machines are arranged one by one, various information emerges on the big screen, and a group of people in the same uniform are busy. They seem to be creating through technology, and they are studying the distortion of time and space. In the crowd, a man looked at the warped area of time and space with a fast expression. He has light blue hair, his expression is calm, his face is expressionless, and he quietly looks at the warped area of time and space. Just then, on one side, a subordinate stepped over and said, "Boss, we just got the news that there seems to be a member of Team Rocket who came to Shanao Starfield for activities. And the members of the rocket team who came to the action seem to have suffered some kind of accident and suffered a lot of damage." Team Rocket. The expression of the man who was called the boss was calm. They are no longer shutting down the Star Region activities. What are they doing here in the Shanao Star Region? It's not certain yet. Inform the rockets, in the Shanao Starfield, it's better to be honest with me. If our plans are affected by their actions, then, we Galaxy, don't mind going to war with the rockets. The words in his mouth were terrifying, but his tone did not fluctuate in the slightest, very calm. Subordinates should leave. CGFE. The man's eyes fell on the space-time distortion area again. Time and space are distorted. This should be the best way to find you. Dialga, Palkia. Galaxy Team. The largest underground force entrenched in the Shanao star field, with strong strength. Then, the identity of this man is also obvious. The leader of the Galaxy Team, the boss, Cheery. The Nightmare God is sailing in the Sea of Stars, and the distance from the City of Celebration is getting closer and closer. In the cockpit, Lin Jing was studying. At this time, Ibrahimovic lay on his lap and fell asleep comfortably. Now, Ibrahimovic's leg injury has basically completely recovered, and he has also gotten out of the state of aching and cramping. After the communication between Shanado and Ibrahimovic, Lin Jing's original guess was completely correct. Ibrahimovic was discovered and pursued by the poaching group. Although he finally escaped the fate of being captured by the poaching group, he was also injured. Perhaps it is precisely because he has experienced danger that Ibrahimovic is quite satisfied with his current life and is quite affectionate to Lin Jing. After turning the pages of the book on the Elf Pokédex, Lin Jing gently smoothed Ibrahimovic's hair. Just as he was about to continue reading, Darkrai's figure appeared beside him while the faint brilliance circulated. Lin Jing looked over with a slightly serious expression. Although Darkrai's relationship with him is getting better and better, he is also used to being a single elves. Every day, except for the time to teach Gengar, Darkrai basically does not show up. Because of this, every time Darkrai appears, it means that something is going to happen. Hearing Lin Jing's question, Darkrai did not respond directly, but narrowed his eyes and looked at the front end in the Sea of Stars. Lin Jing's line of sight also looked towards the front. Look around. At this moment, in the originally silent Star Sea, there seems to be a faint vortex rising in front. As the vortex rises, inside the vortex, a behemoth emerges from it. It was a rather quaint-looking building, at least 10,000 meters in size. It seemed that it had experienced the passage of time, and now it was suspended in the Sea of Stars like an interstellar spaceship. What is this? A strange phenomenon in the Sea of Stars. Mirage, or something else? The thoughts in Lin Jing's mind turned sharply. In the elf world of the interstellar era, there are many things that he does not know. During this period of time, he has also made up for many things that he may have encountered while sailing in the Sea of Stars. But he hasn't seen any ancient books that record that a super large building will appear in the Sea of Stars. At a glance, it looks like an ancient castle. Looking at Darkrai, there was a hint of inquiry in Lin Jing's eyes. Darkrai's hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Inside, there is a powerful aura, but it is milder. Powerful breath. Lin Jing's heart froze. To make Darkrai feel this way, coupled with the vision when this giant castle appeared, then there is only one answer. Divine Beast Spirit. In this ancient castle in the Sea of Stars, there may be a mythical beast elf living. Why did it appear? Accident. Still running towards me. However, none of the beast spirits that I have been associated with should appear in this way. As far as Mewtwo is concerned, I am afraid they will appear directly. Beside. Darkrai's eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing something. Immediately after. Its voice was a little deep, and it said, "In this, there is the breath of Cresselia. Cresselia came here once. Dream God, Cresselia." Originally, Darkrai found Lin Jing precisely because of Cresselia, and it was also because of Cresselia that he chose to leave Shiqui and came to the interstellar age. Lin Jing's spirit was shocked. Just then. On the Nightmare God, all elves, including Lin Jing and Darkrai, heard a clear and soft voice in the hearts. "Everyone. Want to come to my temple to play." The temple. Is this a temple? Lin Jing glanced at Darkrai, then without hesitation, he responded directly, "We are willing." Through this short invitation, Lin Jing can almost be sure that the owner of this temple is coming for them. And inside, there is still the breath of Cresselia. If that's the case, then there's nothing to say no to. Lin Jing has never resisted contact with any divine beast elf. After all, looking at the dangers he may encounter, the return of contact with the divine beast elf is quite amazing. He seemed to hear Lin Jing's response. At this moment, the gate of the temple slowly opened. Inside the temple, there is a channel formed by water flow. From the gate of the temple, it has spread to the hatch of the Nightmare God. At the same time, around the water channel, a faint water curtain was born, forming a channel in the Sea of Stars. This is. Glancing over, Lin Jing looked at Darkrai and said, "Darkrai, let's go. Perhaps, here, we can know the traces of Cresselia." After speaking, Lin Jing walked ahead. Through the elf ball, the elf moving in the spaceship was taken back, Lin Jing was in front, and Darkrai followed by his side. As the hatch opened, the water curtain channel was in sight. Lin Jing tentatively stepped on it. As soon as I stepped on it, it was a little soft, as if it was blocked by the water curtain. There was air inside, and breathing was no problem at all. Lin Jing no longer hesitated and walked on it completely. He is still wary of the master of this temple, but with Darkrai by his side, he is also confident. There is an aura of Cresselia in the temple. Is it because Cresselia came to me? Or other reasons? Stepping on the water curtain passage, Lin Jing thought while walking. Walking in the Sea of Stars is a novel experience that has never been seen before. Soon. Along the water curtain passage, Lin Jing came to the gate of the temple. He walked side by side with Darkrai and walked into the gate of the temple. Just after they entered the temple, the doors suddenly closed behind them. Inside the temple, it was dark. But at this moment, inside the temple, rays of light appeared, and in the blink of an eye, the entire temple was already brightly lit. As soon as the light of the temple lit up, Lin Jing looked straight ahead. The super perception continued, and after walking into the temple, he found a figure. The other party seems to have no intention of hiding. Now, as the light emerged, the appearance of that figure completely caught my eye. The other party was also looking at Lin Jing. It was a slightly small figure, and now his eyes were fixed on Lin Jing. His expression contained curiosity, doubt, and even a hint of admiration. The moment he looked at it, Lin Jing recognized its identity. That is Manaphy. Chapter 78 The Temple of the Sea, Manaphy's Admiration, the Blessed Mysterious Water Drop. The legendary prince of Kanghai, Manaphy. To be precise, Manaphy is not a mythical beast elf, but a phantom Pokémon that also exists in the legend, the Phantom Beast Elf. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Lin Jing said, "Hello, Manaphy." Manaphy looked at Lin Jing, and the curiosity in his eyes became more and more obvious. "You know me?" I have seen legends about you in the classics. Lin Jing explained. Immediately afterwards, he said, Did you come to find us because of Cresselia? Cresselia. Manaphy had a thoughtful look, and her voice was clear. Are you talking about the friend who came to visit me some time ago? You do have its aura on you. But. Manaphy's voice seemed to be deliberately lowered. I did choose to show up because I sensed the aura of Cresselia in you, but inviting you to come to my temple is not a reason. Because of it. Quote. Oh. Lin Jing raised his brows. Manaphy's voice was lower, and he said, Human trainer, what do you call it? Just call me Lin Jing. Lin Jing replied. Lin Jing. Manaphy seemed a little embarrassed, glanced at Darkrai next to Lin Jing, and then said, Lin Jing, I sense the aura of many powerful elves on your body. How did you do it? How did you make so many powerful friends? Can you teach me? In the words, admiration flashed in its eyes, and there was a hint of hope in the eyes of Lin Jing. Lin Jing blinked. Immediately after, there was a flash of surprise in his heart. As the Prince of Kanghai, Manaphy has the ability to communicate with all creatures. With this ability, Manaphy is in the elf world, and has the title of the King of PY, and maintains a very good relationship with many elves. No wonder they found me, it turned out to be a teacher who made me a friend. Thoughts flashed in his heart. Lin Jing pondered, and instead of answering Manaphy directly, he reached out and touched the Pokeball lightly. Light flashed. Several elves appeared next to them. Shinado, Gengar, Charizard, and the Fangtooth Shark. At the moment when several elves appeared, Manaphy's eyes looked over. After his eyes swept around, the admiration in Manaphy's eyes rose a step further, and it almost turned into admiration. In Manaphy's eyes, these elves have the aura of divine beasts and elves. What does this mean? Manaphy didn't know the existence of the treasure chest system. In his opinion, this means that these elves have received the help of the beast elves, so they have been promoted. Then, what is the relationship between those divine beasts and the human being in front of them? Thinking of this, Manaphy flew around Lin Jing twice in the temple, and then said, Lin Jing, can you teach me? How did you manage to have so many beast elf friends? Can you recommend me? I want to know them too. Heard. Lin Jing coughed lightly and said, I have a more general relationship with some of them. The only person I can recommend to you now is Darkrai next to me. After he finished speaking, he pondered and continued, maybe after a while, I can introduce you to a divine beast elf named Cheomong. Super Dream. Manaphy gave birth to the color of thinking, this is a completely unheard of elf mistake. It appeared for some special reason, Manaphy, you haven't heard of it, and it's quite normal. In Lin Jing's words, he took out the elf picture book from his backpack, called up a video, and said, Manaphy, this is Mewtwo. In the video, it was recorded by the Shinao Elf Alliance, the picture of Mewtwo destroying Team Rocket's spaceship. As soon as Manaphy's eyes fell, it was randomly fixed, and her eyes lit up slightly. What a powerful elf. Lin Jing, then please. Leave it to me. Compared with the divine beast elves, the phantom beast elves are very good at communication and have kind-hearted existences. In Lin Jing's opinion, Manaphy is the king of PY. In Manaphy's view, Lin Jing was a stronger existence in making friends, so the two quickly became acquainted. Now, after answering, Lin Jing continued, however, Manaphy, as you know, the traces of the divine beasts cannot be found, and I am not sure when I will meet Chao again. Lin, I understand. Manaphy nodded again and again, showing that she was experienced. Lin Jing pondered and continued, Manaphy, I also have something to ask you. Lin Jing, you say. Do you know where Cresselia went? Lin Jing whispered and continued. Darkrai and Cresselia come from the same place. Darkrai has been looking for Cresselia. According to what you said, it once came to your temple. Do you know where it went after it left the temple? Aside. After entering the temple, Darkrai, who had been silent for a while, listened to Lin Jing and Manaphi's communication, and raised his attention. Manaphi looked at Lin Jing, then at Darkrai, and then said sincerely, "Lin Jing, no wonder you can make so many friends, I learned it." Lin Jing. Immediately afterwards, Manaphi shook her head regretfully and said, "Lin Jing, although I also want to help you, I don't know where it went. It gave birth to the color of memory. When I was roaming in the Sea of Stars, I met Cresselia and invited it to my temple as a guest. However, it seems to be preparing to do something. After staying in my temple for a while, it just left." Heard. Lin Jing nodded slightly disappointed. Helping Darkrai to find Cresselia is undoubtedly one of his goals. After all, for the lonely Darkrai, Cresselia, which is opposed to it, is the closest to it. Elf. And both of them came from the Shikwi area, and in this interstellar era, they were called compatriots. Seemingly aware of Lin Jing's loss, Manaphi said quickly, "Lin Jing, I will help you pay attention. My temple is roaming in the Sea of Stars. Maybe I will meet Cresselia again. When that time comes, I will tell it that you and Darkrai are looking for it." Hearing this, Lin Jing said, "Manaphi, thank you. We're all friends, so what are you thankful for?" Manaphi said generously. Then, if thinking of something, it confirmed, "Lin Jing, we should already be friends, right?" Seeing Manaphi's slightly nervous expression, Lin Jing smiled and said, "Of course, we get along so happily, we must be friends." "That's fine." Manaphi obviously felt that his great cause of making friends was a step further. After flying around Lin Jing twice, he said, "Lin Jing, wait a moment." Then, it flew towards the rear of the temple. Watching its back go away, Lin Jing's eyes swept around, and finally settled in one direction. At this moment, there, in the condensed room of brilliance, the treasure chest took shape. Guangla doesn't seem to be as bright as the treasure chest of divine beasts. In a flash of thought, Lin Jing chose to pick it up. A system prompt appears. You have picked up Special Area Treasure Chest, Sea Temple. The Temple of the Sea. Lin Jing's eyes looked around. So, this is the Temple of the Sea. After the elf world stepped into the interstellar, the encounters of the beasts and elves were also different. Manaphi, who was once the Prince of Kanghai, set foot in the Sea of Stars, brought his own temple, roamed in the Sea of Stars, and lived a life of making friends. Every day, it seems quite dashing. Quote. Thinking about it this way, I'm more curious about Groudon's current situation. Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing's eyes turned to Darkrai on one side. He thought for a while and said, Darkrai, we have some news about Cresselia again. Maybe we'll be able to find it soon. Heard. Darkrai was silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, its hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Lin Jing, in fact. Now I am so desperate to find it. Huh. Lin Jing raised his brows and looked over. Darkrai looked directly at him with bright eyes, and said slowly, Cresselia and I are both opponents and old friends. Initially, I suddenly discovered that Cresselia's breath disappeared, thinking it encountered some danger, so I came to find you. And now, in Emmy, in Manaphi, everyone senses Cresselia's breath, proving that it is safe, so there is no need to find it so urgently. Lin Jing was thoughtful. Front. Darkrai was silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, it said, Lin Jing, I am very happy during the time I have followed you. There are little guys who can teach me, and I have encountered many things that I have never experienced before while sailing in this interstellar space. I want to thank you for bringing me to this interstellar age. Heard. Lin Jing's expression became more serious. Darkrai has always been an elf with a more withdrawn personality, and most of the time, he is also a loner. Even after getting to know Lin Jing and getting acquainted with him, unless necessary, he doesn't speak much, and usually doesn't show up. Exactly. Nightmare God Darkrai, perhaps because he has less contact with other human elves, is a standard social terror template. To make Darkrai say such a sentence seriously, it can be seen that its affinity with Lin Jing has reached a very high level. After thinking for a while, Lin Jing said solemnly, "Darkrai, I want to thank you. After all, because of me, I have involved you in several dangers. If it weren't for your protection, maybe." He did not go on. But the meaning is self-evident. After being with Darkrai, the arrival of Mewtwo is the second most dangerous. The most dangerous thing is to encounter the battlefield of the two gods of time and space at the intersection of time and space. If it wasn't for Darkrai's protection, even if he speculated about the role of the space-time fragments, Lin Jing felt that the possibility that he could successfully escape was infinitely close to zero. He has always been grateful to Darkrai, and it is the existence of Nightmare God Darkrai that allows him to relax and do something. As soon as a word fell, Lin Jing and Darkrai looked at each other, and everything was silent. Just then, a system prompt popped up quietly. Ask for flowers. Detecting the increase in the affinity of Darkrai, you have obtained Affinity Treasure Chest Darkrai. Just then, not far away, there was a squeaking sound. Lin Jingxun looked around, and saw Manaphy's figure appear as the ripples flickered. Its eyes swept over Lin Jing and Darkrai, with a knocked appearance, and said with some envy, "Lin Jing and Darkrai have a really good relationship." Of course. Lin Jing did not shy away and said bluntly, "Manaphy, Darkrai and I have experienced many life and death crises together. We are comrades in arms who can truly entrust their backs to each other. Of course, our relationship is good. Niece. Manaphy is not only interested in making friends, but also in the friendship of others." Now, holding a pendant-like item in its hand, it approached Lin Jing. "Lin Jing, since we are friends, I will give it to you. With it, you can always find me." Detective Lin Jing took it. At this moment, as his gaze fell above, the treasure chest system was triggered, giving information about such an item. Open black lens bracket mysterious water drop blessing close black lens bracket. Introduction. The mysterious water droplets from the Temple of the Sea have lost the ability to enhance the power of water skills after special blessings, but they can form protection for the wearer. When the wearer is attacked, it can be generated according to the wearer's mind. Shield to protect. Note the shield energy can be continuously accumulated. Note after this shield is blessed, it can continuously warm and strengthen the wearer's body through water energy. Note this mysterious water drop contains the breath of Manaphy. When needed, call the name of Manaphy to the mysterious water drop, and Manaphy will feel it. After Lin Jing finished his review, the introduction disappeared. 0.0. At the same time, the system prompt sounds. Detection of Manaphy's affinity increase. You have obtained Affinity Treasure Chest Manaphy. On the mysterious water drop, there is only an ordinary rope tied. But the value of this mysterious water droplet is amazing. Lin Jingping smiled peacefully, and under Manaphy's attention, he took the pendant seriously. "Manaphy, thank you," Lin Jing said. Manaphy was obviously very happy, shook his head and said, "We are already friends, no need to thank you." After saying that, it flew to the few elves released by Lin Jing curiously. After getting closer and perceiving seriously, it first stopped in front of the fanged land shark and said softly, "This breath, is it Dialga? It's so fierce. Lin Jing, I didn't expect you to even take it." Lin Jing blinked. Immediately after, Manaphy swept past Gengar, apparently sensing the aura on Gengar, which came from Darkrai. It stopped in front of Shinado, and after exploring it, he said, "Lin Jing, does the breath on its body come from that elf named Cheomung?" Lin Jing nodded. Manaphy's expression showed a look of anticipation. "You must remember to introduce me." Then, it came to the fire-breathing dragon. After staying in front of the fire-breathing dragon for a while, Manaphy's expression changed slightly, and she quickly leaned back, as if she was a little scared. It looked at Lin Jing with a strong sense of admiration once again. Lin Jing's expression was calm, and he immediately understood that Manaphy was thinking about it. The improvement of the fire-breathing dragon is related to the two mythical beasts, Sidoran, and the legendary creator of the fairy world, Arceus. The fire-breathing dragon was due to the upgrade of the fireball slate, but under the induction of Manaphy, a different guess was obviously born. After thinking for a while, Lin Jing did not hide the friend he had just made, and explained, Manaphy, the fire-breathing dragon has never seen Arceus. It has some of its aura because I once obtained a fireball slate that has something to do with Arceus. Heard. Manaphy breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Jing and Darkrai, as well as a group of elves, stayed in the Temple of the Sea for a while. Manaphy is a very kind and friendly elf. During the communication, Lin Jing became more and more familiar with it, and even the relationship between the elves and Manaphy grew rapidly. However, it was unplanned to meet Manaphy by chance. After staying for a while, Lin Jing bid farewell. Manaphy was a little reluctant to give up, but after all, it is a very understanding elf. After leaving a message at the end to contact it, and remember to help it introduce Mewtwo, Lin Jing took the elves back and returned with Darkrai, the Nightmare God. As they returned to the Nightmare God, inside the Xinghai, the passage leading to the Temple of the Sea slowly disappeared. Under Lin Jing's attention, Manaphy stuck her head out of the gate and waved goodbye to him. Then, the vortex rose, and the Temple of the Sea was hidden again. Lin Jingcheng exhaled and directed the Nightmare God to continue its journey. Darkrai's figure flashed, and he didn't know where he ran to the Nightmare God. Sit down in the cockpit, and the treasure chest interface appears as your thoughts move. 3 treasure chests stand side by side. A special area treasure chest in the Temple of the Sea. Darkrai's affinity chest. Manaphy's affinity chest. Now, while whispering in my heart, 3 treasure chests are opened at the same time. Wide. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 79 Poseidon Qingchuan, Darkrai's best friend, the Elf Academy turmoil. As the treasure chest shone, lines of reminders lingered in Lin Jing's line of sight. Sea Temple Treasure Chest. You get a special item, Sea God Qingchuan. Open black lens bracket. You got the skill machine, water cannon close black lens bracket. You have obtained a special buff, affinity of water elemental spirits. Sweeping his gaze, more detailed information lingered in his mind. Open black lens bracket Poseidon Qingchuan close black lens bracket. Introduction. The special energy body from the Temple of the Sea is soluble in water, turning it into the source of a clear spring. The water-type elves move in the clear spring of the sea god, which can slowly increase the power of water-type skills. Open black lens bracket OL close black lens bracket. Introduction. A powerful attack skill with water attributes. Open black lens bracket affinity of water elemental spirits close black lens bracket. Introduction. When you went to the Temple of the Sea, you were contaminated with the aura of the temple. Under the influence of the aura of the temple, you will usher in the natural affinity of water elves, and most water elves will not take the initiative to attack you. 3 awards are listed first. Lin Jing glanced over and let out a slight sigh. The affinity between the sea god's clear spring and the water-type elves is undoubtedly a fairly good reward. And the water cannon is one of the most powerful skills in the water attribute skills, and its skill machine is also very valuable. As his thoughts turned around, Lin Jing looked at other rewards. Manaphy's affinity chest. In this treasure chest, Lin Jing only got 1 reward. Special buff, Manaphy's friend. Introduction. After the communication with Manaphy, you and Manaphy have the same interests and become friends. Manaphy has a wide range of contacts. The so-called friends of friends are also friends. When you meet Manaphy's friends, you have a good foundation. Sensitivity +5, high probability to avoid direct conflict. This reward. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and said to himself, the upper limit of this reward is entirely based on Manaphy's PY ability. And looking at it now, with such an active character of Manaphy, I am afraid that I will definitely know many friends. Manaphy, who roams in the sea of stars with the Temple of the Sea, does not know how many elves he has come into contact with. Among them, there must be the existence of divine beasts and elves. Manaphy, you have to keep going. Let's give full play to your PY ability and make more powerful friends. I can also benefit from it. As his thoughts changed, Lin Jing thought of Manaphy's appearance, smiled slightly, and looked at the last treasure chest. Darkley's affinity chest. Looking up, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Darkley, 070, Yi's best friend. Final. Introduction. Under the constant contact, you and Darkrai have become close friends. Your relationship has reached its peak. Darkrai regards you as its only best friend at present. When you are in danger, it will desperate to protect you. Your words and deeds, every move, will have a high probability of affecting Darkrai's decision, and the decision you make will be recognized by Darkrai. Note, your bond with Darkrai is strong, almost unbreakable. Best friend. The meaning of the word, best friend, is undoubtedly quite heavy. Is this the end of the Darkrai affinity chest? Come on. Do you mean the part of my conversation with Darkrai in the Sea Temple? Lin Jing slowly exhaled, turned his eyes, and looked behind the Nightmare God through the porthole above the cockpit door. The first one, the divine beast elf that has an extremely stable relationship with me. Darkly. The Nightmare God is traveling in the stars. Goal, celebrate the stars. This time, the trip is a little farther. After more than a day's voyage, a beep sounded on the navigation map. The Nightmare God is about to arrive at its destination. In the cockpit, Lin Jing, who was studying earnestly, came to his senses and was shocked. Celebrate the star. Every planet has a capital city. And if you choose a capital star in the entire Shanao star field, then it is the Celebration Star. Here, it is the most prosperous planet in the entire Shanao star region. After the identity verification of the space station outside the Celebration Star, the Nightmare God passed through the atmosphere and officially stepped into the Celebration Star. After taking out the elf picture book and sending a message in it, Lin Jing said, Rotom, target Sky Crown Elf Academy, set off. Yes. Rotom's response sounded, and the Nightmare God confirmed the direction and set off directly. Lin Jing left from the cockpit. Back in the living room, I saw that Ibrahimovic was jumping up and down. Its leg injury has completely recovered, and now it looks like it has been suffocated, and it is moving in revenge. Aside. Wearing related items on Kira's body, she is honing herself. Lin Jing looked at the two figures, thoughtfully. Currently, Ibrahimovic and Yukira have low levels and weak strengths, and it is difficult to get the chance to appear in the gym challenge. It seems that in the journey of the gym challenge, I will also increase the exploration of the wild, or choose to participate in some small elf events, so that Ibrahimovic and Yukira can also be tempered. After all, Yukira is a future quasi-god elf. And Ibrahimovic, who has a variety of evolutionary directions, has amazing potential. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing put away the elves that were active on the Nightmare God, put on the backpack, and was ready for battle. Heavenly Crown Elf Academy. The Tianguan Elf Academy was named after the Tianguan Mountain in the Shanao area before the Great Revolution in ancient times. As the well-deserved first academy in the Shanao Star region, the headquarters of the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy is located in the north of Zuqing Star, within a continuous mountain range. In the academy, in addition to the teaching facilities, it also includes a battle arena enough to hold super large battle competitions, a large-scale elves cultivation garden, and even a wilderness area and a battle exploration area. Covers a vast area. Now, the Nightmare God landed at the docking point of the spacecraft, and Lin Jing walked out of it with a backpack on his back. Outside the ship's mooring point, a woman's figure was waiting outside. Her eyes lit up slightly when she saw Lin Jing walking out of the Nightmare God, and she said, "Is it classmate Lin Jing?" Lin Jing nodded slightly. "Please come with me. Director Qin Ming is on a business trip." I was sent by Director Chin Ming to introduce you to the academy. My name is Duan Waiu. Lin Jing nodded slightly and followed behind her. Following Duan Waiu, Lin Jing got into a low-flying maglev vehicle. In the elf world, the regulations of each star field, each planet, and even each city are different. In some places, it is forbidden to directly ride the elf to fly high in the sky. In the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy, there is such a setting. Sitting in a very stable car, all the way forward, the entrance has come into view. Sky Crown Elf Academy. 6 large characters are printed above the entrance, showing the power of the pen. After parking the car in the parking lot, Duan Waiu walked beside Lin Jing and said, "Student Lin Jing, Director Chin means, let me show you the inside of the entire academy. After all, although you have already embarked on a journey, you should also have a basic understanding of the academy." Lin Jing nodded and had no objection. He also had this idea when he came to the Elf Academy on this trip. As the freshman of this year's Heavenly Crown Elf Academy, the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy attaches great importance to him and has prepared abundant and invaluable resources for him. Lin Jing will naturally not ignore this attention. After getting Lin Jing's approval, Duan Waiu put on a smile. "Please come with me." Following behind Duan Waiu, Lin Jing listened carefully to her introduction. "Student Lin Jing, there is the Academy's battle area. In the battle area, there are 2 small venues, a large venue, and a large venue. It is a venue for tens of thousands of spectators to watch the battle. The various conditions inside can fully support the battle at the star field competition level. That is the mission center. The Academy and even individual students may issue some missions, accept missions, and get Academy points and various rewards." Director Chin Ming left a message saying, "Lin Jing, you still have some rewards that you haven't received yet, you can go to the task center to get them. Here is the teaching building." All the way. After Duan Waiu's introduction, Lin Jing's understanding of Tianguan Elf Academy is also deepening. At the same time, as the 2 of them moved forward, Lin Jing keenly noticed that there seemed to be more and more people around him. Many people's eyes fell on him, and they lowered their voices slightly, as if they were discussing something. Flicking his brows slightly, Lin Jing's superpower activated, strengthening his hearing. Arguments are heard. "He's Lin Jing. Are you sure? You can't tell by comparing yourself with the photos on the internet. He actually came to the academy. I didn't expect it. I just found out after seeing the news in the communication group. This year's champion in the examinations, it can be said that he has made a splash in the examinations. I heard that the academy has already decided him to join the Academy Cup team. It is rumored that he still wants to be the captain. He is a freshman, can he do it? I also doubt that Lin Jing's potential is definitely not bad if he can win the championship, but his opponents in the Academy Cup are far better than the group of rookie trainers in the Elf Club exam. However, he is lucky to have 2 shining elves." The discussion was in his ears, but Lin Jing's expression never wavered. He just looked at Duan Waiu and said, "I'm in the academy. Is it so hot?" Heard. Duan Waiu was slightly taken aback. However, she obviously heard the discussions around her, and she said, "Student Lin Jing, you are the champion of this year's elf exam, and in the elf exam, you showed your style, almost winning by crushing. As early as the end of the elf exam and before the school started, your name was constantly mentioned by the students of the academy. And after school starts." She paused, hesitated, and then said, "You didn't come to the academy." This matter was very noisy at the academy at the time. The news that you joined the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy has already spread, but you didn't come to the academy, which made many people have all kinds of guesses. In the end, it was the academy who came forward to clarify that you have already embarked on a journey and will learn through online teaching. After the clarification, the storm will be even bigger. Duan Waiu shook her head. "Student Lin Jing, don't you know that since the establishment of the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy, there has never been a student who directly embarked on a journey like you? You are equivalent to breaking the dust of the academy for countless years. Rules. This allows you to become famous among freshmen and even seniors even though you haven't come to the academy yet. And she lowered her head a little. In the academy, I don't know where the gossip came from. It is rumored that you have been selected as the team's quota for the Academy Cup, and it is even said that the upper management of the academy is going to let you serve as the captain of the preliminary team of this Academy Cup. Student Lin Jing. You should understand, this kind of news caused even greater shocks. Lin Jing was stunned and nodded slightly. With a calm expression on his face, he said, I have indeed been qualified for the Academy Cup by default. However, I haven't heard about the captain. Duan Yu's expression became sluggish for a moment. Lin Jing retracted his gaze and shook his head slightly. Apparently, the preferential treatment and privileges he received in the Sky Crown Elf Academy have caused dissatisfaction and discussion among many students. Even Lin Jing can understand their thoughts. After all, in the eyes of the students who didn't know Lin Jing at all in the Sky Crown Elf Academy, Lin Jing, the elves would be the champion in the exam, and their potential was definitely not bad. But the elf exam, to put it bluntly, is a competition among a group of rookie trainers. This kind of champion will be valued by the academy, but not by a trainer who is already growing. Why does a freshman have so many privileges? How can a freshman decide the qualifications for the Academy Cup? Such doubts are inevitable. Without saying much on this topic, Lin Jing said directly, take me to the next area to get acquainted. The next area is the dormitory area. Following Duan Yu's side, the two walked all the way to the depths of the dormitory area. Here, it is a single-family villa. The students who live here are all outstanding students in the academy. Lin Jing, your residence is here. The two stopped in front of a single-family villa. Student Lin Jing, you can enter through the elf picture book issued by the academy to authenticate your identity. Lin Jing nodded slightly, took out the elf picture book and scanned it. The door opens. Inside is a 3-story villa. It is obviously cleaned daily and the environment is elegant and pleasing to the eye. I am a well-deserved privileged person in Tianguan Academy. It's no wonder that there is so much buzz. Under the leadership of Duan Yu, the entire Elf Academy has already got a general understanding, and here is the official stop. Now, Lin Jing turned to look at Duan Yu and said, would you like to come in and have a rest? No need. Duan Yu shook her head. Student Lin Jing, after I've finished familiarizing you with the academy, my task has been completed, and I have to report to Director Chin. Lin Jing nodded knowingly. Then, he saw that Duan Yu's eyes were a little hesitant, as if hesitating about something. What's wrong? Duan Yu was silent for a moment, then looked at Lin Jing and said, Student Lin Jing, you have to be careful. Best, don't just agree to someone else's challenge. Oh. Lin Jing frowned slightly, thoughtfully. His expression was as calm as ever. He nodded slightly and said, I see. Subsequently, as Duan Yu left, Lin Jing stepped into the villa. Heavenly Crown Elf Academy. Battle Zone. In the entire battle area, in addition to the 3 battle halls, there are hundreds of open-air battlefields. And a building in the west of the opposing battlefield. The building has 12 floors. This building is exactly where the school team is located in the Tianguan Elf Academy. In the building, there are various settings related to the Battle of Elves for the Tianguan school team to hone. The Tianguan school team selects new members to join every year. At the same time, the contestants of the Academy Cup are decided within the school team. Now, on the 10th floor of the building, in a conference room, a man looked serious. Are you sure Lin Jing has come to the academy? Of course. Vice Captain, many people in the academy have seen it. If you open the academy's forum now, you can see that many people are discussing it. It's not too long ago, it's time to go to his own dormitory. Vice Captain, don't miss this opportunity, don't lose it again. How can he, Lin Jing, decide a place for the Academy Cup? Yes, just a freshman. It will be another 2 years before he is nearly qualified for that. I heard that the Academy still has the idea of making him captain, isn't that ridiculous? The man's head dropped slightly, and a thought flashed across his face. It is one of the current vice-captains of the Tianguan school team. Du Yi. The captain of the Tianguan school team graduated last year. So far this year, he has not established a new captain. After thinking for a moment, Du Yi suddenly got up from his seat. You were right. Therefore, the vice-captain presides over the relevant work. Du Yi said solemnly. No matter how optimistic the Academy is about this Lin Jing, for the sake of this year's Academy Cup results, it shouldn't be so predetermined a place. Go. Come with me to find that Lin Jing. After speaking, he took the lead and was about to leave. At this time, in the conference room, at the other end, a slightly deserted voice sounded. Du Yi, are you sure? You don't really think that the upper class of the Academy is dizzy, that's why they attach so much importance to that Lin Jing? Or because. The speaker did not go on. This is a woman. She wore a ponytail and looked quite capable, wearing the school uniform of the Sky Crown Elf Academy. The Tianguan school team has always maintained a system of 1 captain and 2 vice-captains. Today, the captain's seat is vacant, and the 2 vice-captains have been chosen. She was another vice-captain, Mirong Shui. That's not your job. After a light drink, Du Yi took the people away. In the conference room, only Mirong Shui was left in the blink of an eye. She stepped to the window and looked at the battlefield where many battles were going on outside, thoughtfully. According to the past actions of the college, even if you want Lin Jing to win the college cup, you don't need to be so drastic. The gossip has come, and a group of people are too blind to think about the news in the academy. Where is the source? Du Yi may not be blind, but he is bound to win the position of captain and doesn't want things beyond his control. Lin Jing. What's so unique about you that makes the academy take it so seriously? 5.4. Du Yi took a group of people to the dormitory area. The Heavenly Crown Elf Academy is very large and covers a vast area. But, in a sense, it is also very small, because the students are closely connected, and as Lin Jing arrived at the academy, the news that Du Yi, the vice-captain of the school team, led people to the dormitory area, spread quickly. For a while, in the academy, students were watching, some came with them, and some contacted their friends. Lin Jing. This name has already made a name for himself in the Sky Crown Elf Academy before he actually came to the academy. Now, finally showed up. A group of people surrounded, Du Yi and others came to the dormitory area, and finally stopped in front of Lin Jing's yard. At this moment, Du Yi led the front, looking towards the yard, with a serious expression, just about to speak. Just then, in the courtyard, the door of the room was pushed open. Du Yi's words were stuck in his throat. It was Lin Jing who pushed out the door. The forest scene with super perception naturally senses the crowd that is constantly gathering here. Now, his eyes swept away, and finally settled on Du Yi who was leading the front, calmly said. Du Yi took a step forward and replied in a deep voice, Vice Captain of the school team, Du Yi. I'm here this time to ask you for an explanation. There is news. His words were not finished yet. It was because Lin Jing's raised hand was interrupted. You are. Lin Jing walked out of the yard, stepping out step by step, his voice also sounded. I did get a promise from the academy to get me involved in the Academy Cup this year. As soon as the words fell, the audience was in an uproar. Lin Jing had already walked out of the yard and came not far in front of Du Yi, looking at him, Vice Captain, right? If you want to ask for an explanation, then come. On the way here, Du Yi, who had been prepared to speak, was slightly taken aback. Everything was completely different from what he had imagined. He had already prepared to question why Lin Jing had the privilege and why he had decided on the Academy Cup quota, but Lin Jing's initiative exceeded his expectations. Now, under Wei Wei's days, he subconsciously said, "Where are you going?" On the battlefield. Lin Jing walked past him. Instead of looking at Du Yi, his eyes swept across the audience. "Since you want to say something, then I'll tell you the story." Chapter 80 College Shaking, Shinado vs Sun Elf, Extremely Terrifying Divine Beast Skills. Lin Jing's voice was calm, but there was an irresistible force in it. He seemed to be answering Du Yi, and also seemed to be telling the audience. At this moment, Lin Jing harvested the glances that swept around and stepped forward. In the dormitory area, a considerable number of students have gathered. At this time, as Lin Jing moved forward, they subconsciously gave up a path. Behind. Du Yi looked at Lin Jing's back and frowned. "Captain." The side, a school team member lowered his voice and said, "What should we do now?" He said he was going to the battlefield. Could it be that he wanted to fight with the elves? Keep up. A gloomy color flashed in Du Yi's eyes. Isn't this right with us? If he is not strong enough, how can he get the place to participate in the Academy Cup, and what face does he have to continue to occupy the place? But the speaker hesitated, then said, he looked like he was very confident. Just being self-confident is useful. What kind of spirits are there to cultivate, and what kind of battles are there? In the final analysis, what about the champion of the exam? He's just a rookie trainer. How long has it been since the elf exam is over, and how far can he grow? After the voice fell, Du Yi snorted coldly and followed with great strides. The crowd gathered, the situation changed, and before they knew it, everyone's attention was affected by Lin Jing. Headed by Lin Jing, he headed towards the opposing battlefield. In the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy, the news spread quickly. Lin Jing is back. Du Yi, the vice captain of the school team, brought someone to ask for an explanation. Lin Jing confirmed that he had won the default quota for the Academy Cup, and was ready to give a statement. Lin Jing went to the battlefield. What happened scene by scene was beyond everyone's expectations. After choosing to go to the opposing battlefield, what else do you want to do? For a time, even the students who didn't pay attention to the matter of Lin Jing in the Tianguan Elf Academy became very interested in this matter, and countless students gathered towards the battlefield. The entire Heavenly Crown Elf Academy was lively. Heavenly Crown Elf Academy. In the office building, in a certain conference room, several figures are sitting. At this moment, looking out the window, a large number of people flocked to the situation on the battlefield. Listening to the reports of the people around him, an old man raised his brows slightly and said, "His choice is somewhat beyond my expectations. There are many solutions, but he chose the most violent and irreversible one. If this fails..." Having said that, he fell silent. Perhaps, he has enough confidence in himself. 26. On the side, another old man said, "It seems calm, but Lin Jing maintains enough confidence in himself. Although this coping method is the most violent, it is also the most simple and direct. If you want to participate in the Academy Cup, you need enough strength to support. In this case, let's see whether Lin Jing, this young man we are very optimistic about, has enough strength to grow during this period of time. It's all about fighting." Having said this, he paused and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't forget, this young man is very much favored by His Excellency the Champion. Champion Your Excellency's eyesight, needless to say. We should also trust him. After all, the Academy's investment in him is unprecedented." The old man who spoke first nodded. He pondered and said, "Since that's the case, let's put a fire on them and order them to go down, saying that the Academy has heard about their affairs and is going to open a large-scale battle hall. All the students in the school can go to watch the game." The meeting room gradually became quiet. Battle Zone. Through Duan Yu's guidance, Lin Jing already had a basic understanding of the battle area. Now, He walked alone in the front, and in the back, Wu Yangyang followed a group of students. All around, there are eyes that are constantly being delivered. In this regard, Lin Jing's expression was calm, and there was no turbulence in his heart. After becoming a trainer, he has experienced too many things, life and death crises, also encountered. By comparison, this non-dangerous scene is completely a small scene. Now, stepping into the battle area, Lin Jing's eyes also sharpened. Everything. Nothing but strength. Every Elf Academy participating in the Academy Cup team also needs a certain amount of cooperation with each other. If they question each other, it will definitely have a certain impact on the entire team. The time that Lin Jing was going to stay at the Elf Academy was not long. Because of this, he chose the most active and easiest way. Now, on the way forward, a figure took the initiative to greet him. It was a woman with a ponytail. Looking at her, Lin Jing hadn't opened his mouth yet, but Du Yi's voice came from behind. "Murong Shui, what are you doing?" Murong Shui paid no attention to Du Yi's voice. She stopped in front of Lin Jing, looked at Lin Jing, a hint of curiosity rose in her eyes, and then she said loudly, "I just received a communication from the Academy, and the Academy has heard about your affairs." Quote. After deliberation, they decided to open a large battle arena as a battle location. After speaking, she looked at Lin Jing, nodded slightly and said, "Hello Lin Jing, I'm Murong Shui, the vice captain of the school team." The two vice captains. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Lin Jing said, "In that case, please take me to the large battle arena." "Please." Murong Shui took the lead. The conversation between the two was light and airy. But hearing it in the ears of the surrounding people caused an uproar. Conversations erupted. The Academy even heard about it. Large-scale battle halls, isn't that only enabled when large-scale events are held, and now it is so enabled. Lin Jing is indeed a privileged person. I don't know how he's going to fight. If he wins, it's fine. If he loses, does he still have the face to accept the default quota for the Academy Cup? Why do you think that Lin Jing can win? In the school team, but Lin Jing is the elite of the Academy, how long has it been as a trainer? It makes sense. I didn't believe it at first, but Lin Jing also seemed too confident, which made me a little shaken. The result of the battle won't lie, just keep watching, brothers. Ahead. A super large venue the size of a stadium has been opened. Now. Above the gates in several directions, the word Tianguan lights up and sparkles. Lin Jing stepped forward and entered. The entire venue is in the shape of a gymnasium, with a battlefield facing each other in the middle, and auditoriums all around. At this moment, on the battlefield, the arena at the very center rose slowly, and the battle command platforms on both sides also climbed into the air. Lin Jing stepped forward and came to one end of the ring. Inside the venue, there are already Academy staff presiding over it. Except for the school team members, the other students were stopped and could only swarm into the audience area. And outside the entire venue, there are countless audiences who heard the message. At this moment, Du Yi's voice sounded. Lin Jing, you said you wanted to give us an explanation, and now you have come to the venue. How are you going to tell us? At the center of the venue, Lin Jing's eyes were slightly raised. His eyes swept over a school team member, and then he said, I am a more direct person. You all came here because you were dissatisfied with me because of the Academy Cup quota. Then, everything is based on strength. In the words, Lin Jing swept the eyes of everyone, and finally settled on Du Yi. You, the vice captain of the academy, how strong are you in the school team? Du was slightly stunned. Aside. Du Yi could speak, he quickly said, Captain Du Yi's strength is naturally one of the best in the school team. Number 1 or 2. Then you. Lin Jing turned around and walked towards the commanding platform. Du Yi's eyes flickered. His voice was a little low. Lin Jing, are you sure you want to choose me? The Academy is very supportive of you. I can save you face. If you can beat anyone in the school team, you can stay in the school team. I will not embarrass you too much. The one who responded to Du Yi was the back of Lin Jing gradually stepping onto the high platform. At this moment, a side tongue smacking sounded. Du Yi's expression changed slightly. He looked over and shouted, "Marong Shui, what do you mean?" It was Marong Shui who clicked her tongue. At this moment, she shook her head and said, "It's not interesting. I just feel a little disgusted when I see someone standing up and down." Du Yi. Your thought, I'm afraid it's been broken long ago. It was you who started the matter. Now that it has developed to this point, why bother? Or rather, Marong Shui looked directly at him. Are you afraid of losing? Humph. Du Yi snorted coldly, ignored him, and strode towards the other end of the battle arena. In the middle, is the battle arena. At both ends, on the high platform, two figures stand. At this moment, before anyone could speak between the two of them, a loud exclamation suddenly came from the front of the auditorium. Come on, Lin Jing. This sound is simply shouted out with all the strength and sincerity. Many people followed the reputation. Lin Jing glanced at him and raised his brows slightly. He saw a familiar figure. Qin Ling. The girl I met in the elf meeting. She successfully advanced to the second stage. Although there was no major breakthrough in the second stage, she was also admitted to the Sky Crown Elf Academy. Now, seemingly aware of Lin Jing's gaze, Qin Ling's cheers became louder. In her hand, she was still holding an elf. It's that Zoroha. After experiencing physical strengthening, Lin Jing's eyesight was excellent, and he could clearly see that Zoroha was desperately trying to get into Qin Ling's arms with a look of resistance and fear. Qin Ling pulled it desperately, as if to ask Zoroha to cheer on Lin Jing together. One person and one elf are stuck together like this. Lin Jing retracted his gaze and felt distressed for Zoroha. It is estimated that in the sight of Zoroha looking at him, he is probably the same existence as the great Demon King. Both ends of the ring. The two stand still. The freshman of Tianguan Elf Academy, Lin Jing. The vice captain of the Tianguan Elf Academy team, Du Yi. Now, Du Yi's expression was gloomy, and he said solemnly, Lin Jing, I don't know where your confidence comes from, so choose me directly as your opponent. You don't think I'm the same as the opponents you met in the elf test, do you? I wanted to give you some face, but now I see. He did not go on. The meaning is self-evident. Lin Jing's expression was calm, and his eyes stayed on Du Yi for a moment. He said slowly, no wonder, the Academy created the worst record in the Academy Cup last year. A word fell. Du Yi's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, you. He didn't say much. Because. At this moment, a staff member of the Academy took up the position of referee, stepped on the referee's seat, and said, the rules of the battle are similar to those of the gym challenge. The battle mode is 1v1, and the number of elves that can be used by both sides is 3. The terrain and weather of the battlefield will not be changed, and it will be carried out in the ring field. Both sides, is there any objection? His eyes swept over the two of them. Lin Jing shook his head. In a sense, the ring battle is the fairest venue for elves to fight. Du Yi did not deny it either. In that case, please send your first elf from both sides. At this moment, in the battlefield, more and more students gathered, but the auditorium gradually quieted down, and their attention was highly concentrated. Above the ring, 2 rays of light flashed, and 2 figures have appeared in front of him. In front of Lin Jing, a white dress fluttered, and after showing up, there were bursts of exclamations from the audience. It's Glitter Shinado. This is Lin Jing's main elf in the elf meeting. Glitter Shinado is so beautiful. Lin Jing's eyes turned to the other side. I see. At the other end of the ring, a small purple figure was graceful and landed on the ground. On its forehead, inlaid with a red gem. Super Spirit. One of Ibrahimovich's evolutionary forms, the Sun Spirit. So, is this battle a civil war of superpower attributes? Wonderful. What is Lin Jing's strength like? His opponent is Du Yi. On the ring, two elves confronted each other. At this moment, outside the arena, the moment the referee's voice sounded, the command sound suddenly came out. Sun Elf, use mental strength. Du Yi shouted. At the same time, at the other end, Lin Jing has not spoken, but through telepathy, he has already communicated with Shinado in an instant. The super bracers are revealed, the brilliance is reflected, and the resonance occurs. The light of evolution enveloped, and in a short period of time, Super Shinado appeared on the ring. In the face of the strong spiritual thoughts that were attacked by superpower, at this moment, in Lin Jing's eyes, superpower swept up, blessing Shinado. At the same time, on the battlefield, in an instant, teleportation was activated, and Super Shinado had already left the place. At the moment when teleportation was activated, Lin Jing's voice also sounded in Shinado's heart. Xanadu, use. Spirit break. In an instant, Shinado has appeared near the Sun Spirit. Du Yi's response was extremely fast, the command tone was issued, and the Sun Elf immediately prepared to counterattack. But 070. At this moment, on the ring, the Sun Elf clearly felt an unparalleled oppressive force. As soon as it moved, it saw that terrifying superpowers gathered around Shinado, and then, an unimaginable blow broke out. Mind break. The same as a super-type elves, the attack of superpower attributes has been reduced. But the Sun Elf is an elf whose special defense is far higher than physical defense. Spiritual breakthrough is very targeted to it. Not to mention, after obtaining the second Divine Beast skill fragment, Spirit Smash is strengthened. And the superpowers of Lin Jing and Shinado are also constantly improving, which further enhances the power of their skills. It can be said that this blow is the strongest blow that Shinado has been able to deliver so far. Attributes are the same, what about damage reduction? The damage caused by the spiritual break has already overflowed. Shinado's own superpower level exceeds that of the Sun Elf by too much. During that unparalleled burst of superpower, above the ring, superpower was chaotic, almost forming a deep purple storm. The body of the Sun Elf was involved in it, and then was thrown out. Its body fell to the ground, without any struggle, and it had lost its breath. There is no extra action, a clean one-shot kill. The edge of the ring. The Academy staff who acted as the referee was silent for a while, and then said, the Sun Elf was defeated, and the loser will replace the elf. The winning party can decide whether to replace the wizard. In the stadium, there was no sound, only the referee's voice echoed. Countless students looked at the arena and looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. After a few seconds of silence, an uproar broke out in the venue. How is this possible? How is it possible? I read that right, Sun Elf was killed in seconds. That's one of Du Yi's main elves. They are all elves with superpower attributes, and Shinado launched an attack with superpower attributes. How did they achieve instant kills? This. Countless people were shocked. Countless people are puzzled. The front of the auditorium. Qinling hugged Zoroya and swallowed slightly. Most of the people in the academy were not familiar with Lin Jing, either they did not support Lin Jing, or they were in a state of eating melons. She is one of the few students who supports Lin Jing very much. But she didn't expect this scene either. Seeing the Sun Elf that turned into light on the ring and was taken back into the elf ball, Qinling lowered her head slightly and said softly, Zoroa, I'm beginning to believe you, you're right, Lin Jing is too scary. Zoroja's little head is connected, a look that you are convinced that you have finally realized it. On the ring. As the Sun Elf returned to the elf ball, Du Yi's expression became extremely gloomy. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was at a loss for words. I also don't understand how my Sun Elf could be killed in one blow. Now. His gaze turned to the opposite Lin Jing. Facing the gaze delivered by Du Yi, Lin Jing's expression was calm, without any turbulence. He opened his mouth to the referee. I don't need to change sprites. A word fell. Lin Jing looked at Du Yi. His voice was calm and without waves, but what he said was heard by the audience, but it made the noise in the venue rise to a new height. The opponents you and I met in the elf meeting. There seems to be no difference. Chapter 81 The armored warrior who was killed by the combo skill, let it go, who is in favor and who is against it. In the battle arena of the battle arena, amplifying devices are installed, so that the voices of the players in the battle arena can be transmitted, and it is convenient for the audience to watch the battle. Now, when Lin Jing's voice sounded, there was an uproar in the battlefield. Lin Jing, this is too arrogant. What is arrogant? What Lin Jing said is not the truth. It seems to be the case. I once watched Lin Jing's battle in the elf meeting, and it can be said that it was a well-deserved crush. Now, isn't the battle process of the Sun Elf defeated by one blow also crushed? I'm afraid no one could have imagined that Du Yi would be so vulnerable. You said, is there a possibility that it's not that Du Yi's strength is too poor, but that Lin Jing's strength is too strong? How long has he been a trainer, and how powerful is he? No wonder the senior management of the academy attaches so much importance to it. It's too terrifying. This Shinado is immeasurable. The chatter goes on. If it is said, at the beginning of the battle, most people looked at it with an attitude of not supporting Lin Jing, or completely on the sidelines. Well now. Some people's attention has been completely focused on Lin Jing. In the elf world, in the elf academy, strength is the vein of everything. Lin Jing's name, in the discussions of the students of the elf academy, is more associated with privilege. And now, as Lin Jing showed his strength, everything gradually became as it should be. On the ring. After Lin Jing's words fell, Du Yi's expression became completely gloomy. Everything that happened today, after he went to look for Lin Jing, completely exceeded his expectations. Now, he snorted coldly and said solemnly, the battle is not over yet. At this moment, in a flash of light, he held another Pokeball, and the Pokemon appeared. It was an elf that was close to a human shape, and its body was full of insect armor. After showing up, a sharp color flashed in its eyes. Armored Warrior. Evolved from a cowardly worm, a worm-type plus water-type elf. Armored warriors have a high racial value and are quite good elves. The moment the armored warrior appeared, Du Yi's command sounded suddenly. Armored Warrior, Missile Needle. At this moment, the worm-type energy surged, and above it, a line of sharp edges rose, and the missile needle took shape. Then, toward Shinado, let go. The missile needle pierced the sky, bringing with it the sound of breaking wind. In Lin Jing's eyes, a deep purple light flickered, and in a state of resonance, he shared Shinado's vision. Now, as soon as his mind moved, around Shinado, the superpower surging, gathered into a light mask, and enveloped it in it. Super Barrier. The moment after the super barrier was formed, the missile needle struck. The sharp missile needles hit the top of the super barrier, causing waves. But the super energy barrier has continued. The ripples are rippling, but there is almost no loss. Even the color has not become lighter, it is very firm. Shinado's own superpower level has reached a very high level. With various blessings, its superpower barrier is almost impossible to break. Does your attack only have this kind of power? At this moment, Lin Jing's voice sounded again in the ring. In the next instant, Shinado's figure disappeared, and teleportation was activated. Under the constant tempering, Shinado's teleportation skills can completely reach the distance between the minute and the minute. In an instant, Shinado appeared behind the armored warrior. Both Du Yi and the armored warrior reacted very quickly. The moment Shinado appeared, the armored warrior's claws burst into light and slashed away. Even cut. However, at the moment when the armored warrior moved, Lin Jing's voice sounded in Shinado's heart at the same time. Shinado, Defense swap. Defensive swap. Not long ago, the new skills obtained through the newly obtained Super Dream Beast treasure chest. Roll. It is to exchange the defensive capabilities of both sides. The function of this ability is not only to enhance its own defense, but also to reduce the opponent's defense for an elves like Shinado with very low defense. The defensive ability of the armored warrior is quite amazing. At this moment, in an instant, it only felt a faint feeling of weakness coming. Then, it sees Shinado in front of him smiled at it. Next moment, when Shinado's arm stretched out, superpower gathered in an instant, and the terrifying power erupted. The armored warrior's continuous chop was above the super barrier. And Shinado's super attack bombarded the armored warrior. Spiritual break, start again. Armored warriors, their physical defense ability is much higher than that of elves. But, under the defensive exchange skills, it has acquired the physical defense ability of Shinado, and the physical defense ability has been greatly reduced. And the spiritual smashing skills are aimed at physical defense. The defensive exchange skills and the mental smashing skills form the most perfect cooperation on Shinado. In a sense, as Shinado continues to grow, the effects of these two skills on it will even be more amazing than Mewtwo itself. Because, limited by racial traits, Xiaomeng's physical defense ability is far superior to Shinedo's. In this case, the effect of using this combo is naturally inferior to Shinedo's. At this moment, within a short distance, the power of spiritual smashing broke out again, and the superpower suddenly exploded at the moment when the armored warrior was hit. In an instant, the body of the armored warrior flew backwards, and after rolling several times in midair, it fell to the ground. Its body struggled twice, and finally stopped moving. Armored warrior. Lost. Compared with the initial shock, the referee is obviously used to a lot, and now seriously said, armored warriors are defeated. Please change the elves to the loser. Lin Jing, do you need to change the spirit? Lin Jing looked straight ahead and said softly, no need. Because of telepathy, Lin Jing's battle was completely silent. Only after the outcome was decided, would Lin Jing's voice sound in the battlefield. Now, Lin Jing's voice seemed to be a gate, making the battlefield more and more lively. The armored warriors are also defeated. The attack power of this Shinado is completely beyond imagination. It seems that the armored warriors can last longer than the Sun Elves, but as a result, they are completely crushed, and the armored warriors have not achieved any effective attacks at all. Lin Jing's strength is too strong. No wonder there are rumors that the upper management of the academy is preparing to make him the captain of the Academy Cup. With this kind of strength, he is the captain. On the ring, Lin Jing looked directly at each other. At this moment, Du Yi was completely silent. His expression was cloudy and uncertain, and he hesitated with his palms on the two pokeballs around his waist. After half a minute, the staff of the academy who acted as the referee said, please release the elves. If you don't release the wizard when it is out of date, it will be regarded as an automatic admission of defeat. Hearing the referee's voice, Du Yi gritted his teeth and suddenly grabbed one of the pokeballs. Light flashed. A figure appeared in place. Lin Jing frowned slightly. At the same time, after Du Yi's elf appeared, there were some doubtful and shocked voices in the auditorium of the venue. Why did Du Yi send it? Did Du Yi lose his head? What did he send Kuailong to do? Shinaiduo has the attributes of a fairy, but he has complete restraint on the attributes of fast dragons. Perhaps, Du Yi is trying to break the boat. Breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat, but isn't this a death sentence? This quasi-god fast dragon is Du Yi's strongest elf. His other elves are definitely not as strong as fast dragons, and what this fast dragon masters is not only dragon skills, but fast dragons also have the attribute of flying. And you can also learn the skills of other attributes. Quote. What you said is very reasonable. You are already at an absolute disadvantage. If you want to make a comeback, you can only send fast dragons. That's right, everyone, Don't forget, Shinado, but it's just the first elf released by Lin Jing. If you send other elves, even if you defeat Shinado, then how do you fight next? You can only send fast dragons. Give it a go. From this point of view, Du Yi still has some courage. On the ring. After the fast dragon appeared on the stage, the dragon's wings were flapping, and it had already climbed into the air, and looked sharply at Shinado. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Quasi-god quick dragon, do you want to give it a shot? It's a good idea. But, what you are facing is Shinado. At this moment, when Du Yi's command sounded, the two elves launched an attack at the same time. Quick dragon, use blizzard. Shinado, misty field. At this moment, the fast dragon is suspended in midair, the dragon wings are fanning, and a blizzard takes shape on the arena. At the same time, a dazzling light flashed in Shinado's eyes, his hands were slightly raised, and the mist spread. Mist field. The effect is that the elves in the field will not fall into an abnormal state, and the power of dragon skills will be reduced. This is a battle where both sides can use elves for 3, and the misty field is also a foreshadowing. And in the real elf world, the effect of skills is obviously not as simple as the introduction of in-game skills. The misty field is filled with goblin energy. This kind of goblin energy undoubtedly produces invisible suppression for Kuailong. The skills of the two elves were displayed, and in an instant, the situation changed suddenly in the entire arena. During the whistling blizzard, the dense fog constructed by the goblin energy spreads. Although there is a certain loss due to the blizzard, it also covers the entire venue under the powerful strength of Shinado. Seeing this scene, Du Yi's expression changed slightly. With the dual action of the blizzard and the misty field, the arena was completely obscured, and he had lost Shinado's vision. Quick dragon, be vigilant and look for the opponent's position. Du Yi said quickly. The fast dragon hung in the air, looking around, looking for Shinado's seat. At the same time, Lin Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance. He and Shinado also possess super perceptive abilities, and this complex venue is just right for them to play. At this moment, in Shinado's heart, Lin Jing's voice sounded. Shinado, are you ready? Ready. Shinado's response sounded. At this moment, Lin Jing did not hesitate, and said in his heart, use the power of thought to limit the movements of the fast dragon, and then. The speed of the fast dragon is extremely fast, and some attacks are completely avoidable for the fast dragon. Therefore, Lin Jing did not attack directly. At this moment, Shinado's eyes shone with extremely bright light. Mindfulness. The dark purple thought power spread out, shrouded the whole body of the fast dragon, and controlled it. Du Yi's expression suddenly changed. Quick dragon, get rid of the limitation of psychic power. The roar of the fast dragon resounded, trying to break free from the limitation of the power of thought. Use magic to shine. But Shinado's super power is amazing. Just as the power of thought was under control, a light appeared between Shinado's eyebrows. Magic shines. Fairy skills. In the arena filled with snowstorms and dense fog, there was a brilliant light that broke through all obstacles, cut through the sky, and bombarded Kuailong's body brazenly. At the moment of contact, the power exploded, and a rather painful look appeared on Kuailong's expression. Compared with super power, Shinado's fairy power is weaker. But under the influence of his own high aptitude and continuous training, he is also quite good. What's more, the fairy skills, the damage to the fast dragon, is quite amazing. Now, under the effect of the damage, Kuailong's expression of pain continued, and his ability to break free naturally weakened. Shinado. Lin Jing's voice resounded in Shinado's heart. At this moment, Shinado controlled the power of thought, and after the fast dragon was unable to break free, from above, under the action of the power of thought, the body of the fast dragon slammed towards the ground fiercely. Boom! The huge body slammed into the ring and made a bang. And then, above the fast dragon, vaguely, a crescent moon appeared. Fairy-type skills, the power of the moon. Moonlight falls. It bombarded Kuailong's body again. In the elf battle, it is not allowed to hold back at all. Du Yi would rather risk being restrained than let go. Lin Jing, naturally he won't give him a chance. The fairy system is also an attribute that Shinado is proficient in, and it can also shine. Under constant attack. There was no movement in the arena. The referee waited for a while. Because of the thick fog and blizzard, he was also unable to observe the situation on the ring. However, after a few seconds, he gave birth to a clear expression. Because after there was no movement in the ring, the blizzard above was melting at the speed of light. This means the elf who released this skill has completely lost consciousness and can no longer maintain the blizzard at the same time. Under Lin Jing's intentional control, the energy of the goblin dissipated, and the effect of the misty field disappeared. The situation in the arena was completely revealed. Only see. Kuailong's body fell to the ground. At this time, his body was full of scars, and the arena floor even cracked under the powerful impact of the mind force wrapped around it. Aside. The academy staff who acted as the referee took a few deep breaths, and then, under the influence of the amplification equipment, the voice resounded throughout the battlefield. A fast dragon is defeated, and this battle is completely over. The winner is Lin Jing. The voice fell. The battlefield was quiet for a moment. Then, cheers suddenly sounded. Lin Jing is so strong. One where three, brothers. Shinado is so beautiful and sassy. Who can tell me what happened in this battle, and it ended too quickly. There were 3 battles, but they all ended in a blink of an eye. This is a huge gap in strength. Lin Jing's strength must be far ahead of the other party in order to have such a brilliant victory. Brothers, Shinado is only one of Lin Jing's main forces. He passed the elf test, but there is also a Glitter Gengar, who also performed well. Maybe, now he has grown to a rather terrifying level. This year's Academy Cup, our Tianguan Elf Academy will definitely shine. For the strong, everyone of Zhao's will have respect. 3 battles. The 3 hardy battles, without any sloppiness, were completely crushing, and Lin Jing's strength was thoroughly confirmed. At this moment, in the battlefield, countless spectators looked at the figures of Lin Jing and Shinado on the arena. During the initial discussion, they didn't know who started. At the end, there were unanimous voices in the arena. Lin Jing, Lin Jing. They were chanting Lin Jing's name. In the final analysis, Lin Jing is a student of the Sky Crown Elf Academy, and he is a contestant who is going to participate in the Academy Cup. Lin Jing showed such strength. What reason did they have, and why would they not support it? Du Yi's expression was gray, and he had already stepped down from the podium and quietly left the stage. After this round of battle, he was crushed 3 times. It can be said that the pride in his heart was completely shattered. Now, on the podium, Lin Jing coughed lightly. After his voice sounded, the cheers gradually fell in the battlefield hall, and everyone's eyes focused on Lin Jing, waiting for his speech. Lin Jing's eyes swept away. He opened his mouth and said, "When I first came to the academy today, someone told me that there was some news in the academy that I not only decided to participate in the Academy Cup by default, but it was most likely that the academy participated in the Academy Cup this time. Team Captain. I can tell you. There is no mistake in the first half of this news. When I was invited to join by the academy, I had already been promised that there would be a place for me in the Academy Cup. However, I haven't heard of the second half of the news." In the battlefield, it was very quiet, only Lin Jing's voice echoed. But, fork. Lin Jing's voice changed slightly, and he said, "After knowing the news, I thought about it seriously. The Academy Cup is one of the top competitions in the Star Field, bringing together the elites of the various Star Field Elves academies. This is an individual honor and a team honor, and the academy also attaches great importance to it. Since this is the case, then the students who have the quota must be the elites among the students. And the captain of the Academy Cup must be the most powerful existence among the elites. Now, I intend to be this captain. Who has objections? Chapter 82 Captain of the Academy Cup, the meeting between the Champion King and the Beast, the Super Dream Affinity Treasure Chest. College Cup. Top Star Tournament. It involves every star field and every elf academy. The influence in the interstellar is also full. Under Lin Jing's understanding, the Academy Cup is divided into team battles, individual battles, and 2 competitions. In the team battle, some strategies such as formation of troops are also involved. And all of this is naturally decided by the captains of the participating teams. Because of this, Lin Jing had an idea after knowing this information. Taking the initiative is the most important thing. Now that you have decided to participate in the Academy Cup, you must do your best. In this case, winning the captaincy is the best choice. At this moment, Lin Jing's voice echoed in the battlefield. His gaze was on the field, the members of the school team. Under the gaze of Lin Jing, a figure sounded first. I support Lin Jing to be the captain of the Academy Cup. Speakers. It was the other vice captain of the school team, Mirong Shui. With a serious expression, she continued, with the strength shown by Lin Jing, I have enough qualifications to take this position. I'm not sure what the Academy thinks, but I will report to the top of the Academy in my personal capacity to support Lin Jing as the captain of the Academy Cup. Mirong Shui's voice fell. Around. The other school team members looked at each other, and then said, I support it too. Lin Jing is worth it. With Captain Lin here, we will definitely be able to win this year's Academy Cup. That's right. People are fickle. After Lin Jing showed his unparalleled strength, all doubts were broken, and Lin Jing stepped down from the podium. His eyes turned to Mirong Shui. With some news that has been spreading in the school, Lin Jing has undoubtedly become the best choice. He pondered, and then said, I don't know the situation of the school team. I don't have much thought about the captaincy of the school team. I will only be captain of the Academy Cup team temporarily. After saying a word, Lin Jing turned and left. Rear. Mirong Shui's expression changed slightly, and a thought flashed across her face. In the eyes of all the people, Lin Jing walked towards the gate of the opposing battlefield. The captain of the school team and the captain of the Academy Cup team are 2 completely different positions. For Lin Jing, he wanted to be the captain of the Academy Cup in order to take the initiative during the Academy Cup to ensure that unexpected situations did not occur. And what the captain of the Academy Cup is responsible for is what happens during the Academy Cup. But, in contrast, the team captain of the Sky Crown Elf Academy has a lot to be responsible for, including the usual training of the entire school team, etc. For Lin Jing 070, he obviously didn't have much energy here. The stage of the Sky Crown Elf Academy was too small for him. He would not limit himself to the Elf Academy because of a small position. His eyes had already fallen on the vast sea of stars. Countless eyes are watching. Lin Jing stepped out of the battle arena. The entire battlefield suddenly became noisy. As the results of the battle came out, the brilliant record of 1 wear and 3 spreads spread throughout the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy. In various areas, countless students were discussing this battle, and the powerful combat power displayed by Shining Shinado became a hot topic for everyone. And at this time, in terms of the college, 2 news were announced, which pushed the popularity to the highest level. After internal discussions in the academy, the team leader of this Academy Cup has been determined. Lin Jing. It is Lin Jing. Second, after discussions within the academy, the team of this Academy Cup will no longer be limited to the selection within the school team, but will face the entire academy and conduct a large-scale selection and selection. Even freshmen who have just enrolled can participate in the selection. The 2 news came out, which immediately caused an uproar. In the entire Elf Academy, countless academies are gearing up for a place in the Academy Cup. And the name of Lin Jing is really in the Sky Crown Elf Academy. No one knows it, no one knows it. And at this moment, the initiator of this series of changes, Lin Jing, has quietly left the academy. In the mission center, after consulting some information, Lin Jing chose to leave the academy. He came to celebrate the star on this trip. In addition to having some understanding of the academy, he also had to receive the remaining rewards in the academy, and go to the Elf Alliance to award medals. He went to the mission center to receive the rewards in the secret realm. Opportunity to enter the secret realm. In the vast star sea, among the planets, there are some extremely special small spaces, which are called secret realms. Some of these secret areas are naturally generated, and some are built and developed by humans many years ago. Because of the special environment in the secret, there are often some special resources inside. Similarly, the maintenance cost of the secret realm is not bad, and if you want to enter the secret realm, you need to go through a special method. At the initial invitation from the Sky Crown Elf Academy, 2 opportunities to enter the secret realm were promised. Now, Lin Jing went to the mission center and used one of them. The secret realm he is going to is located near the Elf Alliance, which is controlled by the Elf Alliance, and now he has won 2 birds with 1 stone. After leaving the academy area, Lin Jing called out a fire-breathing dragon and jumped up. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, climbed high into the sky, and flew at full speed. After traveling for a period of time, CGFE, the Alliance of Spirits is already in sight. As far as the eye can see, it is a continuous building complex covering a vast area. The real headquarters of the Shanao Elf Alliance is located on a special planet. The Alliance station on the Celebration Star is just a branch, but it is the largest Elf Alliance branch in the entire star field. It is not much better than the headquarters. After entering the Elf League, Lin Jing went to the office building after being authenticated. Inside the building, one after another figure came and went, and one staff member was busy. He came to a workstation and said, "Hello, I'm here to promote the trainer level." "Okay." The lady at the front desk replied softly, "Please show your elf picture book and the badge you have obtained." Lin Jing took it out and handed it over. The other party took it and placed it under the scanning machine. A message beep appears. Trainer Lin Jing, current badges, 2. The promotion requirements for junior trainers have been met. Open black lens bracket, successful promotion, close black lens bracket. The prompt tone fell, and the lady at the front desk looked at Lin Jing with a sweet expression, and said, "It's done." Lin Jing trainer, the benefits of junior trainers have been synchronized to your elf picture book, and you can enjoy related benefits in any elf center. Lin Jing nodded lightly. Then he said, "There is one more thing to trouble you. Please speak. Contact Miss Sharona for me, I have an appointment." Lin Jing said calmly. On the way there, he sent Sharona a message, but he has yet to get a reply. To this, Lin Jing was not surprised. As the champion of Shanao Star Territory, Zyrna's daily affairs are undoubtedly quite busy, maybe something is delayed. Your Excellency the champion. The front desk looked at Lin Jing in confusion. A newly promoted junior trainer who wants to meet the champion. However, the people who can work in the Celebration Star Elf Alliance are obviously good at work. She is very puzzled, but still said, "Please wait a moment." Then, she called Sharona's office. After reporting on the phone, the front desk put down the phone and became even more confused. Soon, in the elevator on one side, a female figure walked out quickly. Lin Jing trainer. After the woman approached quickly, she said, "Miss Sharona is participating in the meeting, you come with me first." The woman's face, Lin Jing is more familiar, seems to be an assistant of Hyerna. After nodding slightly, Lin Jing followed behind her and boarded the elevator. Rear. The front desk looked at their backs with a dazed expression. She originally contacted her with a routine attitude, but after the call was connected, the tone on the other side became solemn. Now, the assistant of Your Excellency the champion came to greet him in person. What is the origin of this junior trainer? Stepping into the elevator, the assistant looked at Lin Jing and said, Trainer Lin Jing, your award ceremony has already been prepared and will be presided over by Miss Sharona herself. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Miss Sharona is participating in encrypted level communications, and the communicator is sealed, so I didn't see the news of your coming to the Elf Alliance. The assistant's tone was solemn and explained seriously. As Zyrna's assistant, she naturally knew some information that others did not know, and attached great importance to Lin Jing, and did not dare to neglect it at all. Hearing this, Lin Jing shook his head and said, It's all right, I can be considered a temporary intention to come to the Elf Alliance. The two boarded the elevator, all the way to the top floor, and finally stopped in front of a large office. Assistant pushed open the door and led in front. Trainer Lin Jing, this is Miss Sharona's office, you wait here for a while. I will give instructions to start the preparations for the award ceremony. When Miss Sharona's meeting is over, I can officially award you the award. After speaking, she took out the fruit drink from the refrigerator, put it on the table, nodded slightly to Lin Jing, and left the office. Lin Jing sat down on the sofa and waited quietly. Conference room. Hyerna is on the main seat. On the second seat, there is a figure with a hood and a cloak, and his face cannot be seen clearly. At the same time, on the big screen in the conference room, there is still a video communication. Inside, two figures are sitting with serious expressions. Both have red hair. The Ice King of the Guandu Star region, Kona. The Dragon King of the Guandu Star region, Cross. Compared with other star regions, the Guandu Star region is a more special existence, because there is currently no champion in the Guandu Star region, and everything in the Elf Alliance is jointly managed by the four Heavenly Kings. At this moment, the meeting has come to an end. Zyrna's eyes fell on the figures of the two Heavenly Kings in the video, and said, Kona, the main battlefield this time, after all, is in the Guandu Star territory, so it is up to you to lead, and our Shanao Alliance to assist. Quote. The video, Kona responded, Team Rocket has been poisoned in the Guandu Star region for a long time. This time, we will definitely hit them hard. She was about to say something. But, at this moment, on the passenger seat next to Sharona, the hooded figure moved slightly and raised his head. What's wrong? Sharona looked more serious and looked over. Under the hood, it is the beast spirit, Cheomung. Compared with other elves, Mewtwo was originally created by humans, and its connection with humans is undoubtedly deeper. Moreover, the last time Sharona and Chao Meng had a dialogue, apparently there was very good feedback. Shanao Alliance, Kanto Alliance, and Mewtwo, together launch a plan for Team Rocket. In this meeting, Chao Meng also appeared in person. Now, looking up slightly, Cheomung seemed to sense something, and the figure flashed and disappeared in the conference room. In Sharona's office. The moment the assistant left, a hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Lin Jing, that guy, it's here too. That guy. Lin Jing was stunned for a moment, but then reacted, you mean Cheomung. There are not many elves who can be called so by Darkrai. He hadn't given it much thought. Front. Amidst the ripples, a figure with a hood and a cape appeared beside him. After showing up, the hood was lifted, revealing the face inside. Mewtwo. After seeing Chao Meng, Lin Jing's expression was much lighter than last time, and he said, Super Dream, long time no see. Chao Meng was silent and did not speak. On Lin Jing's side, Darkrai never showed up. This made Lin Jing's mood even more calm. Darkrai has a very keen perception of malice. If Mewtwo comes with malice, then Darkrai will obviously not be so calm or even show up. Seeing that Cheomung didn't speak, Lin Jing raised his brows and didn't care, just reached out and shook it in front of him. The mysterious water droplets from Manaphy were held in his hands. Super Dream. Not long ago, I met a friend named Manaphy. After knowing your existence, it wants to know you very much. Please ask me to introduce it to it. Seemingly touched by the name of Manaphy, a phantom appeared as the mysterious water droplets flickered. It was the phantom of Manaphy. Seeing this, Lin Jing was also a little surprised, and continued, "It's Manaphy. If you see it in the future, don't forget to tell it that my mission is complete." Compared with the attitude towards humans, Mewtwo's attitude towards elves is undoubtedly better. And Manaphy is the master of PY, and Lin Jing believes that with Manaphy's ability, Mewtwo will not hurt it. As the thoughts flowed in his mind, Lin Jing said again, "By the way, Manaphy roamed the Sea of Stars and met many friends, many of whom were divine beasts and spirits like you. If you want to find the dream, maybe you can get some information from Manaphy's mouth." Seemingly because of hearing Dream's name, Chao Meng's eyes wavered, and he finally spoke. Its thick voice rang in Lin Jing's ears. "Human. Why are you helping me? Why help you?" Lin Jing frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Chao Meng would ask such a question. After pondering for a while, his slightly frowning brows stretched out, and Lin Jing said, "Actually, it didn't really help you. I have communicated with Miss Sharona, and with your ability, you easily destroyed Team Rocket's spaceship, and the Shanao Alliance did not intervene." He paused and said again, "As for why you are helping you, there are many reasons." Lin Jing's voice was calm. "Super Dream, compared to the Rockets, my impression of you is undoubtedly better. And me and my Shinado have been improved to a certain extent because of you. I want to be able to perceive it with your ability, and we have improved again. Human beings always have to reciprocate. Besides..." Lin Jing paused for a while, and then said, "You are a divine beast spirit whose strength cannot be predicted. Contact the Shanao Alliance and want to help you, and there are some ideas to please you." Facing the sensitive Cheomeng, Lin Jing did not choose to lie. Everything was in his mind. Even if the existence of the treasure box factor is thrown away, Lin Jing is undoubtedly more supportive of Cheomeng when he chooses between the Rockets and Cheomeng. At this time, footsteps were heard from the entrance of the office. As the door opened, a figure walked in. "It's Hyerna." Sharona's eyes fell on Chao Meng, as if she had already guessed, and said, "Super Dream, you are really here." Mewtwo didn't respond. After its eyes took a deep look at Lin Jing, the ripples flickered and the figure disappeared. Just as it disappeared, in Lin Jing's ear, the only sound from the system that he could hear rose. "Detected that the affinity between Mewtwo and you has increased, and you have obtained Affinity Treasure Chest Mewtwo. Ah, the head of the transition chapter is going to explode. 300,000 words, let's scatter flowers tilde. Chapter 83 The Treasure Chest of Influence. The beasts in the Sea of Stars met and were severely restrained by the Blizzard King. Affinity Box. Lin Jing frowned slightly. He said to himself in his heart, "Super Dream." He was a little stunned. When Mewtwo was first created, it had no understanding of the entire world, and it was undoubtedly under the control of Team Rocket. Simply put, it is completely accepting Sakaji's PUA. This period of control did not last long, but for the newly born Chao Meng, this period of time allowed him to quickly understand the horror of human nature. Under this premise, compared to other divine beasts and elves, Chao Meng is the one who is most familiar with the dark side of human nature. For Mewtwo, his answer would undoubtedly allow Mewtwo to accept and understand. Thoughts flicker. Lin Jing's gaze looked at Sharona. "Miss Hyerna," he whispered. Sharona took a few steps forward and said with some emotion, "Lin Jing, in Cheomeng's eyes, you are really different from others. As an existence that can communicate with Chao Meng alone, Sharona has always believed that the relationship between Lin Jing and Chao Meng must be far superior to others. And now, Chao Meng's actions also confirmed her thoughts." Lin Jing smiled slightly and said calmly, "Maybe it's because I have had many exchanges with Chao Meng." He didn't say much. In fact, when he communicated with Sharona last time to explain about Mewtwo, his relationship with Mewtwo could not be considered special. And now, because of his actions and the relationship with Chao Meng, a new breakthrough has finally been made. Let's go. Sharona smiled slightly. Your award venue has been arranged, come with me. Please. The two left the office. Linjing trainer. Sharona walked at the front and said, the first-class medal represents a considerable contribution to the Shanao Alliance. Generally speaking, for a trainer who is awarded a first-class medal, during the awarding process, we will state his specific contribution, and the whole process will be broadcast live. But, Linjing trainer, because of the involvement of Chao Meng, we will record the whole process, and we will release the video in the future. Furthermore, the award ceremony is also simplified. The reason, you must be able to guess. Heard. Linjing nodded slightly. I understand. Cheomong, the beast spirit, involves the information of the beast spirit, so you must be very careful. Moreover, Shanao Alliance and Cheomong are now cooperating and are ready to shoot against the rockets together. In this case, if the news is released, the rockets will definitely be alerted, which will affect the specific results. In this regard, Linjing naturally understands very well. When he first conveyed the information about Mewtwo to Sharona, he never thought about the rewards from the Alliance. For him, the rewards from the Shanao Alliance were a surprise. Moreover, the live broadcast, not public announcement, does not affect the utility of the first-class medal, but only has some impact on the reputation. Following Sharona's side, the two walked all the way, and finally came to an auditorium in the Alliance's resident area. In the auditorium, several figures stood. After Linjing and Sharona, greetings rang out one after another. Your Excellency the Champion. Linjing trainer. Linjing and Sharona nodded. On the platform at the front of the auditorium, everything is ready. At this moment, Linjing stepped and walked onto the Zhou terrace. Aside. Video equipment records it all. Sharona's expression became serious, and from the box in the hand of the assistant, she took out a medal engraved with the icon of the Shanao Elf Alliance. Above the medal, a star is also engraved, which is the beauty of the first-class medal. Looking at the medal, Linjing's eyes narrowed slightly. Just like Manaphy's mysterious water droplets, when he finds some special items, the treasure chest system will provide the other party's information. Now, in his line of sight, he saw the introduction of this badge. First-class medal, Shanao Alliance. Introduction, the badge that can only be obtained by trainers who have made great contributions to the Shanao region. Through powerful technological capabilities, a special elf power is sealed inside. Wearing it for a long time can cause good health to the trainer's physique. Impact. It still has such an effect. In front of you. Zyrna's expression was serious and she said solemnly, Linjing trainer, based on your great contribution to the Shanao League, I, the Shanao League champion trainer, Zyrna, on behalf of the Shanao League, hereby grant to you Shanao first-class medal. Linjing's expression also became serious. Sharona reached out and hung the medal on Linjing's shirt. Just when the medal was hung up, the hint of the treasure chest system is born. It is detected that the host has obtained the first-class badge of the Shanao Starfield. You are in the Shanao Starfield, and the influence of the Shanao Alliance has been greatly improved. Your words and deeds can cause certain damage to the Shanao Alliance. You can do it. I when the ring Libao pliers, sleeve seat 1 explain 1 inch. Hearing the sound in his ear, Linjing's expression was as usual. In front of you. Zyrna's assistant took another item from her hand. This is a ring-shaped item that emits a faint light. Linjing trainer, this is your reward. Sharona handed over the ring. Linjing's eyes swept away. There is no doubt that this is a space ring. In the interstellar era, the development of human technology to space is quite amazing. The existence of space backpacks, space vehicles. It has been popularized, and at the same time, humans are constantly developing smaller and more convenient to carry. The space ring is one of them. The value of this space ring is already quite amazing. Not to mention, there must be other rewards inside. After taking the ring, Linjing said, thank you for the Alliance's support for me. Sharona smiled slightly, because everything is simplified in this ceremony, and the award ceremony is officially over. She looked at Lin Jing, thought for a moment, and continued, Lin Jing trainer, I heard that you have already obtained 2 gym badges. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Hearing this, Zirna's eyes showed a hint of interest, and she said, Zhu Fengxing, the owner of the Shifeng Gym, Hagi, has been in the alliance these few days. Lin Jing, are you interested in a gym challenge here? Just right. If you don't mind, I can temporarily serve as the referee, and I also want to watch the game. Her eyes were full of interest. As for Lin Jing, while Sharona paid attention to it, she was undoubtedly quite curious. She also wanted to know that in the forest scene, which was a blockbuster in the elf exam, after this period of travel, of course it can. Lin Jing did not hesitate and immediately agreed. For him, it makes no difference where to challenge. Good. Sharona smiled slightly and instructed the assistant to take Lin Jing to the battle hall in the alliance first. How far has it grown? Lin Jing headed to the battle arena first. Seeing that his opponent hadn't arrived yet, Lin Jing entered the lounge next to him, his mind moved slightly, and the treasure chest interface appeared. The 2 treasure chests bloomed with a faint brilliance above. Mewtwo's Affinity Treasure Box. Shinao Alliance's Influence Treasure Box. At this moment, in the slightest movement of the mind, the treasure chest was opened, and the brilliance swept out. You got a special buff, Mewtwo's Care. Open black lens bracket Super Dreams Care close black lens bracket. Introduction. After many contacts, you who are willing to help Cheomeng have also been rewarded. Cheomeng's attention to you surpasses others. In certain circumstances, Cheomeng may help you. Do you care about Super Dream? Lin Jing recalled the last question that Cheomeng left behind. I don't know if Chao Meng will look for Manaphy. With the amount of friends Manaphy has made, she may really have information about Dream. Lin Jing turned his gaze to another treasure chest. Open black lens bracket You got special clothing, Shinao Trainer Clothing close black lens bracket. You have obtained Physical Enhancement X1. You have obtained Ability Enhancement X1. 3 lines of information flashed. Lin Jing's gaze fell above, and more detailed information lingered in his mind. Open black lens bracket Shinao Trainer Costume close black lens bracket. Introduction. The special clothing that can only be obtained after the Shinao Star territory has a certain influence. In the Shinao Star territory, the Agility +2, the Strength +2, the Defensibility +2, the elves in the Shinao Star territory, for you affinity will increase slightly. A costume that only works in the Shino region. With a flash of thought, Lin Jing directly chose to wear it. A faint light enveloped the surroundings and blended into it. Then, without hesitation, he used the other 2 strengthening skills. Physical Strengthening. Power Up. At this moment, in the faint brilliance, Lin Jing clearly felt that the power was swimming around his body, and his physique became stronger. At the same time, the superpower, the power of the dragon, the malicious perception, turned into 3-color brilliance, constantly shrouded the room, and at the same time, it has been improved, and it has been raised to a new level. My own strength is already quite amazing. After the rays of light subsided, Lin Jing clenched his fist slightly. In the vast sea of stars, under certain circumstances, it is very possible to encounter dangers that the elves cannot help. Now, even in the face of that kind of danger, I have some cards to deal with. Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing looked at the first-class medal on his waist. With the completion of the award ceremony, the news of the first-class medal was also synchronized in his elf illustrated book. Those who have the first-class medal of Shinao can rest in the lodging area of the Elf Center for free. In the Elf Store under the Shinao Alliance, you can enjoy a 50% discount on shopping. At the same time, every month, you can also go to the Elf Alliance to receive benefits. Amazing value. Of course, the most important thing about first-class medals is the presentation of status. Even if Lin Jing is currently only a junior trainer, but holds this first-class medal. Even if he is a Heavenly King-level trainer, Lin Jing can contact him directly, and he doesn't even need to make an appointment. This is the highest-level medal issued by the Shanao Alliance. It seems that Lin Jing just contacted Sharona and informed about Mewtwo. But in fact, because of his communication, the Shanao Alliance has successfully formed a connection with the beast spirit, and even more united because of it. This credit is simply difficult to speculate as a reward. Subsequently, Lin Jing looked at the space ring in his hand. With a single touch, a screen was projected above the space ring, and everything placed inside was displayed. Lin Jing's eyes focused on an item for the first time. It was a special-looking rock with an introduction next to it. A special rock that can improve a certain aptitude of Bangira. The Shanao Alliance is closely connected with the Tianguan Elf Academy, and it is obvious that the quasi-god elf provided by the Academy for Lin Jing is a cub of a quasi-god elf, and is produced by Kira. Now, the resources related to Bangira are ready. When Kira grows up and evolves into Bangira, you can directly make Bangira improve again. In addition, there is a fiery red crystal. It seems that it is obviously related to the fire attribute spirit. The last item was a diamond-shaped gemstone that exuded a faint supernatural power. Obviously, it is related to the superpower elves. The rewards of the Shanao Alliance are undoubtedly selected for Lin Jing, and the 3 rewards all have an improved effect on Lin Jing's elves. Without hesitation, Lin Jing released Fire-Breathing Dragon and Shinado directly to improve them. For flowers. After trying it out, Lin Jing found that the effect of the 2 crystals was to improve the energy level. It can be said that the value is quite amazing. Shortly after the reward was used up, outside the lounge, there was a voice. Lin Jing trainer. Lin Jing put away the elves and walked out of the lounge. In the vast sea of stars, Chao Meng has already left the celebration star. The cloak and hood on his body have been thrown away, and the figure is walking in the Xinghai Sea. Just then, as if feeling something, Chao Meng's eyes suddenly looked forward. I saw that in the sea of stars, a vortex formed between the faint ripples. At the moment when the vortex was formed, there was a shrine, slowly swimming out of it. Chao Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, ready to fight. In the eyes of the Super Dream, the door of the temple was opened, and a small figure stuck his head out, looked at Cheomeng, his eyes lit up slightly, and communicated through telepathy. You, is Cheomeng. Cheomeng's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at this small figure, as if he remembered something, and a heavy voice sounded, you are Manaphy. This temple is the temple of the sea, and this small figure is Manaphy. The mysterious water drop contained the power of Manaphy, and calling Manaphy's name to the drop made Manaphy feel it. Because of this, it will show up here. Now, hearing Chao Meng's voice, Manaphy's face showed surprise, and said, yes, I am. Lin Jing is so reliable, he introduced me to you so quickly. Super Dream. Manaphy flew out of the temple of the sea and said, come to my temple as a guest. Super Dream, do you want to be my friend? Chao Meng was silent for a moment. It seemed to be thinking about something, and then said, after becoming your friend, can you answer a few questions for me? Of course. Patted herself, Cheomeng, you go out and inquire. I, Manaphy, are the most loyal. If you have any questions, let's go and talk to me in the temple. After saying that, it flew into the temple first. After hesitating for a while, Chao Meng also entered it together. Inside the temple, Mewtwo looked around. Manaphy's voice sounded, Mewtwo, what's the problem with you? You. Cheomeng pondered, do you know where the dream is? As soon as the words fell, it did not wait for Manaphy to answer, and continued, you. Are you familiar with the human being Lin Jing? Of course I am familiar. Manaphy replied quickly, Lin Jing and I are very good friends. After speaking, a thought appeared on its face, dream. With his fingers in the air, a small figure was outlined. The eyes of Cheomeng you mentioned are focused on the top, and the momentum is almost uncontrollable surging. The small figure that was outlined as a dream. Next moment, Xiao Meng suppressed his own momentum and said, "It's it." "Is that it?" Manaphi's eyes swept across Xiao Meng's body, and then looked at the dreamy phantom that she had made. Thoughtfully, she knew the appearance of Big Gossip, and said, "Dream is also my friend. I do know something about it." Heard. Super Dream's eyes became serious. Celebrate the Star. Elf Alliance, in the battlefield pavilion. The figures of Lin Jing and Xiao Fa, the master of the Shifeng Gym, were already standing at the opposite ends of the battlefield. Now, Xiaoqiu looked at Lin Jing, with a hint of interest in his eyes, and said, "Lin Jing trainer, like you, gym challenges can even attract the attention of the champion, don't you think?" "More common. I heard that you are a candidate for this year's elf exam. I don't know what your current strength is. Let me see if you are eligible for the Glacier Badge." When the voice fell, her eyes became sharp. Lin Jing also held onto the Pokeball. Sharona stood aside, and there were only the three of them in the huge venue. At this moment, Sharona's eyes swept over the two of them and said, "I will be the referee for this gym challenge." The rules adopt the standard rules of gym challenges. If all three elves on one side are defeated, it is regarded as a defeat. Now, release your spirits. The light flashed. Two figures have appeared in the venue. In front of Lin Jing, the roar had already sounded while the figure was condensing. After a while, Sharona's eyes were focused on the fire-breathing dragon with the huge body of the fire-breathing dragon. Her eyes condensed slightly. This fire-breathing dragon. The body has grown so much. The fire-breathing dragon appeared in the elf meeting, and now the obvious difference in body shape can be seen at a glance. Then, Sharona looked in front of and behind Xiao Hagi, and raised her brows slightly. In front of Hagi, there is an equally huge elf standing upright. Blizzard King. It's already there. This is one of the main elves of Xiaofa. However, Blizzard King has the attributes of grass and ice. In the face of the fire-breathing dragon, he will face terrifying restraint. Xiaofa himself also noticed the fire-breathing dragon, and frowned slightly. Aside. Sharona's voice sounded. The battle begins. At this moment, the voices of Lin Jing and Hagi sounded at the same time. Fire-breathing dragon, Mega evolves. Blizzard King, Super Evolution. Guang. Chapter 84 Unstoppable Flash Charge, Glacier Badge, Huge Fast Dragon in the Secret Realm. As soon as the voice fell, two lights of evolution descended on the arena, shrouding the fire-breathing dragon and the Blizzard King respectively. At this moment, the appearance of the two elves changed at the same time, and their momentum soared. In the blink of an eye. Super Fire-Breathing Dragon Y and Super Blizzard King have already appeared in the middle of the ring. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the Super Blizzard King, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In most of the battle rules, similar to this 1v1 battle, there are 3 sprites that can be used by both sides. There is only one sprite that can evolve Mega. This is the limitation of the battle rules. And now, Mega Evolve, whose attributes were severely restrained. Squinting his eyes slightly, Lin Jing's heart moved. Could it be? The master of the small magic hall is the only elves who can carry out Mega Evolution, only Blizzard King. Thoughts flashed, doubts resolved. On the other end, although Blizzard King's attributes were severely restrained, Xiaofa's expression had not changed in the slightest. Gym owners are usually trainers who focus on one attribute. Under the challenge of the gym day after day, the vast majority of trainers choose to use attribute restraint. Under this premise, she was already used to it. Now, after looking at the fire-breathing dragon Mega, the size has increased again. Xiaoyan shouted, "Blizzard King, Shadow Ball." Whether it is Blizzard King's own grass attribute or ice attribute, it is restrained by the fire attribute, but its Blizzard King obviously masters the attack skills of other attributes. Now, Blizzard King roared, and when he opened his mouth, ghost energy gathered, and the shadow ball swept out. Lin Jing's expression was calm, and he said bluntly, "Fire-breathing dragon, throwing flames. Roar! The sound of the dragon's voice reverberated in the opposing battlefield, and the fire-breathing dragon's dragon mouth opened, and the flames spewed out. Under the scorching hot flame, the air seemed to tremble slightly, and there was a hint of red gold in the flame. Next to the venue, Sharona's eyes were suddenly fixed on the flames. This flame. Her eyes fell on Lin Jing, and the attention in her eyes became more intense. At the same time, the flames drove straight in, and in mid-air, they slammed into the shadow ball. The moment they meet, a shocking scene was born. As the flames of the fire-breathing dragon roared, the shadow ball was swallowed directly, causing almost no obstruction at all. Xiaoqi's expression changed, and suddenly shouted, 073, Blizzard King, the Wall of Light. In front of Blizzard King, the brilliance flashed, and the Wall of Light condensed. Wall of Light, which can weaken the weakening of the opponent's special attack. The moment the Wall of Light condensed in front of him, the jet of flames struck, the flames penetrated the Wall of Light and burned on the Blizzard King. After the super evolution of Blizzard King, the special attack and special defense have come to a very good point, and now there is a Wall of Light to weaken the damage. But fire-breathing dragon evolved into Y-Spray. Its control over the fire energy has been improved again. Its flame level has reached a very high level. The flames passed through the Wall of Light and burned on Blizzard King's body, and it gave birth to a look of extreme pain. Blizzard King, use rock blockade. Xiao Yan's anxious voice sounded. Lin Jing's expression was calm, and he said directly, fire-breathing dragon, hot wind. At this moment, when the fire-breathing dragon wings spread, they climbed into the sky, the energy of the fire energy gathered, and when the dragon wings were fanned, the hot wind roared. The entire arena was filled with a hot flame storm, and fire energy was permeated in it. The attack power of the fire-breathing dragon is really amazing. Under the severe restraint of attributes, the fire damage of the fire-breathing dragon reached the extreme, and the brilliance of the Super Blizzard King flashed while the hot wind was whistling, and he had already withdrawn from the mega state. The damage it received made it unable to maintain its super-evolved form. Exiting the mega form, the defense has dropped significantly, making it even more unable to withstand the damage of the opponent. When his body fell, Blizzard King had lost his fighting consciousness. Everything, neat and tidy, ended very quickly. Off the battlefield, Zyrna's expression was solemn, and she said, Blizzard King is defeated, the master of the small law hall, send your next elf. Xiaofa grasped the elf ball in his hand, glanced at the fire-breathing dragon, then looked at Lin Jing, and said softly, it's really terrifying. I know Blizzard King, even if the attributes are severely restrained, with its defensive ability, if it is replaced by other fire elves, it will never be able to defeat it so easily. This fire-breathing dragon of yours is quite amazing. Between words, the Pokeball flashed, and Hagi's next Pokemon appeared. This is an elf with purple skin and a red dress, like a human being. Miss Lips. The lip-smacking sister of Ice plus superpower attribute. Miss Lips is here. Just as Lin Jing was about to give an order, at this moment, the low roar of the fire-breathing dragon came. Looking at Lin Jing's eyes, he saw that at this moment, a look of joy rose in the eyes of the fire-breathing dragon. As the dragon's wings moved, on its dragon body, there seemed to be a faint flame. Shadows are emerging, and flames want to burn out. This is. Have you learned a new skill? Lin Jing reacted in an instant. Perhaps the effect of the fire attribute crystals just used, or perhaps the fire-breathing dragon's constant battle tempering, has a new understanding, it has learned new skills. In the real elf world, elves do not need to reach a certain level to comprehend skills. At this moment, the information of the fire-breathing dragon lingering in front of his eyes under the activation of his Wisdom Eye skill proved Lin Jing's speculation. Looking at the newly appeared skill, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and said softly, since you want to try this new skill. Then, fire-breathing dragon, use flare charge. On the opposite side, Xiaoqiu frowned slightly when she heard Lin Jing mention the new skills. Now, hearing Lin Jing's command, her complexion changed and she said, Sister Millip, mind power, stop the fire-breathing dragon's attack. Roar. Some passionate dragon roars suddenly resounded in the venue. When the dragon wings were flapping, at this moment, the fire-breathing dragon launched an indomitable charge towards the fascinated Lip Sister. Flash Charge. This is a powerful fire-based skill, and it causes physical damage. Compared to special defense, Sister Millip's physical defense is pitifully low. At this moment, during the charge, around the dragon body of the fire-breathing dragon, hot flames rose up and enveloped the body. At this moment, the fire-breathing dragon is like a bolide falling from the sky, with an unparalleled and powerful momentum, rushing forward. The hands of Sister Lips danced, and the deep purple light in her eyes flashed, and her thoughts were activated. Psychic power is wrapped around the fire-breathing dragon, trying to block its movements. But his own full-speed charge, combined with the huge weight, and even the effect of the skill, is so easy to block. At the moment when the thought force was intercepted, it was torn apart with a bang. Seeing that the power of thought could not be stopped, Xiao Hagi shouted, Miss Lips, Frozen Beam. At this moment, the most cold ice energy gathered around Sister Millip, and a beam of extremely cold light spewed out towards the fire-breathing dragon. On the one hand, it is the rushing fire-breathing dragon. On one side, there is a frozen beam of light that is swept out. In mid-air, the two suddenly clashed together. Between the collision of fire-type energy and ice-type energy, steam rose up in the field, and under the action of the flame power of the fire-breathing dragon, the frozen beam was melted the moment it touched it, and it was completely unable to function. With an unstoppable momentum, the fire-breathing dragon slammed into Sister Millip's body. Fire energy burst. The body of Miss Lips was suddenly flew out. It landed on the ground, and after a few laps, it stopped moving. Miss Lips. Lost. Aside. Sharona said, Sister Millip is defeated. Xiaoqiu shook his head. She was holding the third Pokeball. The light flashed, and a figure appeared on the spot. It looks like a humanoid, the main body is black. Marilla. Evil plus ice elemental spirit. Now. After Mardila appeared, Xiaofa's command sound suddenly sounded. Madala, attack the key. Now. The fire-breathing dragon is on the ground. Shining Charge is a powerful fire-type skill, but under the action of unparalleled impact, it will also bring some backlash to itself. However, the personality of the fire-breathing dragon is undoubtedly very belligerent, and now seeing Missoura leaping forward, it has not hesitated, and is already ready for battle. Lin Jing's command sounded at the right time. Fire-breathing dragon, Dragon Claw. At this moment, Madala jumped up and swiped her claws down. The fire-breathing dragon's claws are also raised. Sip. The two collide. Super fire-breathing dragon Y is not as suitable for close combat as super fire-breathing dragon Ya. But, with the support of its huge size, Lin Jing's fire-breathing dragon has amazing strength. During a collision, Madala retreated under the powerful influence. Its body turned several somersaults in midair, and at the moment when it just landed, Xiaofa's command sound had come. Madala, move at high speed, then use the bottom kick. At this moment, the brilliance of Madila's body flashed on the ground, and the high-speed movement was activated. Its speed soared to the extreme, and it swept out again. In a blink of an eye, it had come to the front of the fire-breathing dragon. The attack is launched in an instant. Lin Jing's eyes were serious and he said solemnly, Dragon Tail. Roar. In the roar of the fire-breathing dragon, the flaming tail lashed out. He could see that the owner of the small magic hall realized that the fire damage of the fire-breathing dragon was quite amazing, so after sending out Mizuela, he chose melee combat to reduce the fire attribute attack of the fire-breathing dragon as much as possible. However, even if it is close combat, fire-breathing dragon, how can you be afraid of others? Lin Jing also has absolute trust in his elves. The body swayed, and when the dragon tail slammed, it collided with Majilla again. Under the action of powerful force, its figure flew out. Lin Jing did not hesitate, and continued, "Fire-breathing dragon, flame vortex." Under the joint operation, the tacit understanding between Lin Jing and the fire-breathing dragon is also constantly improving. The command was issued, and the fire-breathing dragon immediately understood what Lin Jing meant. The fire energy was concentrated, and the flame vortex rose up on the way that Majilla flew out. In midair, Madala struggled to adjust her balance. But it has nowhere to go after all. The body flew upside down and was thrown directly into the flame vortex, receiving secondary damage. As the scorching flames burned, Mizuela let out a painful roar and looked around vigilantly. While it was damaged by the flame vortex, it also completely fell into the flame vortex. Off the battlefield. The owner of the small La Hall looked at this scene and shook his head slightly. Immediately afterwards, she looked at Lin Jing and said, "Lin Jing, I admit defeat. With the strength shown by your fire-breathing dragon, you are qualified enough to receive the Glacier Badge." Heard. Lin Jing was not surprised. She dispatched Markula, apparently to see if she could win in close combat. When the melee combat also fell to the wind, the result of this battle was already doomed. Fire-breathing dragon. With a soft shout, the fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, the fire energy in the field dissipated, the flame vortex was shattered, and Markula's figure was revealed, and then Xiao Qian took back the Pokeball. Lin Jing took out the elf ball and aimed it at the fire-breathing dragon, and said, "You come back too." The fire-breathing dragon shook its tail and returned to the Pokeball. Beside, Sharona and Xiaofa were already approaching. Now, there was a hint of emotion on Xiaoyan's expression. She stared at Lin Jing, shook her head and sighed, "No wonder Miss Sharona pays so much attention to you. If I hadn't fought with you personally, I definitely wouldn't believe that your time as a trainer was so short." Lin Jing smiled slightly. Aside. Sharona's tone was sincere. "Little tea house owner, when I called you to come, I said, don't underestimate Lin Jing. Although he is currently only a junior trainer, in the final analysis, he is limited by the Alliance rules for obtaining badges to upgrade the level. Lin Jing's real strength is far more than that. Human imagination." Quote. Indeed. Xiao Hagi nodded slightly, looked at Lin Jing, and suddenly asked, "Lin Jing, you should participate in the Star Contest." Lin Jing nodded slightly. The Star Contest and the Academy Cup are the top-level events that have received the most attention and are already in his plan. Very good. Xiaofa seemed to have thought of something, and she said with a smile, "I'm really looking forward to what kind of turmoil your performance in the Star Territory competition will cause." As soon as the words fell, she looked at Sharona. "Miss Sharona, Lin Jing trainer, the gym challenge is over, I still have something to deal with, you can talk." After she finished speaking, she took out the Glacier Badge, gave it to Lin Jing, nodded and left. In the battle hall, only Lin Jing and Sharona were left. Zyrna looked at Lin Jing. "Lin Jing trainer, you have already obtained 3 gym badges, are you going to continue to challenge the gym?" "I will stay at Celebration Star for a while." Lin Jing replied, "I have obtained the qualification to go to the Secret Realm from the Academy. This time I came to celebrate the Star Elf Alliance, and I am planning to go to the Secret Realm." "That secret place near the Alliance?" Sharona raised her brows slightly and said thoughtfully, "That secret realm was discovered hundreds of years ago. It is rich in resources. If you want to come here, you should have a good harvest. Also, there's a big guy in there, maybe you have a chance to meet." Big guy. Lin Jing frowned slightly. With the end of the battle, the Elf Alliance and his party came to an end. Lin Jing didn't stay in the Elf Alliance too much. After calling out the fire-breathing dragon, he rode on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and rushed to his destination according to the map provided by the Academy. Soon, he stopped in front of a bell tower-shaped building. Leaping down from above the fire-breathing dragon, Lin Jing just took 2 steps forward when 2 guards stopped him. "Please show your identification." Lin Jing handed out his elf-illustrated book. After verification, the 2 guards looked at each other and said, "Trainer Lin Jing, you are qualified to enter this secret realm. Because of the particularity of this secret realm, the elves inside are not allowed to be captured. Lin Jing trainer, do you know this?" Lin Jing nodded slightly. When he asked at the mission center, he had already obtained relevant information. In this secret realm, for some special reasons, it is forbidden to capture the elves in it. For this, the portal of the Elf Alliance at the entrance of the secret realm has also arranged equipment that can sense the breath of the secret realm to ensure that no trainers will violate the rules. Lin Jing came to the secret realm, and the purpose was not to capture. Now, his main elves are temporarily complete. Shinado, Gengar, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Fanged Land Shark, by Kira Ibrahimovic. In the elf event that requires the most elves, only 6 elves can be sent on the stage, not to mention Lin Jing and 2 elves who can act as substitutes. Like the Fangtooth Land Shark, the 3 elves, Kira and Ibrahimovic, all take a certain amount of time to cultivate, so unless he encounters an existence with amazing aptitude, Lin Jing has no idea of increasing the elves' lineup in a short time. He went to the secret realm mainly because of the rich resources in the secret realm and the idea of honing his elves in battle. After confirming, Lin Jing entered the clock tower. The entire bell tower is extremely high, but it has only 1 floor. In the center of the bell tower, there is a portal that looks like a mirror, blooming with a faint brilliance. Lin Jing did not hesitate to step into it. Within the sea of stars, the Temple of the Sea escaped from the vortex, and Qiao Meng's figure walked out of it. Rear. Manaphy stuck her head out and shouted, "Super Dream, come and play often." Qiao Meng waved his hand. Manaphy took the Temple of the Sea and hid in the whirlpool. Qiao Meng looked at the direction where it disappeared, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said softly, "Dream." After the faint feeling of teleportation came, Lin Jing was already in a new world. Elf Secret Realm. The Star Sea is vast, the secrets are endless, and the Elf Secret Realm is an extremely special existence. After scientific and technological research, the conclusion of the interstellar age is based on the existence of the auxiliary space in the main space. Because of its particularity, the resources inherent in it are more for amazing. The environment here is quite good, the air is fresh. Just after appearing, Lin Jing's eyes looked around. The weather was sunny and the surroundings were green. Before he could think about it, at this moment, in the distance, the sound of breaking the air sounded. A figure has appeared in front, charging towards Lin Jing. It was a 5.41 horned rhinoceros, wrapped in sturdy armor. Now, it took the initiative to attack Lin Jing. Lin Jing didn't hesitate, and at the touch of his waist, a figure appeared beside him. The Fangtooth Shark. The moment the Fangtooth Land Shark appeared, Lin Jing's command sounded. The Fangtooth Land Shark, Dragon Claw. At the same time, Lin Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and a brilliance that was completely different from superpower flashed. The power of the dragon. As a dragon-type elf, the power of the royal dragon can comprehensively increase the sharp-toothed land shark. Under the action of the dragon's power, the Fangtooth Land Shark's momentum surged, and the dragon's claws flashed and greeted the one-horned rhinoceros. Next moment, the 2 spirits collided. As the dragon claws waved, the power of the Fangtooth Land Shark erupted, and even the one-horned rhino was successfully suppressed. Lin Jing's voice sounded. Dragon Breath. The Fangtooth Land Shark's dragon mouth opened, and the hot dragon breath spewed out. The aptitude of the Fangtooth Land Shark is amazing, and its combat power is not bad. Under the action of the power of the dragon, it has been increased. Under the successive attacks, the body of the one-horned rhino slanted to one side and was already defeated. Well done, Fangtooth Shark. Lin Jing praised, and the brilliance in his eyes subsided. At the moment when the brilliance converges, Lin Jing's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly looked towards the far side of the sky. As the superpower continues to improve, the superpower perception can not only reflect the situation within a certain distance around him, but Lin Jing can also perceive the strength of the spirit of the elves. In a sense, this is also a way of judging the strength of an elves. Now, he sensed that there was an extremely tyrannical aura that was undisguised and approached quickly from a distance. The moment he looked to the sky, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this what Hyrna said, the big guy in this secret territory? At a glance, it was a huge figure. The size of the fire-breathing dragon has undergone 2 transformations, and it has become quite large, but compared to it, it is completely insignificant. From Lin Jing's point of view, even on the battlefield of the giant transformation, the elves after the giant transformation can't compare to this huge figure. It flies in the air like a giant mountain moving in the air. Now, as its dragon wings spread, it approached at an astonishing speed. That's a huge fast dragon. Chapter 85 The Power of the Dragon. The huge fast dragon gene is advancing by leaps and bounds in the secret territory. Huge fast dragon. When its dragon wings spread, it unconsciously brought a gust of wind and a whistling sound. Now, this huge fast dragon is extremely fast, moving forward in the sky. Its target direction seems to be exactly where Lin Jing is. This gigantic fast dragon is running towards me. Why? The thoughts in Lin Jing's mind turned sharply. He just entered this secret territory, and he attracted such a big guy, completely beyond Lin Jing's expectations. However, Lin Jing was not nervous. With the malicious perception ability activated, Lin Jing did not feel any maliciousness in this huge figure that was rapidly approaching him. Darkrai never showed up, which is a good testament to this. So, why is it approaching? Thoughts flashed in my mind. Ahead. After that huge figure came to the sky above Lin Jing, it had already started to land. The huge body is like a mountain peak. After landing on the ground is shaking violently, just like a small earthquake. This huge fast dragon stopped in front of Lin Jing, about tens of meters away. Now, Lin Jing's eyes looked over. After close contact, the pressure brought by that huge figure is unimaginable. What's more, in the perception of super perception, its breath is extremely tyrannical, and its own strength is also terrifying. Lin Jing looked at it, thoughts running in his mind. In the original work, a fast dragon of this size should have appeared only once. It was on the sea outside Zhenghui's lighthouse, that incomparably huge figure. This fast dragon, could it be that one? According to the records in the original work, the huge fast dragon should be in the Guandu Star territory. However, Darkrai once said after he personally set foot in the interstellar space that when the strength of the elves reaches a certain level, even if it is not a divine beast elves, you can also travel through the sea of stars by consuming your own energy. The strength of this huge fast dragon has definitely reached that level, and it definitely has the ability to travel through the star sea. As his thoughts flowed, Lin Jing's expression was calm. Looking at this big guy who was also looking at him, he said, Are you the big guy that Sharona said? Hyrna. At this moment, a deep voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Apparently, it is from this extremely large fast dragon. 26 It didn't answer Lin Jing's question. After it fell, it fixed its eyes on Lin Jing's body and said, Human, what is the power you just motivated? Power. Lin Jing frowned slightly. At this moment, he seemed to realize something, and when his palms stuck out, faint brilliance flowed from above. Kuailong's head was slightly lowered, his eyes were fixed on the top, and he said deeply, This is it. That's exactly the power of the dragon. For a moment, Lin Jing's heart understood. This big guy was attracted by the power of Yulong. The power of the dragon is very attractive to the dragon-type elves. The strength of this huge fast dragon is amazing, and the perception is naturally not weak. It is when the power of the dragon is detected that it will come. It should be the big guy in Sharona's mouth. It seems that the Shanao Alliance and this huge fast dragon are in a good state. Perhaps, the rule that the capture of elves is not allowed in this secret territory is because of this huge fast dragon. As his thoughts turned over, Lin Jing inspired his own dragon power, turned it into light, and swarmed towards Kuailong's body. The power of the dragon is blessed. Guanghua is linked to Lin Jing and the giant fast dragon. At this moment, the eyes of the huge fast dragon narrowed, and the originally standing body slowly fell to one side, and it lay on the ground with the gust of wind brought by the huge body. The wind howled. In front of Lin Jing, superpower was used to build a barrier to prevent himself from being blown away. Looking at the huge fast dragon again, I saw it lying down. Because of the influence of the dragon's power, it showed a very comfortable expression, squinted, and even let out a faint sigh. When Lin Jing thought about it, the power of the dragon stopped. The huge fast dragon opened his eyes and looked at Lin Jing, as if commenting, "It's very comfortable. It's just a little less power." Lin Jing blinked. His dragon power has also experienced 2 upgrades. But, compared with the power of this huge fast dragon, it is naturally difficult to compare. Now, the huge fast dragon stretched out while the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking, staring at Lin Jing with big eyes, as if he was thinking about something. "Human, how did you get this kind of power?" "Heard." Lin Jing replied calmly, "This is the power of the dragon, it is a kind of talent." "Talent." Repeated it, and then said, "You just said, you know Sharona, the champion trainer of the Shanao League." Sure enough, it has something to do with the Shanao Alliance. The thoughts in his heart moved slightly, and Lin Jing nodded. Seeing this, the eyes of the giant fast dragon lit up, with a look of anticipation. "I know her too. Why don't I tell her? Why don't you stay here and give me a massage? I'm very rich, you massage me, I can give you all kinds of treasures." "Baby." Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, and then said, "I am a trainer who is challenging the gym, and I have to travel with my elves in the Sea of Stars. It is impossible to stay here for a long time." Wen Yan said. A look of disappointment appeared on Kuailong's face. Lin Jing paused and continued, "However, I will stay in this secret territory for a while. Huge fast dragon, if you want a massage, you can come to me during this time." "Really?" "Of course it's true." The response sounded, and at this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly in Lin Jing's ear. "Your approach won the favor of the giant fast dragon, and you got the affinity treasure box, giant fast dragon." Just when the system prompt sounded. "Front." The huge fast dragon said, "Wait for me." After saying that, its dragon wings unfolded, and the wind whistled, and it climbed high into the sky again. The fast dragon is one of the elves with amazing speed. The speed of this huge fast dragon is also appalling. After climbing up the sky, it turned into a stream of light and swept out. "Where is it going?" Lin Jing blinked. I didn't expect that the power of the royal dragon would have such an effect. As his thoughts flickered, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly and suddenly fell in front of him. Only see. Ahead, because of the huge weight of the huge fast dragon, cracks were formed, and even some collapsed ground. At this moment, the brilliance is constantly condensing. Lin Jing was already familiar with this scene. That's the process of the treasure chest condensing. After a while, a radiant treasure chest took shape. Lin Jing did not hesitate and chose to pick it up. "You successfully picked up the elf treasure chest, huge dragon." Sure enough, it's because of the treasure chest generated by this fast dragon. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Awakening the treasure chest system, and as time passed, he became more and more familiar with the treasure chest system. In theory, any elf may trigger the formation of the treasure chest. However, the stronger the elves, the higher the probability of triggering the treasure chest. This gigantic fast dragon looks easy to talk, but its strength should never be underestimated. The fast dragon itself is a quasi-god elf, not to mention, With the huge size of this fast dragon and the accumulation of countless years, Lin Jing has no doubt that it has the qualifications to fight against some weaker divine beasts. And now, the successive birth of Affinity Treasure Box and Elf Treasure Box also confirmed Lin Jing's speculation. In a flash of thought, the treasure chest interface appeared. Lin Jing did not hesitate, and immediately chose to open it. Open black lens bracket Affinity Treasure Chest close black lens bracket. You have obtained a special buff, the favor of the giant fast dragon. Introduction. Your power to control the dragon has attracted the attention of the giant fast dragon. Your frankness and massage have a certain probability of being rewarded by the giant fast dragon. Return. Lin Jing was thoughtful. He looked at another treasure chest. The elf treasure chest of the giant fast dragon. You have acquired the skill, Dragon God Dive. You have acquired the skill, Reverse Scale. You have acquired qualification transformation, Fast Dragon Gene. 3 rewards. Arouse the goodwill of the giant fast dragon. When the giant fast dragon arrives, use the power of the dragon to it. 2 skills that can be learned in one go. Dragon God Swoops. Reverse Scale. 2 quite powerful dragon skills. Dragon God Dives. If the giant fast dragon displays this skill, then how terrifying power can it burst out? Fang Lu Shark was beside him, and Lin Jing directly used the reward, allowing Fang Lu Shark to quickly understand these 2 skills subsequently. Lin Jing looked at the last reward. Qualification Transformation, Giant Fast Dragon Gene. Introduction. Because of the special mutation, the giant fast dragon has an unparalleled size. Now, you have obtained a special fast dragon gene, which can be used on the dragon elves. After the dragon elves use it, they will gain the potential characteristics of growth in size. When the strength level increases, the body size will increase, and the defense, attack, and speed will be enhanced in all aspects. This. So strong, improved in all aspects. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The thoughts flowed in his heart, and at this moment, he suddenly thought of an elf. Bite the land shark fiercely. Sharona's fierce bite of the land shark. That fierce biting land shark has a huge body that far exceeds that of the same clan. The relationship between this huge fast dragon and the Shanao alliance is obviously very deep. Could it be? He frowned slightly, but he wasn't sure about this guess. After all, the chance and fortune of a champion trainer are definitely far beyond the imagination of others. The resources that can increase the size of the elves are not limited to this one. The huge fast dragon gene can only be used on the dragon-type elves, and now, Lin Jing has not hesitated, and immediately used the reward. From the void, faint ripples rippled up, and the brilliance fell and merged into the whole body of the Fang Lu shark. Under Lin Jing's attention, the shape of the fangtooth land shark is rapidly rising, and its power is even greater. After lasting for about a few minutes, Guangwu gradually converged. The fangtooth land shark standing in front of Lin Jing has undergone amazing changes. At this moment, its stature has skyrocketed, at least 3 meters high. The momentum of the dragon-type elf, combined with its growth in size, brings quite a good coercion. The fangtooth land shark bowed his head slightly, and was also looking at his changed self. Lin Jing stared at it and nodded with satisfaction. According to the introduction of Fast Dragon Gene, this is just the beginning. Next, the fangtooth shark will continue to grow, and even after evolution, its size will be even more amazing. Although I can't see that huge fast dragon performing the Dragon God Dive, but in the future, I can see my fangtooth land shark, and even bite the land shark fiercely, and perform the same terrifying blow. With a sigh in his heart, Lin Jing touched the poke ball at his waist. The brilliance flashed. 2 figures appeared in front. One of the figures, after appearing on the stage, jumped into Lin Jing's arms. Ibrahimovic. It was Ibrahimovic. After its leg injury was completely healed, it became more active. All right. After patting Ibrahimovic's head, Lin Jing put it in front of him. In front of you. Three Elves Stand. Toothland Shark, by Kira Ibrahimovic. Because of the change of the Fangtooth Land Shark, Kira and Ibrahimovic looked at the Fangtooth Land Shark curiously from time to time. After Lin Jing coughed lightly, the attention of the three elves was attracted. His expression became more serious, and he said solemnly, "Next, I will start a new round of special training for the three of you. Now, in the gym challenge, with your strength level, you still can't get the chance to play. You must know the strength of the three seniors, so in the next period of time, the protagonists of the battle are the three of you, and strive to improve your strength as much as possible. Is it all clear?" Lin Jing said seriously. Although there is a learning machine, in the case of the gap, these three little guys who joined the team later, undoubtedly opened a certain strength gap with the seniors. There is no doubt that the potential of these three elves is also good. Therefore, after getting the promotion of junior trainer and completing the short-term goal, Lin Jing chose to focus on these three little guys and chose to treat them well. Start special training so that they can keep up with the pace of the army. Hearing Lin Jing's serious voice, the three elves all responded earnestly. You Kira and the Fanglu Shark are the existences that can grow into quasi-god elves. They are belligerent, and naturally they will not refuse to improve themselves. Ibrahimovic and Lin Jing are quite friendly and will not refuse his orders at all, and Ibrahimovic has been coveted by poachers before, and he knows the importance of strength, so he is also full of fighting spirit. In that case, your special training will start from this secret realm. Lin Jing gave an order. After his voice fell. As if feeling something, Lin Jing raised his head and looked at the sky. Only see. The fast dragon walked fast and came back fast, and now the huge figure gliding down from midair, with a deafening roar, it landed not far from Lin Jing. Its big claws are put on the ground. Several special crystals and fruits of unknown function fell on the ground. Lin Jing blinked. Human, this is your reward for giving me a massage just now. After doing all this, Kuailong's dragon wings moved, bringing a howling wind, and took off again. In place, only its sound remained. 073. I will be back again. As soon as the voice fell, the huge body quickly disappeared. Ah, this buff he just obtained from the affinity treasure chest, Lin Jing said softly. Quick dragon, it really comes and goes like the wind. Aside. The attention of the three elves was all attracted by the fruit. Ibrahimovic ran over, and finally picked up a fruit, looked at Lin Jing, and let out a cry. Ibrahimovic. It was a green fruit, and after looking at it, the information emerged. Sand scale fruit. After being swallowed by the elves, it can slightly increase the speed of the elves. Do you want to eat? Eat then. Lin Jing smiled and said. Ibrahimovic snorted and swallowed the fruit in his mouth. Lin Jing walked over. After a careful inspection, he quickly figured out the function of several of the crystals and fruits. Of which, inside the crystal, there is an evolution stone. Fire stone. In addition, the remaining crystals and fruits are all special resources that allow elves to grow to a certain extent, and they are of great value. This huge fast dragon is really generous. It is rumored that dragons like to collect treasures. This fast dragon is most likely the most powerful elf in the entire secret territory. It must have collected a lot of resources. In that case, with the resources provided by the fast dragon, my attention can be completely focused on the special training of the elves. After thinking about it, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the fire stone in his hand. Ibrahimovic has a variety of evolution methods, including evolutionary stone evolution. After Ibrahimovic came into contact with the fire stone, he could evolve into a fire spirit through the influence of its energy. However, after looking at it, Lin Jing put away the fire stone. Ready to leave here, you can exchange it for other resources. The value of evolution stones is quite amazing. Today, he already has the absolute main force of the fire elf, the fire-breathing dragon. Ibrahimovic, there is no need to develop in this direction. Go away. Shouting to the three elves, Lin Jing chose a direction, took the 3 elves, and started the special training thoroughly. In the next time, Lin Jing's actions were fixed. Bring the elves for special combat training. The giant fast dragon is quite punctual and will come once a day. After enjoying the massage of the power of the dragon, it leaves a valuable resource to Lin Jing. And during this time, because of the massage effect of the power of the dragon, the relationship between Lin Jing and the fast dragon has grown by leaps and bounds, triggering the affinity treasure box of the giant fast dragon again. The direct result is that the resource returns brought by the giant fast dragons are getting richer and richer. At this moment, it is noon. In a valley, Lin Jing's command sounded. By Kira, fall rock. When Kira roared, the falling stone was borne in midair and smashed towards the little fire horse on the opposite side. Rock fall hit. The little fire horse's body fell to the ground weakly, and he lost his fighting spirit. Well done by Kira. As soon as the praise sounded, Lin Jing's eyes suddenly narrowed. Look out. A dazzling light rose from Kira's body, covering it. The light of evolution. Under the shroud of the light of evolution, Kira's figure began to change. By Kira, the evolution begins. Chapter 86 The Token of the Huge Fast Dragon, the Fairy Elf, the Friend of the Secret Realm. Under the shroud of the light of evolution, Kira's appearance changed rapidly. After a period of time, the light of evolution dissipated and the evolution was completed. Lin Jing's eyes looked at it, and the Shakira Wisdom Eye skill was activated. Level LV 30. Introduction. Shakira, a bullet Pokemon, is wrapped in a hard shell, with great strength and unexpectedly fast movements. Attribute Rock, Ground. Characteristics Molting. Qualification Quasi-Championship. Currently mastered skills Crash, Stare, Rockfall, Retaliation, Bite, Primal Power, Iron Wall, Rock Collapse, Foot Chopping, Snarling, Evil Wave, Crushing. Shakira. The evolution of Kira. After evolving into Shakira, all aspects of it have grown comprehensively, and it is one step closer to being a true quasi-god elf. The goal in the secret realm is basically achieved. Ibrahimovic, Fangtooth Shark, Shakira, all have grown quite well. Now, it's time to leave. Lin Jing thought to himself. Shakira's father is a Bangira from the Dark Planet. According to the information on the star map, you can go there and see if there is a way to further improve Shakira's aptitude. Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing did not continue to explore the battle, but his mind moved slightly, the light flashed on the Pokeballs, and the Pokemon appeared. Shinado, Gengar, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Ibrahimovic, Fang Shark, Shakira, Tyrannosaurus, Kirby. Except for Darkrai, who usually doesn't show up easily, all the members appear. From the space backpack, he took out camping equipment, and took out various energy cubes. Lin Jing and the elves fell into a rare leisure time. While relaxing, Lin Jing was also waiting. According to the time when the giant fast dragon comes every day, after a while, it is the time for its arrival. A group of elves rested, and after a while, a whistling sound came from the far side of the sky. A giant dragon is here. It threw the resources on its claws to the ground quite skillfully, and then its huge body lay down on the ground, and the ground shook 3 times. Lin Jing shook his head. Without hesitation, the brilliance in his eyes flashed, and he activated the power of the dragon. After these days, he and the giant fast dragon have already formed a tacit understanding. The giant dragon provides resources, and he massages the giant dragon. And Lin Jing found that it may have greatly increased the number of uses of the power of the dragon. This kind of action also has a tempering effect on the power of the dragon itself, so that the effect of the power of the dragon is constantly improving. The power of the royal dragon poured into the body, and the huge fast dragon's large eyes narrowed, revealing a comfortable demeanor. After a period of time, Lin Jing stopped the power of the dragon. The huge fast dragon slowly got up, stretched slowly, and immediately prepared to leave. But at this moment, Lin Jing's voice sounded. Quick dragon. Hearing Lin Jing's voice, the huge fast dragon turned his eyes and looked over. Lin Jing's expression was calm and he said, I'm leaving. The purpose of my coming to the secret realm has been achieved. Today is the last time I will stay here. Next, I will leave the secret realm. Leave. Was a thoughtful look on the face of the huge fast dragon. Will you come back? It's possible to come back. Lin Jing replied, however, I probably won't return in a short time, because there are still many things waiting for me to deal with. Wen Yan. The huge fast dragon's face turned bitter. The power of the royal dragon has improved the dragon-type elves, and at the same time, it will make the dragon-type elves feel quite comfortable. During this period of time, the giant fast dragon is obviously familiar with this feeling. It was silent for a moment, then said, Human, wait here for a moment. As the wind howled, the body of the huge fast dragon disappeared. Lin Jing waited in place. The speed of the fast dragon was astonishing, and in just a few minutes, it turned back again. This time, it didn't land, and when the dragon wings were unfolded, it seemed to cover the sky and the sun, hanging in the air. In its dragon claws, it was holding a spar-shaped object. Now, when the huge fast dragon claws hovering in midair loosened, the spar fell from the sky. Human. The huge fast dragon didn't seem to want to face the fact that Lin Jing was about to leave. When he released the spar, its voice came from afar, resounding through the world. When you need my help, put the power of the dragon into this spar. The moment after speaking, the gust of wind blew up, and the huge fast dragon turned into a stream of light and swept into the distance. The spar fell from the sky. Lin Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the superpower activated, wrapped the spar, and floated in front of him. Looking at the line of sight, the introduction information of the system emerges. Open black lens bracket. The token of the giant fast dragon. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. Because of your relationship with the giant fast dragon, it has left you a token. When you need its help, input the power of the dragon into the spar, and there may be unexpected effects. Note: the token can only withstand the influx of dragon power once. This spar is rhombus-shaped, and inside the spar, vaguely, there is a figure of a fast dragon. What an unexpected effect! Lin Jing said softly. The fast dragon itself is a quasi-god elf, and the power of an elves like the giant fast dragon is probably not inferior to some divine beasts. Its ability is already quite special. Just when Lin Jing looked at the spar, in front of Ibrahimovich's cry sounded. Ibrahimovich. Little Ibrahimovich came to Lin Jing's leg, rubbed against Lin Jing, and looked at the far side of the sky again. Ibrahimovich, you are still wondering if it is. Over the past few days, the huge fast dragon has visited every day, and he has become familiar with several elves in Lin Jing. The giant dragon has a friendly attitude towards the elves, so it has a good relationship with them. Hearing Lin Jing's question, Ibrahimovich nodded. Lin Jing leaned down and stroked Ibrahimovich's head. It's okay, I'll see that big guy again in the future. Under the caress of Lin Jing, Ibrahimovich narrowed his eyes comfortably, and took the initiative to rub his head. Lin Jing smiled slightly. Ibrahimovich is undoubtedly the pistachio in the team, very cute, a little naughty, but not annoying. The other elves in the team like it very much. Seeing this little guy's injured and cowardly appearance from the very beginning become so lively, Lin Jing was also happy for it. Just when Lin Jing was thinking. Right at this moment. Around Ibrahimovich, who was gently stroked by him, brilliance rose from his body. This is. Lin Jing withdrew his hand. That is the light of evolution. Seeing the light of Ibrahimovich's evolution emerge, Lin Jing did not appear surprised, but whispered. Ibrahimovich has a total of 8 evolutionary directions. Fire elemental fire spirit. The water type sun spirit. Lightning type thunder spirit. Grass type leaf fairy. The super powerful sun spirit. Has intimacy finally met the requirements? Evil moon elf. ice elemental ice spirit, and a fairy spirit with fairy attributes. Among them, water, thunder, fire, and ice can all be evolved through evolution stones with related attributes. The sun elves and evil elves, on the other hand, completed their evolution according to the difference in intimacy and the influence of day or night. The ultimate fairy elf needs not only the influence of intimacy, but also Ibrahimovich's mastery of fairy skills. After obtaining the fire stone, Lin Jing once seriously thought about the evolution direction of Ibrahimovich. With the growth of Ibrahimovich and the self-comprehension of the fairy-type skill of round pupil, Lin Jing's choice of the evolution direction of Ibrahimovich has been determined. Fairy type, fairy. Shinado also has the attributes of the fairy type, but it is more specialized, undoubtedly, the ability of the superpower type, and the fairy type can only be used as an auxiliary. And the fairy elves of the fairy system can undoubtedly develop comprehensively in this area. The main thing is, among Ibrahimovich's 8 evolutionary directions, Lin Jing's favorite is also the fairy elf. Fairy elves that are fully suppressed for dragon elves are also quite worthy of cultivation. The light of evolution continued, and inside, the appearance of Ibrahimovich gradually changed. When the light of evolution converges, the fairy appears. Its body is mainly white, and the ear and other parts are pink, and the ends of the fluttering ribbon tentacles are beautiful blue. Fairy elf. This is a very good existence regardless of appearance or strength. Seeing the successful evolution of the fairy elf, there was a hint of relief in Lin Jing's eyes. The intimacy between him and the unevolved Ibrahimovich has grown rapidly. After all, Lin Jing has saved his life. After entering the secret realm, they fought side by side to increase the intimacy rapidly. Now, it has finally reached the requirements of evolution. After the fairy elf's evolution was completed, he first looked down at his evolved appearance, then let out a cheerful cry, and jumped straight into Lin Jing's arms. Compared to the Ibrahimovich period, its size has grown a lot. However, after all, Lin Jing has experienced many physical enhancements, and firmly holds it in his arms. The fairy elf comfortably rubbed her head against Lin Jing's cheek, and the ribbon-like tentacles wrapped around Lin Jing's arm, showing intimacy. All right. In a flash of thought, Lin Jing's discerning eye ability was activated, and the situation after evolution came into his eyes. As a trainer, you must always grasp the growth of elves. Information emerges. Open black lens bracket fairy elf close black lens bracket. Level LV29. Introduction. Fairy elf will wrap around the trainer's arm with ribbon-like tentacles. Because as long as you touch it, you can know the other person's mood. Attribute. Fairy. Characteristics. Charming body, goblin skin. Qualification. Heavenly king. Current mastery skills. Desire, help, scream, crash, tail wagging, sand shaking, lightning flash, wish, charming voice, receiving the baton, imitation, dream makeup, dangerous clash, round pupil, high-speed star, light wall. Lin Jing's eyes swept away. The hidden properties of fairy skin. This is really called the nemesis of the dragon system. The fairy skin feature is a hidden feature that some fairies may have. Fairies with such hidden characteristics will become fairy-type moves when they use ordinary skills, and their damage will be increased. The dragon-type elves were originally restrained by the fairy elves. With such hidden characteristics, the figure of the fairy elves stepping on the dragon type has already appeared in Lin Jing's mind. Thoughts flowed in my mind. Ibrahimovich likes giant fast dragons so much, could it be? He joked in his heart, and his eyes became more serious. At this moment, in the treasure box system, a reward that has never been used is used. Dream God, Cresselia's exclusive skill of the beast, Crescent Dance. As early as when he initially conquered Ibrahimovich, he had the idea of letting Ibrahimovich learn this skill. And now, he even had more guesses. My understanding of Crescent Dance is through game information from previous lives. But actually, how powerful is Cresselia as a beautiful dream god, a beast spirit, and what kind of spirit can it heal to make it fall into a state of serious injury? It's obviously a near impossible thing to do. Perhaps, this crescent dance skill is more based on the injury of the person being treated, causing damage to itself. As his thoughts turned around, Lin Jing tried to use the reward. Can be used. This means that the fairies of the fairy system can learn the new moon dance of the super energy system. Many skills of the fairy system have auxiliary functions, so that the fairy elves can learn and temporarily stay in the auxiliary position. When facing the dragon elves, it can also perform a thunder strike. As his thoughts flashed, Lin Jing did not hesitate to use the divine beast skill fragment. At this moment, in the sky above the fairy elf, a crescent moon phantom appeared. Within the crescent moon, there seems to be a beautiful figure that is constantly dancing. The brilliance poured into the fairy elf's body, its eyes narrowed slightly, and it quickly understood the key. After a few minutes, brightness converges. Fairy elf has already mastered the new moon dance skill. It jumped out of Lin Jing's arms, stepping out step by step. The movements seemed to become more elegant. Fairy elf, how are you? Lin Jing asked, do you think that using this skill you just learned will consume a lot of money for you? Heard. Fairy elf shook his head. It's not big. Lin Jing breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this skill in reality does not have such serious side effects. With a slight thought, the wisdom eye skill was activated again. The information of the fairy spirit emerges. It has successfully mastered Crescent Moon Dance, and Lin Jing's eyes swept away and fixed on one line of information. Qualification. At this moment, the list of qualifications has changed dramatically. Qualification Quasi-Championship. From the Heavenly King level to the Quasi-Champion level. It seems that, as I guessed in the past, learning and comprehending the skills of divine beasts will not only gain the abilities of divine beasts, but also improve all aspects. If you can harvest more fragments of divine beast skills, or even form a truly complete divine beast skill, then the improvement of elves will undoubtedly be quite amazing. The thoughts in my heart turned. Lin Jing breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the elves around him. Let's go, It's time to leave too. In a flash of brilliance, the elves returned to the Pokeball. The fire-breathing dragon stayed outside, carrying Lin Jing and heading towards the exit of the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm is located at the edge of the secret realm. After arriving here, Lin Jing's eyes immediately fell on the exit of Jiao Hao. There is a treasure chest. Unexpectedly, before leaving, there was still an unexpected harvest. Lin Jing chose to pick up the treasure chest, and then stepped into the secret exit. In the ear, the system prompt sounded. You successfully picked up the special area treasure box, Celebration Secret Realm. Leaving from the secret territory, Lin Jing was able to leave after exploring the machines in the clock tower and making sure that no elves were captured in the secret territory. He didn't stop at Celebration Star any longer, set foot on the Nightmare God, and chose to set off again. The Nightmare God climbed into the sky and gradually sailed into the sea of stars. Lin Jing stood in the cockpit and looked at the star map in front of him. It was the star map that recorded the location of the dark planet. Today, in addition to the dark planet star map, there is also the normal Shanao star map on the screen. In the comparison between the two, Lin Jing nodded slightly and said to himself, follow this route, you can also challenge the next gym, and then you can drop by to find the location of the dark planet. Dark planet, dark power, I don't know what the real source is, and whether it can improve Shakira. Thoughts turn around. The Nightmare God established its direction in the Xinghai and moved quickly. Lin Jing's mind moved slightly, and the treasure chest interface appeared. Under his control, the treasure chest of Celebration Secret that he just picked up was quickly opened. You have obtained Space Debris X1. You have obtained a special title, Friends of the Secret Realm. Just 2 rewards. Lin Jing looked at the detailed information. Open black lens bracket Friends of the Secret Realm close black lens bracket. Introduction. The special title is formed because when you first explored the secret realm, you became friends with the strongest creatures in the secret realm. Wearing the title of Friend of the Secret Realm, you will not be judged as an enemy by the local creatures in the secret realm when you enter the secret realm for the first time. Is it created because of my friendship with the giant fast dragon? Manaphy's title of King of PY, why does it tend to move closer to me? He looked at another reward. Space debris. Introduction. Special space debris with unknown effects. Carrying space debris with you may attract the attention of the god of space. Chapter 87. The unstoppable fangtooth land shark. The powerful breath of the dark planet, the dark Lugia. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the top. God of space. There is no doubt that in the elf world, there is only one elf that can be named the god of space. Palkia. According to human speculation, the secret realm itself is a small space that relies on the existence of the planet, so will you get space debris in the treasure chest? I don't know what the specific role of this space debris is. God of space, Palkia. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed. The two gods of time and space, as long as they don't appear together and meet again, they should be able to communicate. I still have a buff on my body, which can increase the probability of encountering Dialga. I don't know, when will I be able to meet these two divine beasts again? Manaphy, I should know these two elves, but I don't know how the relationship is. Manaphy has to keep working hard, so that I can also benefit from it. Thoughts flipping. Lin Jing's mind moved slightly, and the space debris was taken out. Space debris is a fragmented, transparent object that looks quite strange. After trying to put it into the space backpack, Lin Jing breathed a sigh of relief after finding that it had no effect. Subsequently, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the star map. On the star map, the route of the nightmare god is displayed in real time. The closest human planet. Exactly. Me star. The sea of stars is vast, and there are countless planets. At this moment, it is located in the Shanao star territory, in an interest that is unknown in the depths of the Xinghai. At a glance, the environment of the entire planet is extremely harsh, with volcanoes standing in rows, hot magma spewing, flowing on the ground, forming layers of magma ash. Here, it is almost a forbidden place for humans and elves. In such a harsh environment, and there are no creatures in it, even trainers who are traveling will not choose to enter this place to explore. At this moment, in the middle of the planet, the steepest volcano suddenly trembled slightly. During the tremors, the magma was churning, and cracks appeared on the rock of the volcano. The ground is shaking. After a while, in the terrifying loud noise, the top of the volcano suddenly exploded, the aftermath surged, the magma surged, and a huge figure slowly appeared from it. It seems to have just woken up from a deep sleep, and now it is still a little confused. At this moment, his eyes subconsciously look around. Where is this? How long have I slept? This is. After a short time, it was completely awake. It looked up at the sky. Next moment, in the surging momentum, its figure soared into the sky. If Lin Jing is here, then he can recognize the identity of this figure at a glance. Divine Beast Spirit. Sidalane. After a period of voyage, the nightmare god arrived at Patho. This is already the second time he has come to Emi. 073 last time, I came to Emi to participate in the elf exam. In the Emi star, there is the Emi gym, which is a grass-type gym. Like the curtain gym, the Patho gym does not have any restrictions, and anyone can come to challenge the main dishes of the hall. When the elf exam was over, he was going to challenge the Pathway gym directly, but the owner of the hall was not at Pathway Star at the time. Now, Lin Jing is also a little emotional when he revisits the old place. The time to leave is not short, but under all kinds of encounters, his strength has changed compared to when he left Emi at that time. When the nightmare god arrived at Emi, it was already late at night, and the Emi gym was closed. Lin Jing chose the elf center near the Beidai gym. After showing the Chanel First Class badge, he received the highest level of treatment, feasted at the elf center, and then settled in the highest level room. Several elves have also recovered well. The next day. Early morning. Lin Jing stopped at the front of the Pathway Gym. The Pathway Gym covers a huge area, and looks like a more common battle arena, but on the walls of the gym, there are many vine-climbing plants, which look vibrant. Now, after approaching, the sound of skills colliding in the gym came to the outside. Lin Jing did not hesitate, and entered it first. After entering it, Lin Jing walked towards an empty reception desk. Behind the front desk, the busy staff saw his figure and said, "Hello, trainer, did you come to Beidai Gym to challenge the owner?" Lin Jing did not wait for a response. The opposite side, the staff at the front desk narrowed their eyes and said, "Lin Jing. Are you a Lin Jing trainer?" Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and nodded. After the elf exam, his reputation spread in the Shanao Star territory, and he had a certain reputation. Not to mention, here is Beidaisheng, which is the place where the fairy exam is held, and the popularity is the highest. It is normal that there are people who know him here. Seeing Lin Jing's head, the staff quickly said, "Lin Jing trainer, are you here to challenge the gym?" Lin Jing responded, "Wait a minute." After taking Lin Jing's elf picture book and scanning it with a computer, she returned the picture book to Lin Jing. "The registration has been completed. You came very early. Now go to the opposing battlefield, wait for a while, and then you can start the gym challenge." "Thank you." Lin Jing responded. The staff hesitated for a while, and then said, "Lin Jing trainer, I went to the scene to watch the second stage of the elf exam. I like you very much. Can you give me an autograph?" Hearing this, Lin Jing smiled. "Of course." After a few greetings at the front desk, the staff in the gym led Lin Jing to the battlefield. As a grass-type gym, there are various green plants around the battlefield here, full of vitality. Lin Jing stood at one end of the opposing battlefield, waiting quietly. Soon, a soft voice sounded. "You are the Lin Jing trainer who came to challenge." Hearing the sound, Lin Jing looked up. It was a short-haired woman, wearing a green cloak-like shirt on her upper body, and a pair of brown shorts on the lower body. It is the owner of the Pathway Gym, the vegetable seed. Now, seeing Lin Jing raised his head, Kai Zhang said, "I've heard of you. Although I wasn't in EMI when I took the elf exam, I still heard a lot of news about you. Looking through all the elf meeting exams, you have shown a crushing trend, and you are the only trainer who has almost never fallen behind. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. Compared to other trainers, the fairy test is being held at EMI, and as the owner of EMI, he naturally knows something about it." Hearing her praise, Lin Jing nodded slightly and said, "The owner of the vegetable garden." Kaizi walked to the other end of the opposing battlefield, and said as he walked, "The general gym challenge rules are adopted for the battle rules. The number of elves that can be dispatched is 3 for a 1v1 battle." "It's all right." Lin Jing shook his head. Kaizi walked to the podium, and his eyes gradually sharpened. "Since this is the case, battle begins." The voice fell, the pokeball in her hand flashed, and a figure appeared at the front. It was an elf that looked more like a turtle, with a brown abdomen and an emerald green back. Above the turtle shell, it was carrying a large tree. Turtles. Grass and ground attributes. After the two-eyed turtle appeared, Kaizi looked at Lin Jing and said, "Release your elf." Lin Jing never hesitated. At this moment, the pokeball is held in the hand, and the Pokemon appears. At the moment of his debut, Kaizi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said softly, "The size of this elf." In front of Lin Jing. It is the sharp-toothed land shark. At the moment of his debut, the sharp-toothed land shark's eyes sharpened, his power spread, and he looked at his opponent. In terms of attribute restraint, sending a fire-type fire-breathing dragon is undoubtedly a better choice. However, for Lin Jing, the gym challenge is not only for obtaining gym badges, but also for sharpening his elves. During the period of fighting and training in the secret territory, Fang Lu Shark's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he is already qualified to challenge the gym. Tutai Turtle, the opponent looks good in combat, but don't be careless. Hearing the sound of the vegetable seeds, the Tutai Turtle moved its legs and lowered its body a little. The battle begins. Vegetables, voice fell, his expression became solemn, and his voice sounded again. Tutai Turtle, flying leaf knife. At the same time. Lin Jing's voice also sounded at the same time. The Fangtooth Land Shark, the Dragon God swoops. Dragon God swoops. Powerful skills obtained from the giant dragon's elf treasure chest. After the fast dragon gene obtained by the Fangtooth Land Shark, the power of this skill has become more terrifying after the body size has grown. As a powerful quasi-god elf, the Dragon Plus ground super defensive ability, and the frontal shock is exactly the battle plan Lin Jing made for the Fang Lu Shark. At this moment, the sharp-toothed land shark's eyes were sharp, and it rushed towards the Tutai Turtle. It's extremely fast. After getting the fast dragon gene, it has been comprehensively improved. Halfway through the sprint, its legs jumped up, and with the help of its strong body, it jumped into the air, and the dragon-type energy gathered around it, giving birth to layers of faint rays of light. With the help of the fins, the Fangtooth Land Shark took a dive and slammed into the Earth Turtle. The flying leaf knife took shape, making a piercing sound in midair, and attacked the Fangtooth Land Shark. The flying knives constructed of grass-type energies melted and shattered when they hit the brilliance around the fanged land shark. Fangtooth CGFE Land Shark's defense ability is extremely strong. This is not only from itself, but also because of the armor of time on it. In the blink of an eye, the Fangtooth Land Shark broke through the attack of the flying leaf knife and swooped into the body of the Tutai Turtle. Sip. A dull sound came out. Under the strong impact, the body of the Tutai Turtle was lifted up and flipped several times towards the rear on the ring. Vegetable Seed's expression was serious. Fang Lu Shark used an extremely fierce attack from the very beginning, which exceeded her expectations, and now quickly said, Tutai Turtle, Vine Whip, restrict its movements. On the back of the Tutai Turtle, two stout vine whips flew out and attacked the Fangtooth Land Shark. Dragon Claw. Lin Jing's voice sounded. The Fangtooth Land Shark approached the opponent, and then used the split. The vine whip flew by. The Fangtooth Land Shark stepped forward, and the dragon claws raised a sharp color, facing the attacking vine whip, and suddenly slashed. In midair, a sword light flashed. The attacking vine whip was directly cut off. The Fangtooth Land Shark rushed forward at a speed and attacked the Tutai Turtle. Tutai Turtle, Seed Machine Gun. The Fangtooth Land Shark, the Wave of the Dragon. In front of the Tutai Turtle, the grass-type energy surged, and the seed machine gun was fired. On the way of the Fangtooth Land Shark, the Wave of the Dragon is activated. During the collision of skills, dragon-type energy and grass-type energy collided and exploded in midair. Taking advantage of this moment, the Fangtooth Land Shark has already rushed to the front of the Tutai Turtle. The arms are raised, and the dragon claws are swung down. Split. The voice of the grass seed came out. Tube Turtle, retract into its shell. At this moment, while the dragon claws of the Fangtooth Land Shark fell, the body of the Earth Turtle shrank into its shell. The dragon claws fell down and hit the top of the turtle shell. After the tortoise is fully retracted into its shell, its defense is greatly increased. However, the huge size of the Fangtooth Land Shark makes its attack power also quite amazing. As the dragon claws fell, a dull voice came out. In front of the powerful force of the Fangtooth Land Shark, the tortoise shell of the Tutai Turtle suddenly turned towards the opposite end of the battlefield under the action of strong inertia. The Fangtooth Land Shark, the Dragon God swoops. Lin Jing's voice sounded again. At this moment, the body of the Fangtooth Land Shark was shot, and the Dragon God dived again. It chased away and directly hit the body of the Tutai Turtle again. The defensive ability of the Tutai Turtle is indeed far superior to other elves. However, under the impact of the dragon god's dive, it spun and rushed out again. During the rotation, its body emerges from the shell. Under the successive attacks, even with the tortoise shell as a defense, the two-eyed turtle couldn't support it completely. After losing consciousness, it appeared unconsciously from the tortoise shell. The fangtooth shark. When looking at the earth turtle that was still spinning, Kaizi frowned, took out the poke ball, and put it back. She didn't say much. Another elf had appeared. The second elf sent by vegetable seeds was a Rose Rado. Compared to two-eyed turtles, this battle was much simpler and faster. In the face of the super defense of the fangtooth land shark, Rose Riador's attack does not pose any threat at all, and Rose Riador itself is not an elves that are good at defense. After the special training in the secret territory, the fangtooth land shark has increased its level and strength, and has also begun to show its terrifying side. The third elf released by the vegetable seeds is a sunflower monster. The result of the battle was similar to that of the second battle. The Fang Lu shark completed this gym challenge with unstoppable momentum. After a brief exchange with Kaizi, Lin Jing obtained the forest badge and left the pathway gym. So far. The fourth gym badge, get it? After leaving the pathway gym, Lin Jing looked back and looked at the patho gym at the back. The ability of the fangtooth land shark has been perfectly reflected in this battle. Earth dragons are originally elves with amazing defense capabilities. The fast dragon genes are combined with the armor of time to make its defense capabilities reach the pinnacle. The next thing to do is to grow in constant battles until the fangtooth land shark evolves into a real quasi-divine earth dragon and bites the land shark fiercely. At that time, the terrifying combat power of the fierce bite land shark is completely unpredictable. Lin Jing's eyes rose with intense anticipation. There is no doubt that when the true quasi-god elf evolves, it will be time for the fangtooth land shark to transform. Boarding the nightmare god, Lin Jing left from Emmy. According to the star map of the dark planet, the nightmare god deviates from the main route and gradually penetrates into the depths of the star sea. After a period of sailing, looking at the star map, getting closer and closer to the dark planet, Lin Jing's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Shakira can also evolve into a quasi-god elf, and his combat power is strong, so Lin Jing is also very concerned about its improvement. Just then, while the smoke was flowing beside him, Darkrai's figure appeared. At the moment of appearance, its eyes looked into the depths of Shanghai, and looked at the place where the dark planet was. Lin Jing. Darkrai's hoarse voice sounded. In the destination of our trip, there is a strong aura, and we are preparing to leave. Powerful breath. Lin Jing raised his brows and said, Rotom, activate the spacecraft's concealment system and get closer to observe. Then, Lin Jing looked at Darkrai. Darklay, please. Darkrai nodded slightly. At this moment, the Nightmare God's concealment system was activated, and faint ripples rose around the Nightmare God, blocking the exploration. At the same time, as Darkrai's power surged, a layer of smoke shrouded above the Nightmare God, forming a barrier. From the far end, the Nightmare God looked like a junk drifting in the interstellar space. The camouflage was completed, and the Nightmare God followed the route on the star map and approached the dark planet. After reaching a certain distance, through the exploration system of the Nightmare God, the appearance of the dark planet has completely come into view. At first glance, the entire dark planet seems to be assimilated by the black-like ink, and it is extremely inconspicuous in the sea of stars. And as he kept getting closer to the dark planet, Lin Jing frowned slightly. Perhaps the power contained in the dark planet, his superpower, gave him an uncomfortable feeling. Just then, looking in the direction of the dark planet, Lin Jing's expression turned solemn. Darkrai's expression also became serious. Only see. Inside the dark planet, at this moment, a figure flapped its wings and appeared outside the dark planet, seemingly preparing to leave. The moment he looked at it, Lin Jing's expression was serious and his eyes narrowed slightly. This is. It has a black body and no feathers on its wings, but its skin is smooth and without wrinkles. The first time he saw it, Lin Jing recognized its identity and his eyes sank slightly. Lugia. Accurately. It's Dark Lugia. Chapter 88 The Purified Dark Breath. The sky collapses, the terrifying thunder like ink. Dark Lugia. In the elf world, there are some elves who have become dark Pokémon for various reasons. Dark Pokémon has lost its sanity and emotion, and it may launch a violent attack against anyone. Lugia, on the other hand, is a divine beast elf with the title of the sea god. In the original work, the figure of Dark Rocky, Ya also appeared. So, in the interstellar age, what is the reason for the emergence of Dark Lugia? Will it be the source of the power of this dark planet? The thoughts flashed in Lin Jing's mind. By deepening his understanding of the interstellar era, Lin Jing has already understood that some things can be confirmed by the information in the original work. Similarly, there are also some things that are very different from those in the original work. A big deviation, that is the change of the interstellar era. With the built-in concealment system of the Nightmare God, and with the help of Darkrai, the Nightmare God, which was shrouded in smoke, was completely hidden in the sea of stars, and Dark Lugia did not find their existence. Looking at the site, I saw that after leaving the Dark Planet, Dark Lugia's goal seemed to be very clear, and it flew directly towards the depths of the Star Sea. Its figure quickly disappeared. After about half a minute, Darkrai's hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jingxin's heart. It's gone. Hearing this, Lin Jing's eyes sank slightly. Is this dark planet the lair of Dark Lugia? Where is it going now? As the thoughts flashed in his mind, Lin Jing looked at the strange planet-like ink and said, Rotom, head for the dark planet. The purpose of Lin Jing's trip was to explore the dark planet. Now, no matter why Dark Lugia appeared, since this powerful dark sea god has left the dark planet now is the best time to explore it. The departure of Dark Lugia must have greatly reduced the danger of the dark planet. Rotom's response sounded. The Nightmare God is heading for the dark planet. Pass through the atmosphere of the dark planet, the Nightmare God, and enter it completely. Looking around through the porthole, I saw the sky and the earth, filled with gray fog, making the environment of the entire planet extremely complicated. Commanding Rotom, after scanning the ground below, Lin Jing chose a relatively secret and suitable location for the spaceship to park. The Nightmare is parked. Inside, through the various detection systems of the Nightmare God, after confirming that the oxygen and other survival conditions in this planet meet the requirements, the Nightmare God's hatches opened. Lin Jing looked at Darkrai beside him. As the smoke flickered, Darkrai turned into light and returned to the Pokeball. Lin Jing took the elves back to the Pokeball, and after carefully checking the supplies in the space backpack and space ring, he looked solemn and jumped down from the cabin door. He stepped on the ground, looked around, and looked serious. In the interstellar era, trainers travel, explore, go to unknown planets, search for resources, and conquer elves. What a strange and harsh environment, they may encounter them. For Lin Jing, this is undoubtedly his first exploration of an unknown planet in the true sense. The planets he went to before were all traces of human habitation, and even in the ancient stars, there were many human footsteps. In contrast, this dark planet that exists in the depths of the Qinghai has no human footsteps. Lin Jing is very likely to be the first human trainer to set foot here. It seems that no human trainer has come to this planet. I just don't know under what circumstances Yukira's mother, the Dark Banjira, was subdued. Falling on the ground, the brilliance in his eyes flashed, superpower spread, and he sensed the surrounding situation. At the moment when the superpower spread out, Lin Jing frowned slightly. In this space, there is a strange power, and that power makes his superpower quite uncomfortable. Maybe. Is that the power of darkness? Lin Jing thought to himself. After seeing Dark Lugia, he was almost certain that this dark planet must contain great secrets. Also, it should be quite dangerous. However, Lin Jing, who was already growing up, now has a trump card to face danger. The superpower spreads, perceives the surroundings, the rear, and the mimic mode of the nightmare god is activated, and it is integrated with the surrounding environment, and Lin Jing officially begins to explore. After walking for a distance, Lin Jing paused slightly and looked forward. At this moment, he is in a valley. Now, under the perception of superpower, there is a figure in front of him, who is approaching with great strides. In the blink of an eye, the figure has entered the line of sight. The brilliance flashed in the eyes, and the ability of the eye was activated. Open black lens bracket circle bear, dark close black lens bracket. Level LV31. Qualification Elite. The elf in the dark state. At first glance, the body of this circle bear was covered with a faint black smoke, and layers of ripples swayed, its eyes were strangely bloody, and its expression was fierce. At this moment, it also noticed the existence of Lin Jing, and the moment it saw Lin Jing, the blood in its eyes became more and more intense, and while roaring, it strode towards Lin Jing. As soon as Lin Jing touched his waist, an elf appeared in front of him. Shakira. The moment Shakira appeared, Lin Jing's command sounded. Shakira, hit. As a bullet Pokemon, Shakira's body is wrapped in a hard shell, and it is the best weapon in itself. When Lin Jing's command sounded, a powerful airflow spurted out from behind Shakira, and Shakira's figure suddenly rushed forward. The rational emotions of the dark elves were suppressed, and the circle bear was fearless and took the initiative to hit it. After an instant, sip, the two elves collided fiercely. After Shakira evolved, it continued to transform, and it has begun to gradually show some of the demeanor of the quasi-god elf in the future. Now, under the collision, the body of the circle bear took a few steps backwards. Lin Jing did not hesitate, and then shouted, Shakira, rock collapse. At this moment, in the surging energy of the ground system, a rock fell from the sky and smashed hard on the body of the circle bear. Shakira himself also has the qualifications of a quasi-championship, and his attack power is not bad. When the rock fell, the blood in the eyes of the circle bear slowed down, and his body fell weakly to one side, losing his fighting ability. Just after its body fell, Lin Jing's eyes were suddenly fixed on its side. I saw that a treasure chest was slowly taking shape. Without hesitation, Lin Jing chose to pick it up. You have successfully picked up the elf treasure chest, dark circle bear. The brows were slightly raised, the treasure chest interface appeared, and the treasure chest was directly opened. Open black lens bracket. You got the dark breath close black lens bracket. There is only one reward. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the top. Darkness. In the dark planet, there is a very special dark power, which is weakly improved, and there is a certain probability of falling into a state of madness. Only the elves that are compatible with each other can be used. The elves combine the dark atmosphere, which can affect the aptitude. It's almost the same as the dark aura in the treasure chest originally carried by Kira. In this dark planet, is there a chance to directly collect the dark breath by defeating the elves? According to the introduction, this ray of darkness has a relatively weak effect on the improvement of aptitude, but if it accumulates, it can also play a quite amazing role. Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing said, Darkrai. Hearing Lin Jing's call, the figure of Darkrai appeared beside him as the smoke enveloped him. Darkrai was also quite wary of this dark planet, and chose to show up as soon as he heard Lin Jing's voice. At this moment, Lin Jing activates the reward through the treasure box system. The dark breath was taken out by him. Elnith, inside the eyes wrapped in white. In the shape of a wisp of black smoke, at the moment Lin Jing took it out, Shakira's eyes suddenly looked over in front of him. The only thing that was not covered by the hard shell showed a strong expectation. Shakira, as expected, is an elf who is compatible with the dark aura. With a murmur in his heart, Lin Jing looked at Darkrai and said, Darkrai, this is the special power contained in this planet, which can improve Shakira's aptitude. However, there are some negative powers in it. When it merges with the elves, it is possible to make the elves fall into a state of madness. Darkrai, do you have any solutions? In the interstellar era, the abilities and combat power of divine beasts and spirits cannot be guessed. When he first obtained the first ray of darkness, because the value was too low, in Lin Jing's opinion, it was not worth letting Darkrai take a shot. But now, Dark Aura, in the Dark Planet, is very likely to be a renewable resource that can be continuously harvested by him, then its value will be greatly increased. Therefore, Lin Jing sought Darkrai's help. Darkrai's eyes fell on the Dark Aura. It did not ask how Lin Jing was obtained. Starting from the Shikui area, it and Lin Jing have also encountered a lot together, including the time and space gods, the beast spirits such as Cheomung. Darkrai is clear. Lin Jing, this human being. A trainer with many secrets. However, the continuous improvement of the relationship makes it not care about these. Now, his eyes fell on the Dark Aura, and a light flashed in Darkrai's bright emerald green pupils. At this moment, the smoke presented by the Dark Aura trembled violently. In the trembling, there was a faint tinge of blood, which escaped and dissipated between heaven and earth. Lin Jing's eyes looked again, and the system introduction appeared. Dark Breath Purification. Introduction. In the Dark Planet, there is a very special dark power. Only the elves that are compatible with each other can merge and can slightly improve their qualifications. This dark aura has been purified by a powerful existence, and the crazy elements inside are eliminated. After the elves are fused, there will be a certain probability of falling into a state of madness in the battle, but they can maintain the last trace of clarity. Ming can identify the enemy in me. Seemingly sensing the change in the dark aura, the desire in Shakira's eyes grew stronger. Are you in a state of madness in battle? After being purified by Darkrai, the original negative state has now shown a positive performance. Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. Shakira's evolution is exactly Bangira. Bangira itself is quite a crazy and powerful elf. After falling into a state of madness, he can undoubtedly make his combat power soar again. As thoughts flickered, Lin Jing did not hesitate to use his black aura. At this moment, the smoke circulated around Shakira, surrounded by it, and was continuously absorbed by it. On Shakira's hard shell, black marks like ink appeared. The blood in its eyes flashed, and then it regained its clarity. The higher the qualification of the elves, the more difficult it is, and the higher the value of the resources needed. Shakira was already a quasi-champion level aptitude, and the slight increase in the dark aura was obviously not enough to make him qualitatively change, and Lin Jing immediately moved on. Perhaps because of the pervasive power of darkness, Lin Jing tried to release other elves, except for Shakira, who was more compatible with himself, but they all felt uncomfortable. Because of this, Lin Jing was fortunate to use this place as a training ground for Shakira, and let it continue to fight. In the entire Dark Planet, all elves are in a state of darkness. After defeating them, the probability of obtaining a treasure chest is extremely high, but in most of the treasure chests, there is only a reward of darkness. But for Lin Jing, this is enough. After being purified by Darkrai, the dark auras are continuously absorbed by Shakira, the black marks on its hard shell are constantly increasing, its aptitude is constantly improving, and its level record is also increasing under the tempering of battle. For flowers, and under the action of the learning device, other elves have also improved. Alternating day and night. In the Dark Planet, Lin Jing began a new round of promotion. Late at night. In the Dark Planet, the daytime is filled with gray fog, and in the night, the fog is more dense. Lin Jing was in a cave discovered during the day, with a bonfire burning in front of him. One after another elves were released and were swallowing energy cubes. Lin Jing took out the elf picture book, and after a few operations on the top, a map appeared. His elf picture book is an extremely high-level existence, containing various functions. This map is a map constructed after the exploration of this period of time and the scanning of the elf picture book. Above the map, there is also a spaceship marker, not far away. It's the Nightmare God. Through Rotom's control, the Nightmare God maintained a safe distance from Lin Jing. Although Dark Lugia left, he didn't know when he would return. Lin Jing wouldn't try to communicate with a darkened divine beast spirit. That would be extremely stupid. He has long been prepared, and once Dark Lugia returns, once there is danger, he will choose to leave as soon as possible. Now, as the elves finished eating, they returned to Lin Jing's elf ball, and the cave gradually became quiet. Lin Jing leaned against the rock wall, closed his eyes slightly, ready to rest. Just then, boom! There was a deafening roar that seemed like the sky was collapsing, and it suddenly came from nowhere. At the moment when the roar sounded, the ground trembled suddenly, like an earthquake, the rock wall in the cave shattered, and the gravel above fell down. Lin Jing's reaction was extremely fast, and his physique was enough to support his reaction. At the moment when the roar sounded, Lin Jing jumped up and rushed towards the entrance of the cave. 0. Above. The rock shattered and fell towards him. At the same time as dodging, the superpower was activated, and all over Lin Jing, superpower gathered into a barrier, blocking the falling rocks. The peaks are shaking, the ground is cracking. Within a few steps, Lin Jing had already left the cave. After his palm touched his waist, a figure appeared at the front. Charizard. Taking a leap, Lin Jing jumped to the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and the fire-breathing dragon's wings stretched out into the sky. Just as the fire-breathing dragon took off. Rear. With another collapse, the cave was completely buried. Lin Jing stepped on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and looked down. At this time, he was in the middle of the mountains, and there were many peaks. And now, it seems like a large earthquake. The mountain peaks are constantly shaking, cracks appear on the ground, and there are teonkings forming. After a glance, Lin Jing's eyes suddenly condensed. Because he clearly saw that below, the dark elves living in these mountains did not flee because of the earthquake. At this moment, they seemed to have the same goal, and the earthquake was still going on. These bloody dark elves, they were running or flying towards the middle of the mountains at the same time. For the first time, next to the fire-breathing dragon, a flying dark elf passed by, but did not choose to attack. This is... Lin Jing frowned slightly. Just seconds later, another roar sounded. Boom. This is a deafening sound, which can be called a sky-crashing sound. At the moment when the voice sounded, Lin Jing protected himself and the fire-breathing dragon's ears with his superpower, so as not to be affected. The sky collapsed. As if feeling something, Lin Jing's eyes suddenly looked into the mountains. This is a continuous mountain range. At this moment, in the mountain range, the highest peak in the center, accompanied by a shattering roar, slowly uncracked. From the center of the mountain peak, there is a crack spreading, and the entire mountain peak seems to be divided into two halves in one fell swoop. At the moment of cracking, from the inside of the mountain, there was a black torrent that spewed out and swept directly to the sky. That's... Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Dark power. A rather astonishing dark power has erupted here. Could it be that the dark power that pervades this planet is not caused by Dark Lugia, but the planet itself? There is a special place where dark power will erupt every once in a while. Below, countless elves rushed towards the eruption of dark power. For the dark elves, the dark power, which can be called the source of their power, can improve them. The dark elves had no rational emotions, and the outbreak of dark power made them throw away all scruples and rushed away. Countless dark elves gathered, and the ground trembled even more. On the way forward, some elves even fought. Lin Jing glanced at it and saw that it was because of the battle between them that a treasure chest appeared on the ground. This. With a slight movement in his heart, Lin Jing picked up the treasure chest that he could see. He hadn't given it much thought. At this moment, at the far end of the sky, there is the sound of birdsong. The moment the birds chirped. Above the sky, which was already dark at night, thunderclouds gathered. At this moment, under Lin Jing's attention, with the source of the dark power as the center, among the thunderclouds gathering in the sky, there are streaks of jet black sky thunder, falling from the sky, launching an indiscriminate blow to the bottom. There is quite a terrifying power in that jet black tianlei. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the source of the birdsong. There. A figure is spreading its wings. The feathers on its body are like thorns, and there is blood in its eyes. One of the three divine birds. Lightning bird. Precisely. This is the dark lightning bird. Wide. Chapter 89. The second of the three divine birds, the dark world, the torn sky. Thunder falls. The roaring sound continued, and the dark lightning bird started an indiscriminate strike in the entire area. In the roar of thunder, the mountain peaks and gravel, under the bombardment of thunder, were broken one after another, and the environment became more and more bad. Countless elves who rushed towards the source of the dark power also suffered the aftermath and suffered heavy casualties. Lin Jing rode on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Watching this scene from a distance, his thoughts turned sharply. Lightning bird. One of the three divine birds. In the rumors, the three divine birds obeyed the orders of the sea god Lugia. Now, Lugia has already appeared in this dark planet, so it is not surprising that the lightning bird appears. But what is the purpose of releasing such a large-scale attack? Thoughts flicker. The dark lightning bird chirping sounded again. Its body seemed to have turned into jet black lightning, and after an indiscriminate attack, it flew towards the black torrent that spewed out from the inside of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, it has rushed into the dark torrent. That dark torrent, it is the gathering together, the incomparably rich dark power. Under the influence of the dark power, the feathers of the lightning bird, which had turned from golden to black, became darker and darker. It made a somewhat excited chirping sound. No doubt. Through training in the dark power, its power has been enhanced again. And at this moment, at the far end of the sky, another chirping sound came. Lin Jing's eyes looked over for the first time. At a glance, he recognized the identity of the other party. Firebird. The flame bird, one of the three divine birds. There is no doubt that all the elves in this strange planet have been darkened, and the same is true of this flame bird. On the body of the flame bird, a hot flame is burning, but at this moment, the flame has turned into jet black, and it looks very gloomy. The body of the flame bird swept up in the sky, with a clear goal. It was the source of the dark power. At this moment, it seems to have sensed the lightning bird in it. Now, as the bird's beak is open, the hot flame spreads and spreads in the sky. The blood in the lightning bird's eyes flashed, and in the chirping sound, zero chi-chi, thunder burst out. Thunder. Flame. The sky turned into their battlefield, and between the collision of energy, the roar that was almost collapsed sounded again. At a glance, the energy collided, the space trembled slightly, and in mid-air, there were space cracks forming. Among the divine beasts, the three divine birds are not considered outstanding existences. But here is the interstellar age. The elves of the interstellar era were supposed to be far stronger than the original ones. The flame bird and the lightning bird have been enhanced by the power of darkness. Although they fell into a state of darkness, their combat power has also improved. The space is shaking and the energy is bursting. I don't know how many elves have been affected by Chiyu. If it was in a normal state, these two divine beasts might not easily conflict. But in the dark state, they don't think about other things at all. Lin Jing rode on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. In his order, the fire-breathing dragon lowered his body and flew at a low altitude. At this moment, quietly, Darkrai's figure appeared beside him. Darkrai's eyes were fixed on the cracked mountain. Today, the torrent of dark forces is still breaking out. At a glance, the torrent rushed into the sky, then dispersed, and completely integrated into the planet. From Lin Jing's point of view, this dark planet may have become what it is now because of the constant infiltration of this dark torrent. Darklay, what did you find? Lin Jing said. Darkrai's green eyes were bright, and he looked there, and a hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. The source of the power of darkness seems to be connected to another dimension. Darkrai's eyes narrowed slightly. In that space, there doesn't seem to be any living beings, it's just filled with this special power. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Interstellar age, mysterious. All kinds of strange spaces emerge one after another. According to what you mean, this planet, connected to that strange space, created the source of the explosion. With a whisper, Lin Jing's eyes suddenly narrowed. Right now, looking at the site, in the source of the outbreak of dark power, only the special light he can see is rising and gathering. That is the light condensed from the treasure chest. In Lin Jing's line of sight, this light is particularly conspicuous. As the brilliance condensed, after a short while, the treasure box took shape and stagnated in place in the torrent of dark power. When his mind moved slightly, Lin Jing did not hesitate, and immediately chose to pick it up. At this moment, a system prompt appears. Failed to pick up the treasure chest due to the interference of dark forces. Failed to pick up. Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart, and he reacted in an instant. For a long time, the prompts for picking up treasure chests have been marked with, "You have successfully picked them up." Since it is such a prompt, there is naturally a possibility of failure to pick up. At this moment, Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply. This treasure chest is obviously born from the space where the dark power comes from. The effect of the dark power is so amazing, and the value of the treasure chest must be extremely high. In the blink of an eye, he has already made a judgment and said directly, "Fire-breathing dragon, keep your body down, let's get close to some sources. If you want to gain, you have to take risks." And Lin Jing has never been a hesitant person. With a low roar, the fire-breathing dragon swooped, and swept past quickly in the low sky. Darkrai is also located on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and now the smoke around him is stirring a little. Above the sky, the collision of the two divine birds continues. When the thunder and flames clashed, the atmosphere was broken, and the sky turned a strange blood red. This mountain range was already damaged under the impact of the dark torrent, but now, under the aftermath of the collision between the two divine birds, the entire mountain range has been swept away. This planet has also undergone qualitative changes amid the continuous surge of dark power, and is stronger than ordinary planets, otherwise. In this level of battle, the destructive power will be even more terrifying. In the encounter between the dark flame bird and the dark lightning bird, it gradually deviates from the source of the dark power. Under the circumstance of actively concealing his own existence through superpower, Lin Jing stepped on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and quickly approached the dark power that was constantly spewing upward. Just after getting close, at the waist, a Pokeball trembled. It was Shakira's Pokeball. Shakira, apparently sensing the presence of dark forces, had a desire. Lin Jing reached out and grabbed the Pokeball. "Shakira, don't worry." With a whisper, the Pokeball gradually calmed down. At this moment, the black torrent spewed out from the middle of the mountain, at least dozens of meters in width, and the treasure chest was in it. With a solemn expression on his face, Lin Jing said, "Fire-breathing dragon, spraying flames, give me a short shock." Lin Jing's expression was serious. Compared with the power of the source of dark power, Lin Jing today is not worth mentioning. But the flame level of the fire-breathing dragon has been praised by Dakli. Under this premise, Lin Jing believes that his fire-breathing dragon can complete his own ideas. At this moment, the fire-breathing dragon let out a low growl. Then, when the dragon's mouth opened, red golden hot flames spewed out, directly sweeping towards the surging dark power. When the red golden flame strikes, it is in contact with the dark power, and the dark power is rapidly dissolving. The flame of the fire-breathing dragon seems to have formed a certain restraint against the dark power. The moment the thought flashed, Lin Jing did not hesitate, looked at the treasure chest in the torrent, and chose to pick it up. Where the flames passed, the dark power melted, interrupting the obstruction of the dark power. At this moment, the system prompt sounds. You have successfully picked up the special area treasure chest, Dark World. The flames in the fire-breathing dragon's mouth dissipated. The moment the flames dissipated, the torrent of darkness was filled. The treasure chest was picked up successfully. At this moment, Lin Jing didn't have time to check what was inside the treasure chest. Because, under the breath of fire, the dark torrent broke off for a moment, and in this moment, the lightning bird and the flame bird. At the same time, the induction was born. The two divine birds that were constantly battling, now turned abruptly, looked towards here, found Lin Jing, and at the same time they made a harsh chirping sound, and at this moment, they flew towards here at the same time. On the way to fly, the attack has been cast. At this moment, the lightning arc shrouded the entire body of the lightning bird, and the black thunder pierced through the sky, attacking brazenly. The flame bird's beak opened, the fire energy gathered, and the hot jet black flames swept in. Two elves simultaneously launched an attack. At the moment when the two elves moved, on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Darkrai moved. Its body stepped into the air and stopped in front of it. Between its hands, faint ripples rose up, forming a barrier. Flames, thunder, swept in, bombarded the barrier, ripples rippled, the barrier was extremely stable, and there was no damage at all. At the same time, Lin Jing also made some moves. At this moment, his palm touched the top of the Pokeball, light flashed, and a figure appeared beside him. Shinado. At the same time as it appeared, Lin Jing opened his sleeves, and above the super wrist guard, the keystone glowed, resonating with the evolution stone on Shinado's necklace. The light flickered. In this dark planet, a super queen in a black dress appears. In Lin Jing's view, Cheomung is the existence of a first-level god. The nightmare god is not an opponent of Cheomung, which Darkrai himself admitted. But three god birds. In the original work, if you put aside the ridicule of a certain flightless mythical beast, the three divine birds are completely shameful among the divine beasts. To be teased, to be caught. The list goes on. Now, the lightning bird and the flame bird, who really faced the three divine birds, had Darkrai beside him fighting side by side, and Lin Jing did not lack the courage to fight. According to Darkrai's evaluation, among his elves, Shinado and fire-breathing dragon are already qualified to hurt it. Since he can break the defense, it means that he has the minimum qualification to enter the battlefield. At this moment, the brilliance in Lin Jing's eyes flashed, and the superpower was pushed to the extreme, forming an increase for Shinado. In the face of the beast spirit, he has no reservations, and truly shows his full strength. At this moment, the fire-breathing dragon rose up and came to Darkrai's side. Old days. At the intersection of time and space, Darkrai protected Lin Jing and Shinado, and finally successfully left. Now, Lin Jing and Shinado are going to fight together with Darkrai. In the next instant, Darkrai went first, and Lin Jing's command sound followed. Looking around, Darkrai's green pupils burst into incomparably bright colors, facing the two elves that flew over, its arms dancing, in midair, in front of the dark lightning bird. The direction of the line, the black hole is formed. When the unparalleled devouring power struck, the power around Darkrai was shocking, and the lightning bird was unable to resist, and was directly swallowed into the black hole. Darkrai's divine beast exclusive skill. Dark black hole. Next second, the shape of the lightning bird has disappeared in midair. Darkrai realized that Lin Jing was going to fight with it, and now a hoarse voice sounded in Lin Jing's heart. It was trapped in the black hole space by me, solve the other one first. After saying that, Darkrai's figure flashed, and he quickly approached the dark flame bird. At this moment, when Darkrai's right arm was raised, terrifying energy gathered in it, and the shadow ball took shape and cut through the sky. In the forward strike, the space is torn, and the oscillating sound is constant. Between the flames of the flame bird, the flame energy and the shadow ball suddenly collided together. Between the collisions, the energy surged, and the aftermath that swept the entire sky surged out. Darkrai has the upper hand. The shadow ball never melted in the collision, and hit the flame bird fiercely. The flame bird made a painful cry, and the hissing sound became more and more shrill. And at this time, another attack is coming. That's Lin Jing and Shinado. At this moment, standing on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Lin Jing's superpower has been pushed to the extreme, so is Shinado. Zanzi's superpower is shrouded beside them, almost turning into substance. Just as the shadow ball hit, Lin Jing's voice resounded in Shinado's heart at the same time. Shinado, break the spirit. Mind break. Lin Jing knew that in this battle, Darkrai was the absolute main force, and he needed to play a supporting role. Then, the timing of the attack is especially important. Now, the splendid superpowers are gathering, bursting out. Mind break. The exclusive skills of the beasts from Cheomung, and Shinado has fused two fragments. This makes the power of spiritual breaking continue to increase. Now, at the moment when the shadow ball hit the flame bird, revealing a flaw, the spiritual breakthrough followed like a shadow and hit the flame bird again. The flame bird was furious. At this moment, with its shrill cry, with it as the center, the fire energy between heaven and earth seems to be mobilized, and in the fluctuation, at the same time, the fire energy suddenly erupted. At a glance, the flames, in the sky, in the air, on the ground, burned up. The whole area seemed to have turned into a world of flames, burning everywhere, spreading to the moment when the flame bird attacked within sight. Darkrai's figure flashed and returned to Lin Jing. At the same time, Lin Jing and Shinado jointly used the super energy barrier to block the flames that spread around. However, how terrifying is the attack of the beast spirit, the super barrier is quickly consumed by the flames. After Darkrai turned back, smoke rose, blocking the flames from burning. Lin Jing's eyes sank slightly. It's not the way to go on like this. The lightning bird was locked in the black hole space by Darkrai, but it is possible to break the restrictions at any time and return here. Darkrai's combat power is undoubtedly better than that of the flame bird, but it is also a mythical beast elf, the flame bird. It is difficult to be defeated in a very short period of time. There is also a conflict between the lightning bird and the fire bird, but if it is delayed until the lightning bird returns, they may also join forces to attack, and then the scene will gradually become passive. Lin Jing's thoughts flashed rapidly. Today, in front of him, there are two choices. Escape. Or fight. Under the cover of Darkrai, and under the condition that Lightning Bird has not broken through the black hole space, Lin Jing believes that choosing to evacuate now is not a problem. However, escape means that the harvest of this trip is only the special area treasure chest that belongs to the Dark World. Moreover, there has been a conflict with the Flame Bird and the Lightning Bird, which means that in the future, unless there is the strength to defeat them, the Dark Planet has become a forbidden place and cannot come again. The most important thing is that the Lightning Bird and the Flame Bird are not the most powerful combat power in the Dark Planet. Although the Dark Lugia has left, it does not mean that he will not come back in the future. If you miss this opportunity, the future exploration of the Dark World will only become more and more difficult. And stay to fight. There is great danger. But also, Bureau risk, high return. If you can really defeat the two beast spirits in the dark state, that kind of gain. At this moment, in Lin Jing's heart, Darkrai's voice sounded. Lin Jing. Lin Jing suddenly looked at Darkrai. Darkrai's eyes were bright. Looking at Lin Jing, he said hoarsely 5.4, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Lin Jing clenched his fist slightly. Darkrai is usually taciturn, but it is a beast spirit with good wisdom. Lin Jing's thinking entangled at this time, he obviously guessed it. But, as stated in the system introduction, Darkrai, who has regarded Lin Jing as a close friend, will support him no matter what decision he makes. If he chooses to evacuate, it will protect him from leaving. If it chooses to fight, it will move forward decisively and will not hesitate for a moment. At this moment, Lin Jing's fists clenched tightly. He grabbed it from the backpack, and the same item had already fallen into his hand. This is a diamond-shaped spar, with the shadow of a fast dragon faintly flashing inside. A token of the huge fast dragon. Before he left the secret realm, the huge fast dragon was handed over to him. When he needs the help of the huge fast dragon, input the power of the dragon into the token, there will be unexpected effects. While holding the fast dragon token, Lin Jing's other hand held the pendant on his neck. That's the mysterious water drop that Manaphy gave. When needed, call Manaphy's name to the mysterious water drop, and Manaphy will feel it. He will not put Darkrai in danger. Since he is ready to fight, he will use his trump cards to fight happily. The brilliance in his eyes flashed, and the power of the royal dragon was urged. Just then, as if feeling something, Lin Jing stopped, put down the mysterious water drop pendant, and took out the same item from the space backpack again. This is an item that looks like a transparent fragment. Now it is no longer calm, and it is blooming with a faint brilliance. This is space debris. Has it worked? It's too late, it's too soon. Seeing that his attack was blocked by Darkrai, the flame bird became more angry and flew over. At the same time, in Lin Jing's hands, among the faint rays of light from the space debris, a beam of light was projected onto the blood-colored sky. Darkrai, Lin Jing, and even the dark flame bird that rushed forward seemed to have induction, and looked at the sky at the same time. At this moment, in the light of the brilliance, there is a space crack forming rapidly. The sky is torn apart. Chapter 90 Palkia debuts, the mighty power of the god of space, and the treasure chest of mythical beasts X3. Looking around, on the top of the sky, a space crack like an abyss was torn out, which looked quite amazing. Now, Lin Jing's expression became extremely serious. He clearly felt that at the other end of the space crack, there was an unparalleled terrifying aura that was rapidly approaching. Which elf? Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply in his heart. Even if he has super perception, Lin Jing can't describe the power of this breath at all. If we use an analogy, then after many enhancements, Lin Jing's superpower can already be called a clear spring. And the breath that the other party exudes is Wang Yang, the truly boundless Wang Yang. Another side. The flame bird, which was completely eroded by the darkness, felt a sense at the moment when the crack in the space was formed, and glanced at it. However, completely eroded by the darkness, it has picked up reason and emotion, but after a glance, it did not hesitate to attack Lin Jing and Darkrai again. And in this very moment, a figure came slowly from the space crack in the sky. That's... Lin Jing's eyes looked over, his eyes narrowed slightly. Palkia. At this moment, Lin Jing's heart moved, and he suddenly remembered the introduction of space debris. Carrying this space fragment may attract the attention of the god of space. Now, the god of space, Palkia, is here. Because of the position of the space debris, it is in the front position above the forest scene. After Palkia appeared in the crack, she saw the flame bird that was charging towards it. A fierce look flashed across his eyes, Palkia's arm raised, and then suddenly fell. With it as the center, a terrorist attack that can penetrate the space is launched. Yukong slash. In a casual strike, there was a slash that was at least hundreds of meters long, and the space shattered across the sky, and then directly hit the flame bird. In the moment of hitting, the space was tearing, collapsing, and terrifying power erupted, and the flame bird let out a whimper, and at this moment, it fell from midair toward the bottom. When it fell, a faint black smoke rose up around the flame bird. That seems to be the dark power attached to it, and now after being hit hard, part of the dark power is detached. At this moment, on Lin Jing's waist, a Pokeball flickered, and Shakira's figure appeared beside him. In the previous battle between the two divine birds, the surrounding elves were either affected or died. 26. At this moment, with the appearance of Shakira, the dark power spreading from the flame bird seemed to have found a new target and drifted rapidly. Lin Jing's sighed. Darkrai's expression was slightly solemn, and the power was exerted. The dark power floating towards Shakira was blocked by it, purified, and then merged into Shakira's body. Lin Jing didn't care about that. After Palkia appeared, his eyes were fixed on Palkia. Now, with Palkia's casual strike, as the terrifying power erupted, and as the flame bird's body fell towards the bottom, Lin Jing's pupils shrank. This is not the first time he has seen the divine beast show its terrifying power. You know, he has seen the picture of Cheomung destroying the 10,000-meter interstellar spaceship with one blow. But equally shocking. With one blow, the flame bird, which is also a divine beast elf, did not even have the ability to resist, and was directly hit hard. This is that the gap between the first-level gods and other gods and beasts. No. Accurately speaking, this is the first-level god who holds the authority and rules, and the gap between other gods and beasts. Lin Jing's eyes sank slightly. Most of the mythical beasts and elves have no ethnic groups. There is only one. There are also some mythical beasts and elves, and there are ethnic groups. There are also some extremely special existences among the gods and beasts. That is, a special existence that holds the rules and holds the authority. Like Palkia, it has the title of the god of space, and holds the power of space. Perhaps because of this, it is so terrifying. Above the sky. After hitting the flaming bird that offended him, Palkia turned his gaze and looked in the direction of Lin Jing. It looks a little weird. Lin Jing sighed. The dark power spread from the flame bird has been absorbed by Shakira after being purified. Now, facing Palkia's gaze, extremely terrifying pressure came. Darkrai took a step forward, blocked this invisible pressure, and made a defensive trend. Palkia opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something. Just then, it turned its gaze and looked at a place in the sky. There, on the sky where the space was broken, now, a black hole has emerged. Inside the black hole, a figure with a whole body surrounded by thunder struggled out of it. Lightning Bird. It was the lightning bird that was trapped in the black hole by Darkrai at the very beginning of the battle. The lightning bird was surrounded by jet black thunderbolts. It was eroded by the darkness and had no reason at all, not to mention being trapped by the nightmare god Darkrai, which made it even more angry. Now, after leaving the black hole, it almost did not hesitate at all, and the thunder surging all over its body, at this moment, with it as the center, from the sky above, the whereabouts of one after another black sky thunder. Boom 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 boom. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the lightning bird unleashed its terrifying power. Below, with Darkrai's blocking, thunder couldn't cause damage to Lin Jing. Now, Lin Jing turned his head slightly and glanced at Darkrai. If it was Darkrai, who was still fighting with the flame bird, he might not be able to trap the lightning bird for too long. But, under the circumstance that the flame bird had been severely injured by Palkia, the lightning bird, obviously impossible to be trapped for such a short time, appeared again. This looks. It seems that Darkrai took the initiative to release the lightning bird. Now, as the thunder of the lightning bird roared and fell, it also hit Palkia in midair. At the moment when Tianlei approached Palkia, faint ripples rippled around its body, and the falling thunder seemed to melt, as if it was swallowed, and disappeared. This terrifying thunderbolt did not cause any damage to Palkia. But this has successfully angered the god of space. Now, Palkia's figure flashed in midair, and the next moment, it appeared in front of the lightning bird. Lightning bird sensed the enemy appearing in front of him and subconsciously wanted to attack. But it was at this time. Palkia's arm waved, the brilliance shrouded it, and it slammed down towards the lightning bird. Its power erupted outrageously after it struck the lightning bird. Under Lin Jing's gaze, the lightning bird didn't even make any sound, and its figure turned into an afterimage, and it fell fiercely towards the bottom. Boom! The lightning bird's body smashed to the ground, and there was no movement. With the appearance of Palkia. In a very short period of time, the lightning bird and the flame bird were hit hard one after another. Both are divine beasts and elves, but there are differences. Above the sky, Palkia turned her gaze to Lin Jing and Darkrai. At this moment, there was a voice that sounded somewhat illusory, resounding in the hearts of Lin Jing, Darkrai, and other elves. Human. And you, Darkrai. Have I seen you where? Heard. Lin Jing let out a long sigh of relief, calmed the shock in his heart, and said, Palkia, the god of space. Just some time ago, Darkrai and I, when we were traveling through the passage of time and space, strayed into the battlefield between you and Dialga, but you were fighting with Dialga and didn't pay much attention to us. Oh. Palkia showed a flash of memory, nodded slightly and said, when you were fighting against that nasty guy Dialga, your figures did appear. Its gaze swept over Darkrai, over the fire-breathing dragon, over Shinado, and finally, its gaze was fixed on Lin Jing. You. No Manaphy. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Randomly, he nodded and said, Darkrai and I just visited Manaphy's temple not long ago and became good friends with it. It also left me a token. Lin Jing grabbed the mysterious water drop on the pendant, lifted it up, and then said, Palkia, do you know Manaphy too? Facing Lin Jing's delivery with some expectant eyes, Palkia nodded calmly. When not fighting Dialga, Palkia was clearly sober. That little guy is quite annoying. As soon as the words fell, Palkia turned around and looked at the source of the outbreak of dark power. His voice sounded again. The space of this planet is becoming more and more unstable, and changes may occur at any time. Human, take your elves and leave here early. After speaking, its figure flickered, and when it reappeared, it had already come to the sky above the source of dark power. Its right arm pressed down, the space power surged and gathered together to form a strange space magic circle, which quickly fell. The dark forces are being suppressed. In the blink of an eye, the dark torrent that was constantly erupting has disappeared. As Palkia's power spreads, the space cracks in the sky are gradually healing. As the god of space, restoring the broken space is also one of its responsibilities. After doing all this, Palkia glanced at Lin Jing again. Without staying too long, the figure disappeared in a flash. Between heaven and earth. Just calm down. Lin Jing lowered his head slightly, looked at the mysterious water droplets on the pendant, and let out a sigh of relief. Manaphy. It's really reliable. Palkia, the god of space who appeared alone, is indeed an existence that can communicate. But Lin Jing believed that if it wasn't for Manaphy, if it weren't for the token left by Manaphy, then this communication would never have been so easy. The greater possibility is that Darkrai really wants to face the god of space. As expected of the god of PY. Manaphy, come on, as long as you work harder, I can more confidently and boldly contact to find the beast spirit. Sighed. The smoke around Darkrai was surging, and after a while, its hoarse voice sounded. Palkia should have left. It didn't use an affirmative tone. As the god of space, Palkia's use of space power has reached the extreme. Under the cover of space power, unless it wants to actively appear, no one can perceive it and find it. Lin Jing nodded slightly. His eyes turned to the four directions, and there was a strong look of anticipation in his eyes. Everything went more smoothly than expected. The appearance of Palkia made me not even use my trump card, and the harvest. But it was unparalleled and amazing. At this moment, as his mind moved slightly, the silhouettes of elves appeared beside him. Fang Shark, Gengar, Ibrahimovic. And the fire-breathing dragon, Shinado, and Shakira, who were already in the outside world. This battle. In the end, Palkia defeated the flame bird, the lightning bird. But at the front end of the battle, Lin Jing, Darkrai, and Shinado personally participated in the battle. Under the influence of the learning device, each of his main elves benefited from the experience gained from the battle with the beast elves. At a glance, the fangtooth land shark's size has grown again, and Ibrahimovic's hair is even brighter. The battle experience with the beasts and elves is so precious. Under the action of the learning device, they also seem to have personally participated in this battle. Under the influence of their amazing talents, they have benefited and grown. And this, even just the most insignificant part of the harvest. At this moment, Lin Jing's eyes looked towards the far side of the sky. There, a treasure chest radiating bright light is hanging in the air. That was exactly where Palkia had just been. At this moment, when the mind moved slightly, without any force blocking it, the system prompt for the disappearance of the treasure chest appeared. You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest Palkia. Treasure chest from Palkia. At the same time, Lin Jing said, Fire-breathing dragon, take me there. He pointed in a direction. The fire-breathing dragon carried Lin Jing and went quickly. Lin Jing's eyes looked down. Below, on the broken ground, two figures were lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. It is the lightning bird and the flame bird. I don't know if it was intentional or not. After being hit hard by Palkia, they fell closer. At this moment, next to the flame bird and the lightning bird, there are treasure chests formed. Without hesitation, Lin Jing chose to pick it up directly. You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Dark Flame Bird. You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Dark Lightning Bird. 2 mythical beast elf treasure chests. This is quite an amazing gain. Counting Palkia's unexpected joy, in a short period of time, the treasure chests of 3 divine beasts have been obtained one after another, and the improvement it can bring must be quite amazing. Lightning bird and flame bird, there are treasure chests. Is it my luck, or? Lin Jing had a bold guess in his heart. The treasure chest of the beast spirit 077 is random, but after defeating the beast spirit, you will definitely be able to get the other party's treasure chest. Thoughts flashed. Lin Jing pressed the guess to the bottom of his heart. For him now, even with Darkrai's help, this is too far away. As his eyes flowed, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the lightning bird and the flame bird. Under the perception of superpower, these 2 elves still have aura. Apparently. Although Palkia severely wounded them, it did not directly kill them. Palkia obviously has her own ideas, but Lin Jing doesn't know it. Lin Jing's eyes stayed on the 2 divine birds for a moment, then finally shook his head and turned to leave. The beast spirit in a coma. It is impossible to say that there is no heart at all, and this can even be said to be the best time to catch them. However, Lin Jing is quite clear that without the Master Ball, even if he is subdued with a high-level ball, he will never be able to restrain these 2 divine birds. If they are normal, maybe try to communicate. But they are in a dark state, and even the treasure chests of the treasure chest system have certified this. In the dark state, they are completely irrational. Even if they are now included in the Pokeball, once they regain consciousness, they will definitely break free from the Pokeball. Hence the chaos. By then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, there is a more important reason. Lin Jing didn't want to offend Palkia because of this. Fundamentally, the lightning bird and the flame bird were both defeated by Palkia. In this case, if Lin Jing chose to take them away, it would be like taking someone else's booty. No one knew how Palkia would react to this. Compared with the 2 divine birds that were completely uncontrollable and even unable to communicate, Lin Jing felt that the relationship with Palkia, the god of space, was more valuable. Back on the fire-breathing dragon. Just after the forest scene and the fire-breathing dragon left here. Just near the flame bird and the lightning bird, the space was torn, and there was a pair of eyes that looked out from the inside. Its eyes glanced at the lightning bird and the flame bird, then looked at the place where Lin Jing left, and disappeared at random. The space cracks are also gradually healing. Return on a fire-breathing dragon. After returning to the location of Darkrai and other elves, Lin Jing's eyes focused on Shakira for the first time. At this moment, around Shakira, the power of darkness almost turned into a black rainbow, surrounding it. And at this moment, there is a brighter light, shining in its body. This is The light of evolution. Lin Jing's expression became serious. Yukira entered the team later than the Fangtooth land shark, and evolved later than the Fangtooth land shark. However, during this period of time on the Dark Planet, it came to the most suitable growth environment for it. Daily battles can be called transformation. Absorb the purified dark power and let it grow by leaps and bounds, every day. And not long ago, after the flame bird was defeated by Palkia, part of its dark power was scattered and absorbed by Shakira. This is the last step of 100 feet. At this moment, the light of evolution shrouded, inside, its size has undergone earth-shaking changes, growing rapidly. It. About to become a real quasi-god elf. Chapter 91 Tyrant. Dark Bandera, the slate given to Darkrai, the horror boost. Under the fierce battle between the Flame Bird and the Lightning Bird, the surrounding area has long been completely cleared, completely emptied, and very quiet. The gazes of Lin Jing and the elves were all on Shakira's body. Shrouded in the light of evolution, Shakira's aura is rapidly increasing. While its aura is growing, its size is also increasing. Every elf with quasi-god potential has amazing potential in combat power, and when it takes a step towards quasi-god, it will usher in a transformation that can be called qualitative change. The light of evolution continues. The evolution time this time is extraordinarily long. After a few minutes, the light of evolution has gradually weakened and gradually reduced. And at the moment when the light of evolution has not completely dissipated, the roar that resounded between the heavens and the earth has already come from it. Roar. Inside the roar, there is quite an astonishing power. At this moment, Shakira's evolution, the quasi-god Bangira, officially debuts. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the top for the first time. At a glance, Bangira was standing in the same place, not using anything, but the momentum has already spread. The usual Bangira, the color is biased towards green. And his Bangira, perhaps because of the power of darkness, the skin is close to black, and the deep breath permeates, making Bangira a little more mysterious. It is tall, and just standing on the spot brings quite terrifying pressure. The brilliance flashed in his eyes, his eyesight ability was activated, and all the information about Bangira was already in his eyes. Open black lens bracket Dark Bandera, special close black lens bracket. Level IV 55. Introduction Bangira, when it steps with a huge roar, even the mountains will crumble, and the surrounding terrain will change accordingly. This Bangira has undergone a special transformation and has become a dark class. Gila. Attribute Rock, Evil. Characteristics Blowing Sand, Sense of Tension. Qualification Quasi-Overlord. Currently mastered skills Crash, Stare, Stonefall, Tit for Tat, Bite, Raw Power, Iron Wall, Rock Avalanche, Stomping, Harsh Sound, Wave of Evil, Crunch, Earthquake, Sharp Stone Attack, Make a Scene, Sandstorm, Destruction Light, Crazy State. Champion Qualification. There is no doubt that after constantly integrating the dark power, the accumulation of small amounts of money, and after evolving into Bangira, its aptitude finally ushered in a transformation. As his eyes flickered, Lin Jing focused on the skill column. Insane State. Eyes fell on the top, and a more detailed introduction came into my heart. Crazy State. The more excited Dark Bangira is in the battle, the easier it is to enter a crazy state. In a crazy state, it will attack the enemy completely regardless of defense, improve all aspects of attributes, and only maintain the last trace of clarity. Lin Jing frowned slightly. This is that the reason why Bangira has been transformed into a Dark Bangira under the recognition of her discerning ability, but she is still in a special state. After Darkrai's purification, Bangira can use this power to improve, but it will not be completely lost in the darkness. Powerful. Deservedly powerful. When Shakira transformed into a quasi-god elf, its ascension was unimaginable. High risk, high reward. In this dark planet, I have ushered in a transformation of myself. In this moment, connect through the device you carry with you. Soon. The Nightmare God, approaching from the far side of the sky. Lin Jing put the elves into the Pokeball, and then set foot on the Nightmare God. He still clearly remembers that according to Palkia, the space of this planet is no longer stable, and there will be changes at any time, so let him leave as soon as possible. In the Dark Planet, he has already gained immeasurable horror, and the Dark Lucia may return at any time. Under this premise, he will naturally not stay too much on the Dark Planet again. The Nightmare God appeared on the stage, and when the spacecraft engine was started, the Nightmare God quickly took off into the sky. Lin Jing looked down through the porthole. Dark Planet. This trip is not only to achieve the purpose of coming here, but also to exceed expectations. The Nightmare God boarded the sky, left the Dark Planet, and sailed into the Sea of Stars again. Lin Jing went to the battle area inside the spaceship. This is the widest part of the entire spaceship. As the elves grew in size, Bangira, who seemed to have just evolved, could only appear in the battle area inside the spaceship. Nightmare, after all, it's just a small spaceship. But, I didn't expect it to be so fast, and the space inside it was not enough. Lin Jing stepped on the road, his thoughts turned sharply. He wasn't bothered by it. Because now, he is no longer the rookie trainer in the elf meeting. Even if he doesn't mention his own strength, now, he is a first-class medal winner of the Shanao Alliance. With his contribution to the Shanao Alliance and the connection between him and Cheomeng, Lin Jing believes that if he opens his mouth to Sharona, then the Shanao Alliance will definitely prepare an interstellar ship for him that can meet all his requirements. Spaceship. And in Lin Jing's heart, there are deeper thoughts. According to Darkrai, traveling in the Xinghai is not the exclusive ability of the beast elves at all. All elves, when their strength is enough to maintain energy consumption, can also travel in the Sea of Stars. Although the required strength must be quite astonishing, Lin Jing believes that his elf will grow to that point sooner or later. By then, it will no longer be an illusion to control the elves, truly set foot in the Sea of Stars, and cross the stars in the flesh. While thinking all the way, Lin Jing stepped into the battle area. At this moment, when the thought moved slightly, the interface of the treasure chest system appeared. 4 treasure chests with different colors and different brilliance are flashing on the interface. Palkia Mythical Beast Elf Treasure Chest. Dark Flame Bird Mythical Beast Elf Treasure Chest. Dark Lightning Bird Mythical Beast Elf Treasure Chest. Dark World Treasure Chest. After a glance, Lin Jing's eyes first fixed on one of the treasure chests, and he meditated in his heart, and the treasure chest was opened. Dark World Treasure Chest. This is the treasure box he obtained in the Source of Dark Power, and it is because of this treasure box that he had a conflict with the Lightning Bird and the Flame Bird. When the treasure chest was opened, black streamers swept out, and information emerged. You have acquired Qualification Transformation, Dark Baptism. You got the time limit buff, Darkness Comes. You have acquired the skill, Diablo Blast. You have acquired the skill, Malicious Pursuit. Open black lens bracket. You got the item, Evil Face Slate close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You got a special item, Dark Gate close black lens bracket. Lines of information flashed by, and Lin Jing let out a long breath. As the first treasure chest to encounter a failure to pick up, the rewards in the Dark World treasure chest are undoubtedly quite amazing. At this moment, Lin Jing carefully checked the specific information of each reward. Baptism of Darkness. Introduction. Using this reward, you can let the elves who are compatible with each other undergo the purest dark power baptism, so as to transform their qualifications and obtain the most comprehensive improvement. Open black lens bracket. Darkness Comes close black lens bracket. Introduction. Time limited buff, which can summon an explosive torrent of dark power into the body of the elves, so as to improve the elves' combat power to the extreme within a certain period of time. Note: all elves can be used, but the use of non-compatible elves will cause indelible negative effects. Open black lens bracket. Gate of Darkness close black lens bracket. Introduction. Special props. The Door of Darkness, you have touched the darkness, and one day in the future, after the door is opened, darkness. Maybe it will come completely. Lin Jing's eyes swept over. At this moment, without hesitation, he lightly touched the pokeball at his waist. Dark Bangira has appeared. Lin Jing's thoughts moved slightly, and the dark baptism was used. At this moment, a black hole appeared in the sky above Bangira. From the black hole, an extremely exquisite and pure dark force descended and fell rapidly. With Bangira as the center, it even formed a black vortex. Baptism begins. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the top. For the dark power pervading the dark planet, the superpower felt a little uncomfortable, but the dark power surrounding Bangira in front of him did not give him this feeling. Obviously, the pure dark power noted in the system introduction means that this power has been purified, and its negative effects have been eliminated, leaving only the improved effect. The vortex shrouded, the baptism continued. Lin Jing did not hesitate, and used the 2 skills learning opportunities obtained from the treasure chest. Diablo Blast. Malicious Pursuit. 2 evil skills. Among them, Dark Blasting is a very special skill. Normally, only 3 elves can master it in the entire elves world. Zoroha and its evolution, Zoroark. And the legendary elf of the Alola Star region, Lunara. There is no doubt that this is a very powerful skill, and now it has been successfully mastered by Bangira. Baptism is still going on. Lin Jing's eyes turned to other rewards. In the dark portal is a palm-sized door-shaped pendant. The introduction is also quite special. Obviously, it is a prop similar to the previous space-time fragments, and you need to explore the usefulness yourself. Buff of the Coming of Darkness is obviously the same trump card as the power of time and space in the past. In the past, at the intersection of time and space, if it wasn't for the power of time and space, Lin Jing and Shinado would probably not be able to explore the broken time and space at all. It will have a negative impact on elves that don't fit in with each other. It seems that Bangira is the best carrier to cast Darkness tilde. The quasi-god elf, plus Darkness descends. So, what terrifying power can Bangira unleash? Maybe, at that time, a scene like today, Bangira can also show its power. As Lin Jing's thoughts flowed, his eyes fell on the last reward. Evil Slate. It is closely related to Arceus, the creator of the elf world, and involves the evil-looking slate of evil attributes. He has already obtained the Fireball Slate, and the effect of the Fireball Slate is immediate, making the fire-breathing dragon transform and improve again and again. Now, after looking at Bangira, who was baptized in darkness for a moment, Lin Jing withdrew his gaze. Bandera is a spirit of rock plus evil attributes. The evil face slate can give Bangira a certain improvement. However, from Lin Jing's point of view, among his elves, there is undoubtedly an existence that is more suitable for the evil-faced slate. At this moment, Lin Jing opened his mouth slightly and said, "Darklay." As the light flickered, Darkrai's figure appeared not far from Lin Jing's side. Darkrai glanced at Bangira, who was transforming in the dark baptism, and then said, "Lin Jing, what's wrong?" The mind moved slightly. The evil-faced slate fell into his mouth. Lin Jing handed it forward, handed it to Darkrai, and said, "Darklay, here it is for you." Darkrai's eyes were fixed on the evil-faced stone slab. Nightmare God Darkrai. It is an evil spirit. As an evil-faced slate that has a certain connection with the creator god Arceus, Lin Jing believes that the evil-faced slate will also be of great benefit to Darkrai. Even if, because Darkrai is a powerful individual, it may not undergo multiple transformations like a fire-breathing dragon, but the power of the evil-looking slate to increase the evil attribute skills, in the hands of Darkrai, can make evil face the effect of the slate is maximized. Besides, in Lin Jing's heart, Darkrai has always been special. Darkrai is protecting it silently. On the Dark Planet, if it wasn't for Darkrai's strength, Lin Jing would not take risks, let alone such a terrifying harvest. The evil face slate is in front. The smoke lingering around Darkrai seemed to be affected and fluctuated. Its bright green eyes looked at the evil-looking slate, and then hoarsely said, "This slate should give this little guy a pretty good improvement." The little guy in its mouth is naturally Bangira, who is doing the dark baptism on the side. Bangira is constantly improving, and in the future, I will help it continue to grow. In comparison, I think this evil-faced slate is more suitable for you. Only on you can it exert its greatest effect. Lin Jing's eyes were sincere and his tone was serious, and he placed the evil-faced slate directly in front of Darkrai. His relationship with Darkrai continued to improve, but all along, he was using Darkrai's power. Now, he was finally able to pay back. Darkrai's gaze was fixed on the evil-faced stone slab in front of him. It said slightly, "Lin Jing, thank you." Hearing this, Lin Jing smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for?" In front of Darkrai, a black hole emerged, swallowing the evil-faced slate. In front of Lin Jing, after Darkrai appeared, he generally did not hide his breath. Therefore, Lin Jing clearly felt that after the evil-faced slate escaped into the black hole, the smoke around Darkrai's body was obviously more intense, and the breath continued to rise. Evil-faced slate, it really helps Darkrai. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Now, the baptism of darkness is coming to an end. The vortex gradually dissolves, and the black hole above gradually heals. Bangira's appearance has changed again. As it grew in size, its entire body became jet black, with a red scale on its abdomen. The black and red color matching rune makes the pressure brought by Bangira even more terrifying. Wisdom ability is activated again. Lin Jing watched the changes in Bangira. First of all, is the qualification. Now, on the aptitude column, Bangira's aptitude has progressed again, reaching the quasi-overlord level. So far, its aptitude is completely equal to that of Lin Jing's other main elves. Then, among the skills, it has an additional skill called Dark Armor. Armor of Darkness. After absorbing a lot of dark power, Bangira realized a new skill. After casting the Armor of Darkness, Bangira's whole body will be attached with a layer of armor constructed by dark power to enhance the defense ability. Under the influence of the dark armor, the power of evil attribute skills will be increased to a certain extent. Jiao Jiao, tough. Unparalleled strength. Lin Jing looked at the tall, oppressive Bangira, showing satisfaction. There is no doubt that after ushering in this transformation, in Lin Jing's view, at present, Bangira's comprehensive strength, among his elves, is at least in a state of sitting and looking at each other. Purely in terms of comprehensive strength, I am afraid that only Shinado can fight with Lin Jing's superpower blessing. This is a horizontal comparison of combat power, which refers to the combat power that Bangira and Shinado can exert when facing other elves, not the result of the battle between the two elves. After all, Shinado's superpower attributes were severely restrained by Bangira. And Lin Jing's eyes fell on Bangira, and he said in his heart, "Bangira, but the wizard who can also perform Mega." After Mega evolves, if it is combined with the time-sensitive buff of the coming of darkness, what will Bangira's strength reach? Can you battle with God? He temporarily kept this thought in his heart, and a flash of enlightenment flashed in his heart. Bangira's strength has made a leap in a relatively short period of time. This is the charm of the interstellar age. The interstellar space is vast, and in various unknown planets, I don't know how many opportunities there are. Maybe after being found by a trainer, you can take this to the sky. And with the treasure chest system, he is even more blessed in this regard. Come back first, Bangira. Lin Jing reached out the Pokeball and retracted Bangira into it. He whispered to the Pokeball, "Bangira, I will find an opportunity as soon as possible so that you can have a good fight." The evolved Bangira, in the mouth of some trainers, even has the title of Tyrant, obviously not an elf willing to be calm. Eyes flow. Lin Jing looked at the remaining 3 treasure chests, and without hesitation, immediately chose to open the middle treasure chest. Palkia treasure chest. On the dark planet, the scene of Palkia hitting the lightning bird and the flame bird with one blow is still vivid in my mind. As the god of space who truly controls the authority, its treasure chest value is undoubtedly the highest. As the brilliance circulated, Palkia's phantom appeared in the sky, and the treasure chest was opened. Chapter 92 Time and Space Quasi-God. You have obtained the Divine Beast skill fragment, Arch and Slash. You got a special item, Shadow of Warp. You have acquired the skill, Power Gem. You have acquired the skill, Power of the Earth. You have obtained Qualification Transformation, Space Baptism. You have gained Special Influence, Palkia's Favor. Lines of information appear. Lin Jing looked up. Arch and Slash is the exclusive skill of Palkia's Divine Beast. After the terrifying transformation, the Bite Land Shark, Crisis, Galaxy Team. In the battle between Palkia and Dialga, Lin Jing once saw this terrifying blow. This is a truly terrifying space that can tear space apart. If the battlefield at that time was not in the intersection of time and space, then the result was unpredictable. Open black lens bracket Shadow of Warp close black lens bracket. Introduction: a strange phantom hidden in the warp, with some unknown effect. Lin Jing's eyes swept over, his brows slightly raised. Every mythical beast elf involves a lot of secrets. The Shadow of the Warp is obviously a special prop like the Key of Time, and it involves some kind of function. Lin Jing is still looking forward to it. After all, judging from the effect of the Key of Time, the special props obtained by the God of Space should not be inferior to the Key of Time. Open black lens bracket Space Baptism close black lens bracket. Introduction: after obtaining the treasure chest generated by Dialga, you have the opportunity to let the elves accept the baptism of space. The elves who have undergone the baptism of space will undergo special changes. Lin Jing's eyes swept over. An introduction more similar to Baptism of Time. Although Palkia and Dialga have conflicts with each other, and each time they meet, they have to fight each other, but as the two gods of space and time in the same star domain, they are very similar in some aspects. Finally, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the last reward. Palkia's favorable favor. After obtaining Palkia's treasure chest of divine beasts and spirits, you are contaminated with a strange space atmosphere, which will make Palkia have a certain favorable impression of you. When you approach an area with spatial anomalies, your probability of encountering Palkia will increase slightly. Rewards are in sight. It seems that there are not many rewards in the treasure chest of divine beasts, but no matter what kind of reward, take it out, it will make countless people coveted, and countless people yearn for it. The Gem of Power is a rock-type skill that can be mastered by Bangira to enhance its combat power. The power of the earth can let the Fangtooth Land Shark learn. The second attribute of the Fangtooth Land Shark, apart from the dragon, is the ground system. When his mind moved slightly, the light flashed, and the figure of Fang Lu Shark appeared in front of him. In the dark world, it has also grown. Through learning the device, after gaining the experience of fighting against the beast spirit in person, its talent has been touched, so it has grown and become taller. At this moment, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and without hesitation, he directly activated the reward. Space Baptism. The Fangtooth Land Shark can use space for baptism. Lin Jing's expression froze. At this moment, over the Fang Lu Shark, in the void, a space crack appeared. The power of space spreads out from it, keeps falling, and surrounds the body of the fierce Bite Land Shark. Between the circles, the power of these spaces seems to form layers of strange spaces, revolving around the Fangtooth Land Shark. Space Baptism. Officially begin. Lin Jing looked at this scene with a serious expression. After obtaining the treasure chest of divine beasts many times, Lin Jing has gradually become familiar with the rewards in the treasure box of divine beasts. Referring to Dialga's treasure chest, after letting an elf perform space baptism and mastering Palkia's arcane slashing skills, the qualifications will definitely be able to reach the quasi-overlord level. In the eyes of others, this is a terrifying aptitude that is out of reach. As long as it can grow smoothly, then it will definitely be able to leave a name in Shanghai and become a powerful trainer. But for Lin Jing, for him now, even if there is an extra elf with quasi-overlord level qualifications, it will not be able to cause him much improvement. Shinado, Gengar, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Fanged Land Shark, and even Bangir are all quasi-overlord level qualifications. Compared with the choice of another quasi-overlord level, Lin Jing's choice is: let the Fanglu Shark carry out this upgrade and carry out the most extreme transformation. Time and space, time and space. Time and space are inseparable. When the mighty power from Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space, gather on an elf, what will happen to it? At this moment, in front of him, as the baptism of space continued, a faint brilliance flowed around the Fanglu Shark. That is the armor of time. Special skills acquired after experiencing the baptism of time. Now, surrounded by the power of space, the power of space has been integrated into the armor of time of the Fanged Land Shark, and its momentum is steadily improving. At the same time, the shape of the Fangtooth Land Shark is also growing, and the pressure is getting stronger and stronger. It incorporates a huge fast dragon gene, and whenever it grows, its size will grow synchronously, and defense, attack, and speed will be improved in all aspects. At the same time, Lin Jing didn't hesitate to use it as a reward. This skill from the god of space was quickly mastered by the Fangtooth Land Shark while the baptism of space continued. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Lin Jing temporarily retracted his gaze and looked at the interface of the treasure chest system. At this moment, open the remaining 2 treasure chests at the same time. Dark Flame Bird Chest. Dark Lightning Bird Chest. Information prompts appear. You have acquired the skill, Electromagnetic Cannon. You have acquired the skill, Thunder. You have gained special influence, Lugia's attention. You have gained special influence, the attention of the 3 divine birds. You have acquired the skill, Burnout. You have acquired the skill, Flash Charge. You have gained special influence, Lugia's attention. You have gained special influence, the attention of the 3 divine birds. Glancing over, Lin Jing blinked. There is no doubt that the value of the treasure chest of the beast is closely related to the beast itself. Compared with the treasure chest of Palkia 080, the value of the treasure chest of the 3 god birds can be said to be very different. However, thinking of the stance of the flame bird and the lightning bird being slapped to the ground with a single blow, he didn't feel strange. After all, the flame bird and the lightning bird are divine beast spirits that do not even have the exclusive skills of divine beasts. Several skill rewards are quite good, and they are all quite powerful skills. The electromagnetic cannon and thunder are reserved first. After burning out and flashing charge to let the fire-breathing dragon learn, it will definitely increase the fire-breathing dragon's combat power again. As the thoughts turned, Lin Jing's eyes fell on the remaining rewards. It seems that because of the opening of 2 treasure chests one after another, the special influence changed from attention to attention. With a flash of thoughts in his heart, Lin Jing checked them separately. Lugia's attention. Introduction. After you obtain the treasure chest of the Dark Lightning Bird, Lugia, the sea god who governs the 3 divine birds, noticed something, and the 3 divine birds eroded by the darkness attracted its attention, and you welcomed the sea god Lugia of attention. Open black lens bracket. The attention of the 3 divine birds. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. The 3 divine birds are not individuals, but exist in groups. After you picked up the treasure chest of the Dark Lightning Bird, the 3 divine birds who really held the authority noticed something, and you welcomed the 3 divine birds. Attention. Lugia's attention. Introduction. 2 divine birds have been eroded by darkness, which has attracted the attention of sea god Lugia. Sea god Lugia has a high probability of finding you and asking you for the truth. Open black lens bracket. The attention of the 3 divine birds. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. 2 divine birds in succession have been eroded by darkness, which has attracted the attention of the 3 divine birds in authority. The 3 divine birds will have a high probability of finding you and asking you for the truth. Eyes swept across the 4 rewards. Lin Jing sharply extracted the keywords from it. Among the divine beast elves, there are also some divine beast elves, which have ethnic groups and exist from the same race. Lugia, the 3 divine birds, is such a spirit. Lin Jing's attention was focused on the introduction of holding authority. In this way, I am afraid that only one of the beast elves with ethnic groups is the one who truly has the authority of the rules. Sea God Lugia, 3 god birds. They who have mastered the authority of the rules must be much stronger than their peers. According to the introduction, the one who has a high probability to find me is the strongest among Lugia and the 3 divine birds. Lin Jing's expression became more serious. From this point of view, the treasure chest of the dark 3 divine birds is not low in value. Although the rewards obtained in it are far less than those of other divine beast elf treasure chests, it still has subsequent effects and rewards. The Lugia on the dark planet is not an existence that holds authority. If the real sea god Lugia and the 3 god birds find me and learn of the existence of the dark planet. Thinking of this, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. On the dark planet, I'm afraid a great battle will break out. Lugia vs Dark Lugia. 3 divine birds vs Dark 3 divine birds. Even the description of the treasure chest is described with a high probability. It seems that they attach great importance to the compatriots infected by darkness. They just don't know when they will find me. The information of the reward is introduced and collected. Lin Jing did not hesitate to send out elves to use the rewards one by one according to the plan. Except for the 2 skills obtained in the Lightning Bird treasure chest, because he did not temporarily store the electric elemental spirit, all other skill rewards have suitable choices, and let them learn and master. After everything is done, ahead, the space baptism of the Fangtooth land shark has come to an end. At this moment, in the body of the Fangtooth land shark, as the power of space has been continuously integrated into the armor of time, it has undergone amazing changes. At first glance, around the Fangtooth land shark, the faint ripples are constantly circulating, which seems to form a wonderful spatial turbulence. Its breath has undergone great changes. After about a few minutes, space baptism completely over. Before Lin Jing could check the properties of the Fang Lu shark, at this moment, a dazzling light rose from the Fang Lu shark's body. The light of evolution. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed, and then a hint of surprise appeared in his sight. In the dark planet, the Fangtooth shark has also grown. But the conditions for truly evolving a quasi-god elf are undoubtedly extremely high. And now, with the baptism of space and the improvement of the exclusive skills of the beasts, the Fangtooth land shark has continuously transformed and successfully met the evolutionary requirements. This means that it can already start to evolve. Lin Jing is about to welcome his second quasi-god elf. This trip to the dark planet, the rewards, is really amazing. When a quasi-god elf is truly promoted to a quasi-god, its true strength will be fully demonstrated. Under the shroud of the light of evolution, the coercion spread, the momentum of the fierce bite land shark increased, and the size increased. Just a moment later, the light of evolution that bites the land shark is still going on, but at this moment, when the light of the Pokeball flickers, it returns to the Pokeball. Lin Jing blinked. Then, without hesitation, he suddenly shouted, "Rotom, look for the nearest survivable planet." Rotom's response came, and the navigation nightmare turned its direction. The reason why Bite Land Shark stopped evolving and returned to the Pokeball is simple. Under the influence of the dragon gene, its size will increase with growth. Now, the evolution from the sharp-toothed land shark to the fierce-biting land shark, and the transformation to a quasi-god, this kind of growth is extremely terrifying. This makes its body shape, also gave birth to earth-shaking changes. The direct result is that if it continues to evolve, the space in the Nightmare God will not be able to carry its existence at all. Because of this, after realizing all this, Lu Shark temporarily suppressed his evolutionary thoughts and chose to take the initiative to return to the Pokeball. At this moment, the Pokeball was held by Lin Jing, CGFE. Lin Jing strode to the cockpit and looked at the star map. The star map already stored in the Nightmare God recorded the information of all the planets explored in the Shanao star field. After being identified by Rotom, the Nightmare God turned its direction and moved towards the closest to them. The planet of survival moves fast. It was a planet that looked blue steel-colored on the outside. In the turbulent spatial turbulence, a figure is trekking. It's Palkia. At this moment, it seemed to sense something, its eyes narrowed slightly, and it looked into the void. Guandu Star Territory. A space wormhole standing in the sea of stars. At this moment, in front of the wormhole, among the ripples, a figure has appeared. It is Super Dream. With the combination of Shanao Starfield and Guandu Starfield, the plan for Team Rocket has officially begun. As one of the Alliance members, Chao Meng also arrived at the Guandu Star Field and returned to the star field where it was originally born. Standing at the front of the wormhole, his eyes swept away, and Chao Meng's figure had disappeared again. All that was left was its murmur. Team Rocket. Dream. Shanao Star Territory. In the depths of the Star Sea, in an extremely special area. Now. A figure stands in the asteroid belt in the Sea of Stars, and the whole body is swaying with brilliance, and the momentum is rising. At this moment, within the Xinghai, above the figure, the brilliance condensed, and it seemed that a crown-like accessory was constructed. It slowly fell from above and landed on the figure's head. Where it? The crown fell, and then it became transparent and no longer appeared. This figure is quite beautiful, with a light blue body. The decorations on both sides of the head are like crescent moons, and the sides and back are surrounded by pink ring wings. If Lin Jing and Darkrai are here, they must be able to recognize its identity immediately. God of Dreams. Cresselia. It seems to have just completed a transformation, its eyes are tightly closed, and the powerful aura is revealed, and around it, there are dream bubbles that appear one after another. After a long time, Cresselia's breath gradually calmed down, and she slowly opened her eyes. In its eyes, there is a bright brilliance passing by. It opened its mouth slightly, as if talking to itself. A soft and gentle voice resounded in the depths of this star sea. Darkly. I also came to this world, this era. The brilliance flashes. Cresselia's figure has disappeared in place. Under the operation of Rotom, the nightmare is going at full speed. After sailing for a while, the planet in the target is already in sight. The nightmare god set off at full speed, entered the planet, and then landed quickly. It seems that the replacement of a new starship is imminent. Otherwise, the fierce bite land shark can only be locked in the Pokeball during the interstellar voyage. As for the future, the body size of the fierce bite land shark will grow again. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said to himself, at that time, if you bite Lu Shark fiercely, you should be qualified to travel in the interstellar space. The planet that came here on a whim is called SA-012. For basically uninhabited, and there is no special planet inside, Shanao Starfield will not take out a special name for it, but replace it with a number. Now, under the control of Rotom, the nightmare god descended quickly. Through the porthole, the situation below came into view. The entire SA-012 has a special internal geographical environment. Most of the entire planet is covered by a rock wall-like ore surface, and the ground is dark yellow. After finding a flat and open spot, the nightmare god landed. Before it completely fell to the ground, the hatch had already opened, and Lin Jing jumped and landed on the ground. His eyes swept around, and then, he grabbed the Pokeball. The light flashed. The figure of the fangtooth land shark reappeared. Because he actively suppressed the idea of evolution, the fangtooth land shark still maintains its current form. Now, after appearing on the stage, Lin Jing and Fang Lu Shark looked at each other. Nodding at the sight of Lin Jing, Fang Lu Shark no longer hesitated, no longer suppress the idea of evolution. The dazzling light of evolution has risen again. As soon as the light of evolution shined, Lin Jing saw that, under the cover of the light of evolution, the size of the bite land shark was rapidly growing and improving at an extremely terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, its height has at least doubled. For elves with quasi-god potential, the moment they evolve into quasi-gods is the moment when they grow the most. Still growing in size. Under the perception of superpower, Lin Jing can perceive that the momentum of the Fang Lu shark is also increasing at a terrifying speed. The light of evolution continues. This time, the duration of the light of evolution is extraordinarily long. After several minutes of improvement, the light of evolution gradually converges. As the light of evolution converged, instead, what appeared in front of Lin Jing was a figure called a behemoth. At this moment, the height of the fierce bite land shark has come to a very terrifying level. Just standing in place will bring a very terrifying sense of oppression. If it is said that the deity of the huge fast dragon is a big mountain, so at this moment, the body shape of the fierce biting land shark can already be described as mountain. In Lin Jing's memory, he had seen the largest stinging land shark ever, none other than Sharona's stinging land shark. Lin Jing was deeply impressed by the shock and oppression brought by the huge and fierce biting land shark that appeared in the sky during the elf exam. Now, even if his fierce bite land shark is not as big as the other party, it is not far behind. Seemingly aware that Lin Jing was observing him, Lai Bite Lu shark bent down slightly, stretched out his claws, and placed it flat below. Lin Jing jumped up and jumped to the top. As the bite land shark stood upright, the height rose rapidly. At this moment, as if to show it intentionally, a layer of armor that was almost transparent appeared around the body of the fierce bite land shark, which was close to the skin. This is the armor of time. No, to be precise, this should already be the armor of time and space. At a glance, strange colors flashed from time to time on the transparent armor, and there were even more ripples that seemed to be ripples in space. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his wisdom eye ability was activated. Bite land shark, armor of time and space, quasi-god. Level LV 56. Introduction. Bite the land shark fiercely, and fly in the sky at a speed not inferior to that of a jet fighter. The prey being targeted has nowhere to escape. After a bizarre transformation, this fierce biting land shark is far larger than its peers, and it is wrapped in a special protective armor called the space-time armor. Qualification: Overlord. Attribute: Dragon, Ground. Characteristics: Sand hidden, rough skin. Currently mastered skills: Dash, Quicksand Hell, Crash, Shake, Dragon Breath, Stomp, Time Roar, Pseudo Bite, Split, Reverse Scale, Dragon God Dive, Earth Power, Dragon Claw, Dig Cave, Sandstorm, Crash, Wide Area Destruction, Dragon's Wave, Double Cleave, Rock Fall, Yukong Slash, Space-Time Armor. Glancing over, Lin Jing's eyes were first fixed on his qualifications. Overlord level qualification. Among the aptitude ratings of Wisdom Eyes, it is the most advanced and terrifying aptitude rating. Overlord level. In Lin Jing's initial guess, maybe after collecting the fragments of the Divine Beast skills and acquiring the real Divine Beast skills, the elves may be transformed and their aptitudes reach the Overlord level. And now, the treasure chest reward from the space-time gods was used on the quasi-god elves with amazing potential. The wonderful response of the space-time gods made the aptitude of Lai Bite Lu shark qualitatively improved again and came to the Overlord level. This is the first existence among all the elves in Lin Jing who has reached the Overlord level of qualifications, except for Darkrai. With thoughts flashing in his heart, Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the skill column and fell on the armor of time and space. This is precisely the new skill after the transformation of the armor of time after the space baptism. Open black lens bracket armor of time and space close black lens bracket. Introduction. Lai Bite land shark is surrounded by a special layer of space-time armor, which can be controlled by itself, thereby enhancing its own defense. Bite the Land Shark brings a comprehensive increase. Special ability of the Armor of Time and Space. Time-dissolving Bite Blue Shark can control the power of time contained in the Armor of Time and Space, dissolve incoming attack skills, and special energy. Warp Defense Bite Land Shark can control the power of space contained in the Armor of Time and Space, devour incoming attack skills, and special energy. Powerful. Deservedly powerful. Lin Jing's eyes brightened. After experiencing the baptism of time and space, Bite Blue Shark awakened his own unique skills. The Armor of Time and Space. Just from the introduction, Lin Jing can imagine how terrible this skill is. If it is said that time roars, Yukong Slash is the strongest spear in the skills mastered by the fierce Bite Land Shark today. Then, time melts and warp defense is the strongest shield. The power of biting land sharks. As thoughts flickered in his heart, Lin Jing suddenly looked down. Looking around, I saw that under the feet of biting Blue Shark, the treasure chest was formed in the moment of brilliance. Good guy. Evolution chest. Bite the Land Shark triggers the evolution treasure chest. His eyes lit up, and he immediately chose to pick it up. You successfully picked up the evolution treasure chest, Bite Blue Shark. The treasure chest was successfully picked up. Lin Jing did not hesitate at all, and immediately chose to open the treasure chest. You got the Super Evolution Stone, Bite the Land Shark. Open black lens bracket. You have gained the experience of Fierce Bite Land Shark. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained Dragon Wave Fragment X3. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You got Dragon Breath Fragment X3. Close black lens bracket. Similar rewards to other evolution chests. Combat experience and skill fragments are directly used to increase the bite of land sharks. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the Super Evolution Stone. The Super Evolution Stone that bites the land shark. The Bite Land Shark has just ushered in the biggest transformation, and its combat power has surged. Now, with the Super Evolution Stone in hand, what kind of terrifying combat power can the Super Bite Land Shark in the Mega State burst out? Thoughts flashed through his mind. Lin Jing looked at Bite Blue Shark and said, Bite Blue Shark, do you still remember that elf? Heard. A sharp color flashed in Bite Blue Shark's eyes, and he nodded seriously. What Lin Jing said was naturally Sharona's fierce bite of the land shark. At that time, the senior who bit the Blue Shark had no doubt left a deep impression on the round land shark. Bite Blue Shark worked hard, and it also had the influence of that Bite Blue Shark. I still vaguely remember that after the elf exam was over, I wrote a battle book for you in advance. Bite the land shark fiercely, maybe it won't be long before you can fight it head-on. Lin Jing will not underestimate the combat power of a champion trainer. It is related to the belief in the continuous growth of Blue Shark. He is ready to make adequate preparations. Heard. Bite Blue Shark let out a low roar, and there was already a strong fighting intent in his eyes. Let me go. Now, although we can't fight her directly, we need to contact the champion trainer. Bite Blue Shark fiercely and put Lin Jing from his hands on the ground. The elf illustrated book was taken out, the communication interface was opened, and Lin Jing selected Sharona's communication number and sent a communication. After about a few seconds, the communication was connected, and Sharona's beautiful face appeared. Lin Jing. Her expression was serious, with a map behind her, and now she said, what happened? For Lin Jing, Sharona undoubtedly attaches great importance to it. After all, in her opinion, Lin Jing is the link between Cheomeng and Shanao Alliance. Miss Hyerna. Lin Jing said softly, to contact you, I have a personal matter to trouble you. Hearing Lin Jing's words, Sharona's expression relaxed a little, and she said, please speak. I need a bigger ship. Lin Jing directly put forward his own needs, and without waiting for Sharona to ask, he explained directly, my current interstellar spaceship is provided by the Sky Crown Elf Academy, but now, as my elves grow in size, the spaceship in that spaceship space, some not quite enough. Quote. Heard. Sharona's expression became a little more subtle, and she said with some doubts, "The increase in size has led to insufficient space." Lin Jing nodded calmly. Sharona's expression became more subtle. "You must know that the Sky Crown Elf Academy also invited Sharona to the meeting about Lin Jing. Sharona knows the model of the spaceship provided to Lin Jing by the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy, so now she has doubts in her heart. What is the growth of the body size to make the spaceship insufficient?" Lin Jing's observation ability was astonishing, and Sharona's change in expression immediately reflected her doubts. Without hesitation, he turned the camera direction of the elf Pokédex and aimed at the fiercely biting land shark like a hill on one side. In order to include the full picture of the fierce bite of the land shark, Lin Jing deliberately stepped back. The bite land shark will show up in front of other people sooner or later, and Sharona's understanding will allow the Shanao Alliance to provide a more suitable spaceship. Not to mention, even in the elf exam, Lin Jing will not hide his head and show his tail, and dare not show his rare elves, let alone now. The two quasi-god elves have evolved one after another, and Lin Jing's strength has once again improved qualitatively. In the communication screen, the bite land shark appeared. Zyrna, the champion trainer's calm face showed a hint of shock for the first time. "Your round land shark has evolved to bite land sharks fiercely?" she asked quickly. Lin Jing replied, "There are some opportunities that made its growth progress a little bit faster." "Is this some?" Sharona said in her heart. However, thinking of Lin Jing, but as a new trainer who can be connected with the divine beast, Sharona suppressed the waves in her heart, and said, "No accident, in 2 days, you will be able to receive the pickup location for the new spaceship." "Thank you. I'll order it right away." Forest Road. In the screen, Sharona waved her hand and said, "Lin Jing trainer, compared to your contribution to the Shanao Alliance, this is nothing." Heard. Lin Jing still wanted to say something. But, at this moment, Li-biting Lu Shark, who had been standing quietly on one side, seemed to sense something, and suddenly looked to the far side and let out a low roar. "See," Lin Jing said quickly, "Miss Zyrna, my Lu Shark who bites hard seems to have found something. Let's talk about it next time." After speaking, communication was hung up. Shanao Star Territory. In the headquarters of the Elf Alliance, in a combat conference room, Sharona blinked at the hung-up communication. "Lin Jing," she said softly, and then whispered, "It's really a trainer who can bring surprises to people. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, his round land shark has evolved into a fierce bite." Lu Sha, then his strength, is accompanied by her soft voice. At the waist, a pokeball trembled slightly. Sharona patted the pokeball lightly. "Bite the land shark, did you see it too? I remember that you once told me that Lin Jing sent you an invitation to fight for his little guy." The pokeball trembled slightly again. Sharona smiled. "I'm really looking forward to what kind of surprises his fierce bite of land sharks can bring." After speaking, Sharona contacted her assistant through the call facility in the conference room and arranged it. Soon, a document was sent to her, and at the same time, the assistant said, "Miss Sharona, the new spaceship about Lin Jing's trainer has been arranged." Sharona waved her hand and motioned her to leave. She picked up the information in her hand. On this document, it was Lin Jing's battle record in a gym during his travels. Glancing over the battle records, Hyrna's gaze was fixed on one of them. Nightmare God. As the spaceship that Lin Jing will acquire at the Academy named the Nightmare God. Could it be? Sharona's eyes narrowed slightly. She thought of the powerful existence that followed Lin Jing in the mouth of Li-bit Lu Shark. The communication hung up, and Lin Jing looked at Lu Shark. "Bite Lu Shark, what's wrong?" The eyes of the fierce Bite Lu Shark looked straight into the distance, and a low roar came. Living together, growing up, and fighting together, Lin Jing has long understood the meaning of his elves, and after the constant transformation of superpowers, he can understand the meaning of elves. Now, hearing the low roar of Li-bite Lu Shark, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed and he said, "You mean, on this planet, you feel the abnormality of time and space power?" Bite Blue Shark nodded again and again. Hearing this, Lin Jing's expression became serious. After experiencing the baptism of time and space, the fierce bite of the land shark in the armor of time and space is undoubtedly quite sensitive to the perception of time and space power. It feels and can never be wrong. Is it time-space distortion, or what? In a flash of thoughts in his heart, Lin Jing did not hesitate, and immediately said, "Bite Blue Shark fiercely, take me to see it." Whether it is the space-time distortion area, or something else, since it involves the anomaly of space-time power, for Lin Jing, it is worth exploring. At this moment, Bite Blue Shark lowered his body and stuck out his hand. After Lin Jing jumped, he took advantage of his strength to reach the back of Bite Blue Shark. Next moment, biting Blue Shark fiercely, it has already soared into the sky, moving quickly in the direction that he sensed. Its flying speed is already amazing, and after integrating the huge fast dragon gene, it goes even further. In the sky, it almost turned into a streamer. At the same time, Lin Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his superpower was activated, and he began to perceive the four directions. Just after walking some distance. At this moment, Lin Jing's expression changed slightly, and suddenly he said, "Bite Blue Shark, first land Bite Blue Shark to execute the order, and land quickly." Lin Jing's eyes turned to the front, and his expression became serious. After many enhancements, Lin Jing's super perception can already spread quite a long distance. Just now, he sensed the location of the anomaly. But at the same time, he found that there were a lot of people near the place where the space-time power was abnormal. On an uninhabited planet, why are there so many people gathered in a place with anomalous time and space? After realizing this, he immediately chose to land. Now, looking at Bite Blue Shark, Lin Jing raised the poke ball and said, "Bite Blue Shark, your figure is too conspicuous now, come back first." Light flashed. Bite Land Shark returns to the pokeball. Lin Jing looked in the direction he was perceiving, never calling out the elf again, and went alone. After about a few minutes of walking, Lin Jing came to the target location. This is a valley. At this moment, Lin Jing was standing above one end of the valley. Looking down, I saw that in the center of the valley, under the black brilliance barrier, a storm was continuing. It is a space-time distortion area. However, what's more special is that outside this space-time distortion area, there are now many figures in the same clothes busy, and there are large machines, and various characters and information are displayed on the top of the screen. This is... Lin Jing's eyes swept across their clothes and fixed on the logo above the clothes. That's a G-shaped Peugeot. Coupled with their special costumes, Lin Jing recognized their identities immediately even though he encountered them in the real world for the first time. Team Galaxy. Each star field is dominated by the Alliance, but there are also underground evil forces lurking in the dark. It seems that the Guandu Star region and the city capital Star region are the Rockets. And the underground evil forces in the Shanao Star region are the Galaxy team. In the valley, in addition to the members of the Galaxy team who were investigating, there were also guards who were vigilantly patrolling the surroundings. Team Galaxy is a well-deserved evil force in the Shanao Star region, and has launched many conflicts with the Shanao Alliance. According to the information in the original work, the goal of the Galaxy team is the gods of time and space. Then their actions now are understandable. The time-space distortion area is generated due to the disorder of time and space, and it is obviously related to the space-time gods. Did they want to obtain more information on the space-time gods through scientific research on the space-time distortion area? Lin Jing made a guess. Without hesitation, he took out the elf picture book. Communication interface, open again. You must know that now, his relationship with the gods of time and space is steadily improving. The relationship with Palkia, the god of space, has made a breakthrough. Naturally, you can sit back and watch others want to act against the gods of time and space. Moreover, as the recipient of the first-class medal of the Shanao Alliance, Lin Jing's position is naturally on the Shanao Alliance's side, and everyone will think so. Then, and the Galaxy team, it formed a natural opposition. For the enemy, Lin Jing will never let go. In the blink of an eye, the communication was sent out, and Sharona's communication was connected again. Lin Jing trainer, what's the matter? Sharona's expression was a little puzzled. After all, not long ago, she had just communicated with Lin Jing, and Lin Jing was just about to speak. But, at this moment, in front of the valley, a piercing alarm sounded. When the alarm sounded, the expressions of the guards of the Galaxy team changed. Someone immediately shouted, "Someone is communicating nearby, locate his location immediately and find him." At the same time, the elves appeared one by one, and the Galaxy team had already begun to clean up the valley. As the top underground force in the Shanao starfield, the Galaxy team is quite good. Just a moment later, when the communication was positioned, someone shouted, "Just there, get rid of him, don't leak our information." Figures one after another rushed towards Lin Jing's position. The moment the alarm sounded, Lin Jing reacted. Although he already has a certain understanding of the technological power of the interstellar era, this is not Lin Jing's field after all, and Lin Jing never imagined that his communication would be detected. The siren was also heard by Sharona, who was communicating. Her expression suddenly became serious, and she quickly said, "Lin Jing trainer, what happened?" Lin Jing's expression was calm, and he responded quickly, "I was on planet SA-012, where I encountered members of the Galaxy team." Hearing this, Sharona wanted to ask something else. But, the next moment, the communication has been hung up. In the conference room, Sharona stood up suddenly, without any hesitation, pressed a few buttons on the table, kept talking, and acted quickly. At the same time, Upper Valley. The location of Lin Jing has been discovered, and it is meaningless to hide. Now, looking at the elf that came, his eyes lowered slightly, and Lin Jing's palm touched the elf ball. Next moment, the brilliance shines, the elves appear. The big chapter is delivered. I have to go out at night. I will update so much today tilde. There is always no shortage of updates tilde. Chapter 93 The Purgatory on Earth created by terrifying power, the Alliance is in action, Hyrna arrives. Shanao Star Territory. Spirit Union Headquarters. The first time the communication was hung up, Sharona pressed the button on the desktop with her finger, and the sound sounded. Urgent mission. In the SA-012 planet, the traces of the Galaxy team's activities were found, and immediately contact the nearby Alliance personnel to attack immediately, seize all the time, and do not delay. Go on, the headquarters, combat detachment will assemble immediately and prepare to leave now. After a few orders were issued, Sharona's eyes were already cold. Team Galaxy. As she whispered softly, her voice became cold. Great strategic significance for the Shanao Alliance. With the relationship between Lin Jing and Cheomeng, Shanao Alliance and Cheomeng have a bond, so that they can cooperate better. If what happened to Lin Jing, then no one knows what that terrifying divine beast elf will do. If it's as I guessed, Lin Jing, there should be nothing wrong. In a flash of thoughts in her heart, Sharona has pushed open the door of the conference room and left quickly. Because of the alliance with Guandu Star Territory and Cheomeng, many Heavenly King level trainers from Shanao Star Territory have all gone to Guandu Star Territory. As a champion level trainer, Zyrna would not leave Shanao Starfield easily and stayed at the Alliance headquarters. Now, she was clearly ready to strike in person. In the Alliance headquarters, the combat detachment formed by trainers quickly assembled. In a very short period of time, several ships specializing in urgent tasks and the fastest sailing speed rose from the special planet where the headquarters of the Elf Alliance is located and climbed high into the sky. Into the Sea of Stars. Planet SA-012. After noticing the location of Lin Jing, the guards of the Galaxy team in the column looked cold, and the elves quickly approached at the same time as the elves were released. The study of the space-time distortion area involves one of the biggest secrets of the Galaxy team, which is obviously not allowed to be revealed. For all the outsiders who know, there is only one solution. Kill. Now. In a blink of an eye, on the ground and in the sky, one after another elves appeared, and in a blink of an eye, at least hundreds of elves appeared, with great momentum. In the cold eyes filled with killing intent, Lin Jing was no longer hiding, and appeared from the same place. With the touch of his palm, the light of the elf ball flashed. After the promotion of the Dark Planet, they wanted to have a good fight, since this is the case. At this moment, all the elves appeared. Shinado, Charizard, Gengar, Bangira, and Bite the Land Shark fiercely. There is no doubt that these are the 5 main elves that are currently the most powerful in Lin Jing. In the face of an enemy with an absolute advantage in numbers, he would naturally not hold back at all. It's up to you to test the power of the transformed elves. The moment the elf figure appeared, Lin Jing's command voice, full of seriousness, had already sounded. Gengar, you are responsible for keeping me safe. Bite the Land Shark, Bangira, this battle will be dominated by you. Fire-breathing dragon, Shinado, you are the flank support. There are too many enemies, I may not be able to give you the most real-time instructions, and you have to play freely. Target. It is to completely clear the temporary base of this Galaxy team. In Lin Jing's daily training, he often let the elves learn from each other to hone their fighting consciousness. Now, this kind of tempering will be the most intuitive manifestation. At this moment, the sound of the dragon's roar sounded, and the roar came out, echoing far away in the valley. At this moment, Zhang Gui obeyed Lin Jing's instructions, and when his body flickered, he had already merged into Lin Jing's shadow, protecting Lin Jing's safety in real time. At the same time, the eyes of the fierce Bite Land Shark and Bangira have already looked at the swarming Galaxy team elves. Fighting intent flashed in their eyes, and there was a lot of excitement. After finally evolving into quasi-god elves, they ushered in the most terrifying transformation in their lives. They wanted to try their own improvement, but now, they have ushered in the most suitable battlefield for them. At this moment, Lin Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his voice suddenly sounded. Bite the Land Shark. Mega evolves to use the Dragon God dive on the enemy in the air. Fire-breathing dragon, Lava Storm. Bangira, Earthquake. Shinado, use your superpowers to strengthen their defenses. Lin Jing's command sounded, and on the super wrist guard, the keystone radiated brilliance, and it began to resonate with the evolution stone on Lu Shark's body. After obtaining the evolution stone in the treasure box, Lin Jing gave it to the fierce Bite Land Shark. The Bite Land Shark uses the ability of the space-time armor to inlay it on the space-time armor. Now, the dazzling light of evolution rose, and in an instant, the super biting land shark appeared. Super Quasi-God. Mega, the body of the fierce Bite Land Shark is larger, and the sense of oppression is even greater. When Bangira and Lai Bite Land Shark appeared one after another, the appearance of the 2 quasi-god elves made the members of the Galaxy team realize that it was not good, but the arrow was on the string, and they had to send it. At this moment, the command sounded 4 times. The skills are launched, and the attack is coming. Roar. The roar of the super fierce bite of the land shark resounded throughout the audience, and the air surged behind him, and his body quickly climbed into the air. The moment he reached the highest point, the dragon god swooped and launched. It is like a huge meteorite that fell from the sea of stars to the planet. Under the inertia of the huge body and its own speed, it is wrapped in boundless momentum and unparalleled impact, and it is charged towards the Galaxy team elves who are attacking in midair. At the same time, the eyes of Bangira, who was covered in dark black, flashed with excitement, and there was a faint trace of blood. Looking at the elves on the ground, his legs were raised, and the energy surged, and he suddenly fell. Boom! Earthquake strikes. Under the support of Bagheera's tyrannical ability, with it as the center, the aftermath of the earthquake spread, the ground shattered, and cracks spread rapidly. The valley collapsed and collapsed. Under the shock and oily movement of the valley, Bai Jen, who had been empty all the time, led the rock with one sleeve. Roar. That is the dragon roar of a fire-breathing dragon. Now, the fire-breathing dragon's dragon wings have already climbed into the air. At this moment, its whole body is surging with fire energy, and while the dragon wings are fanning, a lava storm descends in the valley. Divine beast skills from Cydalin. While several elves attacked, the Galaxy team's counterattack also came at the same time. The brilliance of various skills swept across the sky. However, Shenado on one side was already prepared, and while the white dress was dancing, a azure-purple light rose up. Under the action of superpower, the azure-purple super energy barrier was already beside the fierce bite land shark, fire-breathing dragon, and Bagheera. Emerge and block the attack for them. In the Galaxy team, there are also people who are planning to directly attack the trainer Lin Jing. But Gengar was by his side, and the moment the attack came, Gengar had already shot. Lin Jing's line of sight looked at the sky. It's too late, it's too soon. The fiercely biting land shark attacked in a dive, like a meteor, impacting the flying elves of the Galaxy team. Under the unparalleled power, wherever they passed, the silhouettes of flying elves, like dumplings, fell from the air. Unstoppable. This is the quasi-god biting the land shark. The attack of biting the land shark is like the origin of the signal. At this moment, the power of earthquakes and lava storms also erupted completely. In the valley, between the violent tremors of the ground and the flow of wind and fire, the lava storm took shape. Storm, earthquake. Above, during the eruption of the lava storm, the flames overflowed, the storm swept through, and countless elves were involved in it. Below, the earthquake is raging, the ground cracks, and terrifying energy erupts. At this moment, the entire valley seemed to be transformed into a purgatory. Under such a terrifying attack, the elves of the Galaxy team lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Some members of the Galaxy team died directly under the attack of a natural disaster, without any breath. Continuous transformation and continuous improvement. At this moment, the elves of Lin Jing have shown their unparalleled strength. At the same time, on the side, the brilliance in Shenado's eyes swayed, and the mental force was activated, killing the enemies who were stubbornly resisting one by one. In Lin Jing's philosophy, don't hold back the enemy at all. His elves obviously believed in this idea too. This is an extremely quick battle that ends. When the valley evolved into a natural disaster, when the terrifying oppression of the bite land shark spread, when the fighters of the Galaxy team stationed here died one after another, when the remaining Galaxy team researchers raised their hands and surrendered after the gesture, the battle is completely over. In just a few seconds, the Galaxy team fighters here were crushed by Lin Jing, and in a short period of time, they were completely eliminated. The aftermath in the entire valley gradually calmed down. Lin Jing stepped on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, hanging in the air. Looking around, the aftermath of the battle spread, the entire valley has completely collapsed, and there are broken walls and debris everywhere, and the scene is terrifying. At the very center, most of the large-scale machines used by the Galaxy team to study the distortion of time and space have also been broken. Now, without the intervention of machines, without the maintenance of special energy, the space-time distortion area is slowly disappearing. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed. After this battle, he obviously had a deeper understanding of his current combat power. In the interstellar era, the individual strength of elves is stronger, and the upper limit is higher. This makes the strength gap between the elves even bigger. When the elves of their own have reached a certain strength, then the number of enemies has become difficult to pose a danger. If you want to compete with it, you can only send elves of the same strength. And now the forest scene, obviously has reached this level. In the flash of thoughts, Lin Jing seemed to have a feeling and looked to one end. Only see. In the valley, in a pothole created by the earthquake, a faint brilliance flickered. This is. With a slight movement in my heart, the system prompt sounded. You successfully picked up the battle chest, Galaxy Squad. Lin Jing frowned slightly. His eyes looked to the far side. There. The surviving researchers of the Galaxy team all knelt on the ground, raised their hands in a gesture of surrender, and did not dare to resist. Bite the land shark, Bangira, these two quasi-god elves, with their terrifying body and powerful momentum, can bring a sense of terrifying oppression. Not to mention, in just a few tens of seconds, the fighters arranged by the Galaxy team have been destroyed, which makes the researchers who are not good at fighting completely lose the courage to resist. The scene, like purgatory on Earth just now, was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Team Galaxy. No wonder. Lin Jing's eyes lowered. From the start to the end of the battle, Lin Jing had a doubt in his heart. This battle, for him now, is too simple. As an underground force active in the Shanao star field, the Shanao Alliance has also strangled and pursued the Galaxy team, but it has never been able to completely destroy them. For such a level of power, he would never take it lightly. For flowers. However, he has enough cards and is not afraid of everything, so after being discovered, he did not choose to flee, but prepared for a battle. In Lin Jing's mind, today, if you bite Lu Shark and Bangira fiercely, you can have a great battle. But the battle was far easier than he imagined. Team. It seems that the main force of the Galaxy team is not here, and there is not even a high-level cadre here. That's right. The location of the space-time distortion area is random. Since the Galaxy team wants to obtain information from it, it is naturally impossible to explore only one space-time distortion area. The Shanao star field is vast. Perhaps, in the unknown planets, there are members of the Galaxy team studying, and the real main force of the Galaxy team is in it. Thinking about this, Lin Jing said, "Fire-breathing dragon, let's go." Roar. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar and approached the surrendering researcher in midair. The other elves were never recovered. In the face of the enemy, Lin Jing will always speculate with the greatest malice. This is the way to ensure safety in the interstellar era. As soon as the fire-breathing dragon's wings unfolded, Lin Jing had already come to the sky above a group of surrenderers. Below, a group of Galaxy team researchers trembled and did not dare to move. After sweeping his gaze, Lin Jing's eyes fell on one of them. His voice was calm, and he said, "I'll ask you an answer. If you lie, then the consequences, you should know." Although his voice was calm, it was extremely cold when he heard the other person's mouth. The person being questioned quickly said, "I won't lie." Lin Jing nodded slightly and began to ask. He knew the purpose of the Galaxy team through the memory of the previous life, and now it is equivalent to interrogation with the answer, and naturally he is not afraid of the other party lying. And the reason why he will interrogate is to establish an intelligence source for himself, so that he can inform the Shanao Alliance. 0.0. In this collapsed valley, there was a somewhat terrifying answer. Sa-012 planet. Several spaceships engraved with the logo of the Shanao Alliance arrived here after the space transition. As the top spaceships of the Shanao Alliance, they travel extremely fast and are equipped with an astonishingly expensive space transition module, which can make transitions within the sea of stars, thus greatly shortening the transfer time. But the resource consumption of each space transition is also quite astonishing, so in addition to emergencies, Shanao Alliance will not use it easily. Now, the most forward spaceship entered the planet first. In the cockpit, Sharona stood awe-inspiring and said, "Are you sure where the communication was hung up?" "It has been determined. The scan is on and we're getting there quickly." It was one of the pilots who answered Sharona. At this moment, when his palm touched the screen, there were ripples, which were displayed on the screen and spread out to the surroundings. Just then, he frowned slightly and said, "Miss Sharona, the scan is complete, and there is no fluctuation of combat energy at the location of the incident." Sharona frowned slightly. Without battle energy fluctuations, there are two possibilities. Or, the battlefield is not there. Either, the battle is over. With a colder expression, Sharona said calmly, "Go there first. The ship is moving at full speed." Sharona walked to the edge of the porthole and looked down. As it got closer and closer to the target location, everything at the target location was also reflected in the low-flying spacecraft. Sharona's gaze looked down, and was slightly stunned for a moment. This is in the collapsed valley. Now, after the interrogation, after confirming that they do not have the ability to resist, the other elves have been taken back into the Pokeball, leaving only Shinado, who is standing there, acting as a guard. With Shineduo's perception ability, any changes they have, will be detected by Shineduo and counteracted. Lin Jing sat beside Shinado and waited quietly. After the interrogation was completed, he took out the communication machine and wanted to contact Sharona again. But he found Sharona's message. The Shinao Alliance has already set off, and Hyerna will come in person soon. When it comes to the biggest conspiracy of the Galaxy team, Lin Jing believes that it is necessary to make a serious statement with Sharona, so just wait in place. Now, Shinedo's superpower is always aware of the surroundings, and at this moment, its soft voice sounded in Lin Jingshin's heart. "Master, several ships are approaching." "How many?" "It seems that the personnel of the Shinao Alliance have arrived." After a whisper, Lin Jing got up from the spot, stood up, and looked at the far side of the sky. Several spaceships engraved with the logo of the Alliance are in a strategic formation, approaching quickly. After a while, ship arrives. The entire valley had been completely destroyed due to the aftermath of the battle, and was completely unsuitable for spaceships to park. Under Lin Jing's gaze, after several spaceships were parked at a position far from the valley, one after another silhouettes were waiting in battle. Leave. At the same time, there was a figure leading the front, and in a flash, Guangwu released his elf, jumped up, and was already riding the elf, quickly approaching Lin Jing. Lin Jing's eyes fell on the figure. Beneath her, there is an amazingly powerful, huge and fierce biting land shark. It is qualified to lead in front, and has such a terrifying bite land shark. There is only one person in the entire Shinao Star field. Shinao Star Domain Champion. Hyerna. Wide. Chapter 94 The Weakness of the Gods of Time and Space. The Alliance Investigator, the Dream God finally appeared. Shinao Star Territory. On an unknown planet, in an open area, space-time storms surge, and space-time distortion regions take shape. One after another figure is busy. It's Team Galaxy. At this moment, a middle-aged man with blue hair was standing on the high platform with his hands behind his back, overlooking the situation ahead. He is the boss and founder of the Galaxy team, Kyrie. Just then, from behind, a rather urgent voice came. "Boss. Not long ago, we received an urgent summons, and a unit that was studying the distortion of time and space lost contact." Heard. Kyrie turned around and looked at him. His expression did not waver. He said calmly, "What happened?" The Galaxy team member who came to report replied, "The scientific research team located at SA-012 lost contact not long ago. Our intelligence system found that several spaceships under the Alliance's banner went there. However, they sent back one last message before losing contact." "Oh. What information?" Facing Chiri's gaze, he took out a small computer from the bag he was wearing, and after a few clicks, a video lit up in the operating room. This was the last message from that team, and after that, they completely lost contact. Kyrie looked over. Video playback. In the screen, it is in midair, and the flying elves swept through the space, heading towards an invasion. And in the next moment, there is a huge figure, swooping down from the sky, moving forward, and wherever it passes, the elves are directly defeated and fall to the ground. The next moment, the back of the video shook violently, a whistling sound rang out, the video came to an abrupt end, and it became completely dark. Kyrie frowned slightly, stretched out his hand, and adjusted the video back a bit, and finally fixed it at the moment when the huge figure appeared. This is. He raised his brows slightly and said softly, "Bite Loo Shark." Sa-012. Stepping on the Loo Shark, it quickly approached. After coming not far in front of Lin Jing, the body of the Loo Shark was lowered, and Xyrna jumped above and fell to the ground. Lin Jing. She looked at the four directions, and then said, "It seems that the battle is over." Between the words, there were waves in Sharona's eyes. Today, the entire valley, 080, has collapsed, a picture of what it looked like after a natural disaster. With her eyesight, she could naturally see at a glance that this was caused by the aftermath of the elf battle. Thinking of the fiercely biting Loo Shark scene in the previous video, she already had some guesses in her heart. "Miss Hyerna." Lin Jing looked at her and said directly, "Since you are here, the prisoners of the Galaxy team will be handed over to you. They're all Galaxy scientists, maybe. The League can get something out of them." Sharona nodded. At the rear, the Alliance fighters who came together have approached. As Sharona waved, they immediately took action, controlled a group of researchers, and escorted them back to the spacecraft. "Shinado, come back. Reach out the Pokeball and retrieve Shinado." Afterwards, Lin Jing's expression became serious and he said solemnly, "Miss Sharona, before you arrived, I have already received some confirmation from them. These messages are very important and I feel I need to inform you immediately." Hearing this, Sharona's expression became serious. "Please speak." "Team Galaxy is studying the distortion of time and space." He stretched out his hand and pointed to the large machine that was mostly broken on one side. "When I came here, there was a time-space distortion area, which was solidified by the Galaxy team through special means for research. However, because of the aftermath of the battle, the machine was destroyed, and the solidification did not last, and the space-time distortion area disappeared." Sharona listened carefully. After hearing Lin Jing mention the distortion of time and space, her expression became more and more serious. Because of the special nature of the Shinao starfield, space-time distortion is a frequent occurrence, and the Shinao Alliance is also constantly researching this. The space-time channel is based on the discovery and establishment of space-time distortion, thus achieving the goal of going to the Shikui area. Front. Lin Jing continued, "The reason why they study the space-time distortion area is precisely related to the two divine beasts of the Shinao star territory." Hearing this, Sharona's expression changed. "You mean, the gods of time and space?" "That's right. Team Galaxy has special intentions for Palkia and Dialga, and it seems that they want to achieve some goals through these two beast spirits. They are conducting research on the distortion of time and space, and it is precisely from them that they want to obtain information about the dual gods of space and time." Having said this, Lin Jing paused for a while, then said calmly, "As far as I know, Palkia and Dialga, the two gods of space and time in the Shinao star field, have some conflicts, and every time they meet we will all fight and fight. Quote, if the Galaxy know this, I'm worried they'll take advantage of it and get something out of it." With the memory of his past life, Lin Jing naturally knows what the ultimate goal of the Galaxy team is. The leader of the Galaxy team, Chiri, is a man without emotions. His ultimate goal is to destroy and create a new world. Since the Galaxy team also exists in this world, then, this is very likely not to change. And after having contact with Palkia in person, and even personally entering the battlefield of Palkia and Dialga, Lin Jing made new speculations based on what he knew. Without a doubt, the combat power of the space-time gods is extremely terrifying. At least so far, Lin Jing does not think that the Galaxy team has the ability to directly control the space-time gods. But there is a huge shortcoming in the space-time dual gods. Whether it is Dialga or Palkia, they are divine beasts with strong territorial awareness. Because of this, every time they meet, there will be battles. With constant battles, the conflicts between them will naturally increase, accumulate deeper and deeper. A war in the intersection of time and space will not affect the outside world. But What if, for some reason, the battlefield of Dialga and Palkia came to reality and came to this sea of stars? What if, due to some reasons and other factors, the two mythical beasts really got angry and attacked at all costs? In the original work, the entire city was devoured and dissolved during the battle between the two gods of time and space in an angry battle. And now, if two truly top-notch divine beast spirits fight recklessly in the Xinghai, the final result, no one can predict. However, their battlefield will definitely be greatly affected. In Lin Jing's speculation, this is undoubtedly a point that the Galaxy team can take advantage of. Therefore, he specially mentioned to Sharona to make the Alliance prepare for this. As for the ultimate goal of Kyrie of the Galaxy team, there is no basis for words, and crossing is Lin Jing's biggest secret, and he can't explain his source of information. Therefore, Lin Jing was not prepared to explain this. Sharona listened carefully. After hearing Lin Jing mention the two gods of time and space he knew, Sharona's eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "Lin Jing trainer." "You." Facing the inquiring gaze delivered by Lin Jing, Sharona continued, "Have you ever been in contact with Palkia and Dialga?" Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The response of the champion trainer is undoubtedly quite sharp. He was already covering up some information as much as possible, but Sharona was still aware of it. In other words, it was caused by his own characteristics. With the premise of being able to communicate with Mewtwo and having a rather unusual relationship, Sharona obviously made bolder assumptions when facing him. After pondering, Lin Jing said calmly, "I did touch them." Sharona's expression turned solemn. Lin Jing's voice was a little erratic. "At the end of the first stage of the elf test, when I returned to Beidaicheng through the space-time passage, because of some accidents, I strayed into the intersection of time and space." "Where time and space meet?" Sharona repeated softly. "Yes, you can think of it as a place where time and space meet. There. I met Palkia and Dialga who were fighting." His tone was calm. But every word she said made Hyarna, the champion trainer, shocked. The exam was over as soon as possible, but Lin Jing at that time strayed into the battlefield of two divine beasts. What a dangerous predicament that is. Thinking of this, Sharona breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, "Lin Jing, I will bring the information you told me to the Alliance affairs immediately." At the same time, the Shanao Alliance will immediately set up a special combat team to deal with this Galaxy team. Never let the gods of time and space be affected by the conspiracy of the Galaxy team. Lin Jing nodded lightly and said, "Thank you, Miss Sharona." "Just call me Sharona." Sharona responded and looked at Lin Jing. "We've known each other for a while, so there's no need to be so polite." Speaking of this, she moved slightly in her heart, and then said, "Lin Jing, you also know our cooperation with Guandu Alliance and Cheomeng. Now, the plan for the rockets has been launched, and many Tianwang-level trainers in the Alliance have brought team, headed to the Guandu Star region. Today, the coalition is a little weak." Lin Jing raised his brows slightly. "Sharona, what do you mean?" "Lin Jing, are you willing to be the investigator of the Shanao Alliance?" "Investigator?" Lin Jing frowned slightly. In his memory, in the original work, the dragon flying of Guandu was Tianwangdu, who once held this position. "That's right," Zyrna explained. "The investigators are the most special group of incumbents in the major alliances. Taking our Shanao Alliance as an example, the investigators are only responsible for major tasks at a certain level. I will be personally responsible for each investigator, and the rank is equivalent to a trainer at the quasi-king level." Having said that, she looked at Lin Jing and said, "Lin Jing, I hope you can agree to my request and become the investigator of the Shanao Alliance." Heard. Lin Jing did not respond directly, but said, "Xylona, according to the trainer's rating, I am still a junior trainer. If I become an investigator, will it attract?" "No." Before Lin Jing could finish speaking, Zyrna said firmly, "In terms of contribution, you help the Alliance contact Cheomeng, facilitated the cooperation with Cheomung, and won the first-class medal, which is already one of the highest honors of the alliance. In terms of strength, you alone destroyed a detachment of the Galaxy team and captured all its researchers. No one will question your qualifications to be an investigator. And after becoming a search officer, it will be more convenient for you to act. Zyrna said quickly. Similar to today's situation, after you become a search officer, you can directly contact any alliance branch and send fighters, mainly you, to conduct operations. At the same time, at a critical moment, you have the right to issue a supreme order of the Shanao Alliance. The highest order will be reviewed by me and at least 2 Heavenly King level trainers. After confirming that there is no problem, the entire Shanao Alliance must unconditionally implement it. Speaking of which, she seemed to think of something and continued, Lin Jing, don't you need a new spaceship? If you are willing to serve as a search officer, then the Alliance can equip you with a top-level spaceship capable of space transition. How? Facing Sharona's delivery gaze, Lin Jing shook his head and smiled, and said, You have invited me so sincerely, I have no reason to refuse. His expression became more serious. I am willing to be the investigator of the Shanao Alliance. Heard. Sharona also smiled. Ordinary people are naturally not worthy of such attention from a champion trainer like Hyrna. But, all the way up to this point, Zyrna, who has almost witnessed the growth of Lin Jing, knows the value of Lin Jing the most. Not to mention the relationship with the beast spirit. Just the potential and growth rate that Lin Jing has shown himself is doomed. He will definitely be a top trainer in the future. Such a genius, Shanao Alliance, is naturally not to be missed. And, with constant contact with Lin Jing, from the perspective of Lin Jing's handling of Cheomung and the Galaxy team, Zyrna can also be sure that Lin Jing is biased towards the Alliance. In this case, in addition to the idea of leaving Lin Jing, it is also because the position of the investigator is quite suitable for Lin Jing. As the thoughts flashed in her heart, Sharona greeted Lin Jing's head, then walked to the side and initiated a communication. Soon. She returned to Lin Jing's side. Lin Jing, soon, your investigator's appointment order and your new spaceship will arrive here. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Just then. Seems to have noticed that the important stage of communication between the two has passed. On one side, they have been staying here quietly. Sharona's fierce bite Lu Sha looked at Lin Jing and let out a low roar. Sharona looked at it, a smile appeared on her face, and said, Lin Jing, Lai bite Lu Sha still remembers your invitation to it. It is asking you, when will that little guy be with it? World War I. Not yet. Lin Jing shook his head and replied, my bite Lu shark has just evolved, and I'm not completely familiar with myself. After all, I'm facing you, a champion trainer. I need to be fully prepared. But, Lin Jing raised his brows, looked at Li bite Lu shark, and said calmly, it shouldn't take too long. Roar. There was a look of anticipation in the eyes of the fierce bite Lu shark. Sharona said, Bite Lu Shark is very interested in your little guy, and I'm looking forward to this battle. After she finished speaking, she continued, I'm also looking forward to the day when you come to challenge Lu Shark with a fierce bite. Lin Jing's terrifying growth rate was seen by Sharona, and she could be sure that one day in the future, Lin Jing would definitely challenge her champion trainer. Let's wait and see. Lin Jing said softly. Naturally, he would not underestimate the main elf of a champion trainer. The just evolved bite Lu Shark has shown unparalleled combat power, but it still has a very high room for growth. After the bite Lu Shark has settled for a period of time, he will. During the shark period, the target was born. Aside. After the exchange, Sharona immediately got busy. As a champion trainer, there are many things in the Shanao Star territory that she needs to deal with. And when the action against Team Rocket is going on, she also needs to keep in touch with the Guandu Star territory. After Lin Jing called the Nightmare God, he took out the rotom that was left in it. The Nightmare God was his first spaceship in the interstellar era, but now it is about to become the past tense. As for the Alliance, it will naturally be responsible for sending it to the Heavenly Crown Elf Academy. After waiting for a while, above the sky, an interstellar spaceship appeared and landed quickly. At first glance, the spaceship is at least several thousand meters in length, and its appearance is full of technology, which is quite cool. And on the side of the ship, a few large gilded characters are engraved impressively. Open black lens bracket Nightmare God close black lens bracket. Lin Jing glanced at Sharona. Obviously, this was carried out at Hyrna's order. She took the name of Lin Jing's first spaceship and named the newest spaceship dispatched by the Alliance. Perhaps, Sharona also guessed something. The spaceship landed, and inside, several staff members left, and after a few words with Hyrna held a document and came to Lin Jing. With a serious expression, she said seriously, Lin Jing trainer. As the champion of the Shanao League, I have given you the position of investigator. During your tenure, you only need to be responsible to me and communicate with me. Your identity information has been entered into the Alliance system. Wherever the Alliance belongs, you can search the identity of the officer and ask the other party to assist in the work. After speaking, she handed the document in her hand to Lin Jing. Lin Jing took it solemnly. Sharona turned her gaze to the new spaceship that had just been moored. Lin Jing, this is your new spaceship. In the entire Shanao star field, and even in the major star fields, this is also the top-level configuration of the interstellar spacecraft, which should fully meet your needs. At the same time, the interior is equipped with the top-level automatic navigation and driving system. There are also automatic operation panels in each area, which can be completely controlled by yourself. Your ROTM can also cooperate. Of course, if you need it, the Alliance can also equip you with a spaceship pilot team that is solely responsible for you. I don't need it for now. Lin Jing declined. Xyrna was not surprised. After all, she knew very well that Lin Jing had a lot of secrets, even involving divine beasts and elves. Obviously, he could not let others know about it casually. The new Nightmare God is in place. Lin 5.4 Jing and Sharona communicated for a while again. They did not stay on this planet too much. After saying goodbye, they chose to board the spacecraft and leave. Under the control of ROTM, the autopilot navigation system was activated, and the Nightmare God rose from the ground, climbed into the sky, and disappeared in a moment. On the ground, Sharona watched the Nightmare God disappear, withdrew her gaze, and whispered, I don't know, what kind of surprise will it bring me next time I see you again? Inside the Nightmare God, ROTM was quite excited. Integrating into a starship's top-level spacecraft will undoubtedly bring it a new experience. Lin Jing is also familiar with everything in the new Nightmare God. In this huge cabin, all elves were released and moved freely. The various areas are quite spacious and well-equipped. Taking the battle area as an example, in the entire battle area, 3 battlefields are directly set up, and each battlefield is equipped with the most advanced battle system, which can freely simulate different venues, heaven and earth, and add variables to the battle. The level of energy that can be tolerated in the battle area has also undergone a qualitative change, which allows Lin Jing's elves to fight freely in the battle area. Familiar, the Nightmare God has left the planet and sailed into the Sea of Stars. After Lin Jing briefly got acquainted with the new Nightmare God, he went to the living room and sat down slightly. After destroying the Galaxy team, he got the treasure chest, which has not been opened yet. Battle chest. Now, when the treasure chest system was activated, the campaign treasure chest above was blooming with brilliance. Lin Jing was ready to open immediately. However, at this moment, a figure appeared beside him, amid the flow of smoke. It's Darkrai. Darkrai didn't show up easily, and seeing it appeared, Lin Jing said, Darklay, just in time, you are also familiar with our new home, and the new Nightmare God. Darkrai stood on the spot, without responding immediately, but looked at one end. There. It was a large porthole. Lin Jing's gaze was slightly condensed, and he seemed to have a feeling, and followed Darkry's line of sight to look over. Only see. Outside the porthole, a figure appeared at an unknown time, quietly following the voyage of the Nightmare God, moving forward together. That's... Lin Jing looked at the somewhat beautiful and dreamy figure and recognized its identity. Dream God. Cresselia. Chapter 95 The Entanglement of Beautiful Dreams and Nightmares, the Authority of the Nightmare God, the Transforming Fairy Elf. The figure outside the porthole is the God of Dreams. Cresselia. Some mythical beasts and elves also have races, and there are not more than one of the same race in existence. Like Cresselia, the God of Beautiful Dreams, and Darkrai, the God of Nightmares, is also such an elves. And being able to take the initiative, is the only one of the dream gods who made Darkrai have this kind of reaction. That is, like it, the beautiful dream god from the Shikui area. As thoughts flickered in his heart, Lin Jing whispered, Cresselia, please come in. Dream God, who was flying outside the spaceship, heard Lin Jing's voice. At this moment, as the dreamlike brilliance rose, within the spaceship, faint ripples rose, and the figure of Cresselia, the God of Dreams, had already appeared on the spot. Lin Jing's eyes were focused on it, and his expression was a little complicated. This is his first meeting with the God of Dreams. But, before that, he had already had a great connection with the God of Dreams. It was precisely because of the treasure chest of the God of Dreams that he obtained on the battlefield of Shikui Yingyu that he met Darkrai and cultivated a deep friendship all the way up to now. One of the reasons why Darkrai chose to come to the interstellar age is precisely because of the God of Dreams. And now, the God of Beautiful Dreams, personally came to their side. Now, Dream God's eyes fell on Darkrai's body, and when his eyes stopped, his voice sounded in his heart, very gentle and sweet. Darkly. Long time no see. Darkrai was silent and did not respond. Cresselia didn't care either. Her eyes turned to Lin Jing, and she said softly, Human. I feel the breath related to me and you. Can you tell me, what is the reason for this? The Dream God, who can bring people beautiful dreams, is undoubtedly a very gentle Pokemon. Lin Jing did not hesitate, and replied, Cresselia, I was once in the battlefield for the moon. Because of some of my own special abilities, I gained the power you left there, so I got some upgrades. He glanced at Darkrai beside him. It is for this reason that I met Darkrai and brought it to this era with him. Lin Jing explained seriously. After getting along with Darkrai a lot, Lin Jing is quite clear that Darkrai has been alone for a long time and is used to being silent, and has a serious, social fear attribute. Now, even if it encounters its compatriots, it is obviously used to being silent. So it is. The voice of the beautiful dream god is very sweet. I did stop at the battlefield of the moon. Lin Jing nodded, and then said, at the beginning, because your breath disappeared, and Darkrai felt your breath in me, so it came to find me. In the end, because I wanted to confirm your safety, Darkrai came here with me. Some time ago, we were still in Manaphy's temple and got news about you, and we wanted to continue searching. I didn't expect you to find it today. In a few words, Lin Jing explained everything clearly. Listening to his narration, Cresselia looked at Darkrai with a hint of warmth in her eyes. Dream God, Nightmare God. The two most opposite spirits. But at the same time, they are also the elves that are most familiar with each other. Now, Cresselia's eyes stayed on Darkrai and said softly, After I came to this world and left the Temple of Manaphy, I have been practicing in the depths of the Star Sea to improve myself. Until recently, after I gained something, I finally sensed the breath of Darkrai in you, so I searched for it. Having said that, Cresselia looked at Lin Jing and said softly, Human, what should I call you? My name is Lin Jing. Lin Jing, Darkrai. Cresselia's voice was long. I found you. In addition to wanting to meet Darkrai, I also brought some very important news to Darkrai. The smoke that surrounded Darkrai rippled. Lin Jing's expression turned solemn. Cresselia looked at Darkrai. Darkrai, you are very familiar with me, think about it. You should have sensed it. I have found the true meaning of the dream and succeeded in getting it. The true meaning of beautiful dreams. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Cresselia's voice continued. And darkly. Near the true meaning of beautiful dreams, I also discovered the true meaning of nightmares. At the moment when Cresselia's voice fell, the smoke around Darkrai suddenly stirred up. In the turmoil, Darkrai, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, and a hoarse voice sounded, "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." The god of beautiful dreams smiled softly. Beautiful dreams and nightmares are inherently opposed to each other, yet entangled with each other, and that's why. The true meaning of the two is also very close to each other. Speaking of which, the dazzling brilliance flashed in the eyes of the beautiful dream god, and a splendid brilliance rose up around him. As the brilliance condensed, a crown slowly emerged above the head of the god of dreams. Lin Jing's eyes turned to the crown. The moment he looked at the crown, visions full of beautiful meanings brushed in front of his eyes. Wearing the crown, Cresselia said softly, "Darkly, the reason why I came to you is to take you to find the true meaning of nightmares." Darkrai was silent. The turbulent smoke had subsided at this moment, and Darkrai's hoarse voice sounded, "Cresselia, thank you for your kindness, but I refuse." Huh. A trace of doubt flashed in Cresselia's eyes. Why? Darkrai remained silent and did not respond. Lin Jing's eyes have been fixed on the crown of the god of dreams. Hearing the somewhat cloudy conversation between the two divine beast spirits, his heart moved, and he suddenly grabbed something and said, "Cresselia, the true meaning of the beautiful dream in your mouth, could it be? Does it refer to the power of the rules and authority controlled by the beast spirits?" His eyes became very serious. The power of rules, authority. The god of dreams tilted his head, then nodded and said, "Lin Jing, your understanding is correct." Heard. Lin Jing took a deep breath. Divine beast authority. Through the information obtained from the treasure chest of the three dark birds, Lin Jing has already learned that among the mythical beasts and elves that exist in the ethnic group, only one of them is the worthy king who has mastered the power of rules and real authority. Now, while analyzing the dialogue between the god of dreams and the god of nightmare, he suddenly thought of these. Without a doubt, after truly mastering the power of the rules, the strength of the beast elves will usher in a transformation again. After confirming his conjecture through the god of dreams, Lin Jing frowned slightly, looked at Darkrai, and said softly, "Darkrai, this is a good opportunity, why did you reject it?" He was a little puzzled. Hearing Lin Jing's question, Darkrai didn't speak, just looked at it quietly with bright emerald green pupils. "Look at it." Lin Jing's expression froze. He has already reacted to the reason why Darkrai refused. When it comes to the authority of the beast spirit, he must not be approachable. Then, the result is obvious. As Darkrai's only best friend, Lin Jing's actions have been able to influence Darkrai's actions to a great extent. He and Darkrai have experienced many crisis scenes together. Darkrai is unwilling to leave him, precisely because he wants to stay by his side and protect him. Maybe Darkrai is taciturn, maybe Darkrai has a darker image in the world. But when the true relationship with Darkrai reaches a certain level, this can only bring nightmares to the beasts and spirits. Instead, they will also consider others. Because of the safety of Lin Jing, they will even be willing to give up to gain the authority of nightmares. Chance. With a warm heart, Lin Jing smiled softly. "Darkly, don't worry about me. You have seen the growth of the little ones with your own eyes, and now they also have enough ability to protect me, you should believe them. That is the authority of the beast spirit, and to you, it is a treasure of inestimable value. In contrast, we were only separated for a while. Besides," the smile on Lin Jing's face became brighter, and there was some expectation in his tone. "If you can really understand the true meaning of nightmares and gain the authority of the rules that belong to the nightmare god, then you will become stronger. At that time, with your support, we can also accomplish some of the things that have long been in my plan. As in the system prompt. After Lin Jing and Darkrai's relationship reached close friends, his words and deeds could already influence Darkrai's decision. Now, under Lin Jing's persuasion, Darkrai took a deep look at Lin Jing, then looked at Cresselia, and said hoarsely, "Cresselia, I'll leave with you." Cresselia didn't care about its answer. Now, the dream god's gaze first looked at Lin Jing, then at Darkrai, and then back at Lin Jing. After a few laps of sight, a clear expression appeared on its face, and then a rather brilliant smile appeared on that beautiful face. From the perspective of the forest scene, this smile, no matter how you look at it, has a knocked meaning. He coughed lightly and said, "Cresselia, thank you very much. I don't know what difficulties Darkrai will encounter when trying to find the true meaning of nightmares, but thinking about the power of divine beasts involved, it must not be easy. I hope you can help it and give it a helping hand." Heard. Cresselia nodded again and again, with a look of, "I understand," and, "I understand." Lin Jing. The smile on Cresselia's face subsided a little, and she said seriously, "Darklay, the true meaning of beautiful dreams was obtained by me, which also led to the birth of the true meaning of nightmares, which is very likely to be perceived by other elves. Compared to me, it must be much more difficult for you to obtain the true meaning of nightmares, and it is very likely that you will encounter your kin. We don't have much time, we have to set off as soon as possible, so as not to let your other kinsmen take the lead. Let's go." Darkrai glanced at the forest scene. After that, it no longer hesitated and said, "Cresselia, lead the way." At this moment, open hollow corner bracket, kindergarten crowdfunding group, close hollow corner bracket 0.9 inches 4. 2 inches, 3 inches, 8, 1, 7, 6, 5, open hollow corner bracket, close hollow corner bracket, 5, 4, 1.8 feet 4, 7 inches 0, 2.0. Inside the spaceship, between the ripples, the figures of two beast spirits have appeared outside the spaceship. Across the porthole, Lin Jing and Darkrai looked at each other. Then, under the guidance of Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, two divine beasts swept into the depths of the sea of stars. Lin Jing watched them go away. When seeking the true meaning of nightmares, is it possible to encounter fellow clansmen? Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a confident look rose in his eyes. Darklay, it must be successful. After all, Darkrai is carrying the evil face slate. Evil slate. An attribute slate closely related to Arceus. Lin Jing believed that in the competition and battle of Darkrai, the power that the evil face slate could exert would be even more terrifying. Turning his eyes, Lin Jing looked at the location where the god of dreams was just now. There. A treasure chest, already formed. In a flash of heart, a system prompt appeared. You have successfully picked up the Sacred Beast Elf Treasure Chest, Beautiful Dream God. In the boundless sea of stars. The two figures are moving at extreme speed. It is the god of dreams and the god of nightmare. Now. On the way, Cresselia looked at Darkrai and said, "Darklay, can you tell me your story? You seem to have a pretty good relationship with that human Lin Jing." Heard. Darkrai's hoarse voice sounded, "Cresselia, your words are too many." Cresselia let out a soft laugh, and the beautiful dream and the nightmare echoed each other, and went deep into the depths of the star sea. Lin Jing sat alone in the living room. For Darkrai to go to fight for power, he naturally has 10,000 support. And, just as he said, after the elves continued to grow, he is no longer the weak self he used to be. Now, taking a look at the Pokeball carrying Darkrai in the space backpack, Lin Jing's heart moved slightly, and the treasure chest interface appeared. Inside the treasure chest, two treasure chests are flashing. Dream God Treasure Chest. And a campaign chest from Team Galaxy. Just when he was about to open, he was interrupted by the arrival of the beautiful Dream God. His eyes fell on the two treasure chests. At this moment, the system prompt rang in my ear. It is detected that the affinity between the host and the god of dreams has increased, and you have obtained the affinity treasure chest, god of beauty. Lin Jing's brows are slightly raised. It actually triggered a treasure chest. Lin Jing was not surprised by this situation. After all, something similar happened to Mewtwo. Without hesitation, at this moment, 3 treasure chests were opened at the same time as my mind moved. Battle chest. You have obtained physical enhancement X1. You get the ability increase X1. You got a special buff, Junior Elf Union. Dream God treasure chest. You have obtained super power enhancement X1. You have acquired the skill, Mysterious Guardian. You have acquired the skill, Moonlight. You have obtained the Divine Beast skill fragment, Crescent Dance. Kill and save the treasure chest. You have obtained qualification transformation, Baptism of Sweet Dreams. You got a special buff, Friends of the Dream God. A reward emerges. Some rewards, although the content has changed, have also received similar rewards, and Lin Jing has long understood. His eyes and character are on several rewards that need to be checked. Open Black Lens Bracket Special Buff, Junior Spirit Union Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction. After the baptism of the battle, the tacit understanding of your elves has improved. When 2 or more elves are fighting at the same time, they will gain support from each other's beliefs, and their overall strength will be plus 3%. Lin Jing's eyes swept away, and his expression became slightly solemn. Actually, is it such a buff? Lin Jing immediately thought of a doubles battle. 080. In the elf world, most of the mainstream events are singles matches. But at the same time, there is also a special top-level event, which is a doubles event, which pays attention to the cooperation of the 2 elves. This buff is undoubtedly the most suitable. According to the introduction, this is still a buff that can be upgraded in the future. Comprehensive strength plus 3%, with the improvement of the elves' strength, this is a very terrifying bonus. Furthermore, it can also improve the combat power that the elves can display in a scene like the Galaxy Team, and Lin Jing checked other rewards. Baptism of Sweet Dreams. Introduction. Through contact with the God of Beautiful Dreams, you have left a strong scent of beautiful dreams on your body, and you can baptize the elves that are close to each other and improve the elves' qualifications. Beautiful Dream Baptism. Is it compared to Nightmare Baptism? Remember that the Nightmare Baptism was also obtained in the Affinity Treasure Chest, but the system prompt at that time seemed to be called Darkrai instead of using the title of Nightmare God, and was in contact with Darkrai many times. Obtained later. Quote. Could it be? Lin Jing's heart moved, because Cresselia obtained the true meaning of beautiful dreams and became the real God of Beautiful Dreams. Will the system prompt you to call it that? It is precisely because it has become the real God of Dreams, so it is only the first contact in the interstellar age, and the aura left by it is enough to carry out the baptism of beautiful dreams. Lin Jing made a guess. His gaze turned to the last reward. Open Black Lens Bracket Friends of Dream God Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction. Darkrai is a very withdrawn elf, but he has become your best friend. This situation shocked the God of Dreams, and at the same time realized that you are a friend worth making. After a short first contact after that, it has considered you as a friend. As a good friend of Dream God, you have its rich aura on your body. When facing a super-type elves, the other party will have a natural intimacy with you, and will affect your own performance because you are unwilling to attack you. Beautiful Dreams and Nightmares. Darklai's breath is to make the evil spirits afraid, thus forming an all-round suppression. And Cresselia's breath makes the super-type elves friendly, which affects the performance. It's really a drink and a peck. He slowly exhaled, and when the pokeball touched his waist, a figure appeared. Fairy Elf. The moment he appeared, the fairy elf rubbed against Lin Jing kindly. Today, the other main elves have already reached the quasi-overlord level aptitude, and they have reached the overlord level under the perfect fusion of time and space. And now, the chance of the fairy elf has also come. It has already learned the skills of the crescent moon dance, which is the most suitable for the baptism of beautiful dreams. As soon as the thought moved, the baptism of sweet dreams was activated. Crescent dance skill fragments are now available. Opportunities to comprehend other skills are also used. Among them, the mysterious guardian is to ensure that oneself will not be affected by any abnormal state for a period of time. The moonlight skill can restore one's physical strength. At this moment, the dazzling brilliance circulates, and around the fairy, the most beautiful scenes in the world emerge, and the power of beautiful dreams is surging. At the same time, Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The physique enhancement, ability enhancement obtained from the battle treasure chest, and the superpower enhancement obtained from the dream god's treasure chest were all used. At this moment, various colors of brilliance rose all over the body and surrounded Lin Jing's body, forming a cocoon shape. The nightmare god sails in the sea of stars. Lin Jing and the fairy elf are improving at the same time. Chapter 96 The Heavenly King assembles, and the fairy elf with the second attribute, the tyrant Bandera. Guandu Star Territory. At this moment, in the Sea of Stars, several ships have turned on the stealth mode and covered all the spaceships that can show their identities, and are silent. Of which, leading in the spaceship at the forefront, in the hall, a figure stood on the spot with a serious expression. She has red hair and glasses and looks intellectual. Guandu Alliance, Ice King, Kona. At this moment, in a section of the hall, there is a huge screen hanging. On the screen, there are a series of figures with awe-inspiring expressions, all of them are famous characters in Shanghai. Guandu Alliance, Fighting King, Shiba. Guandu Alliance, Ghost King, Chrysanthemum. Guandu Alliance, Dragon King, Fairy. Shanao Alliance, Super King, Wu Song. Shanao Alliance, Fire King, Day. Gathering 2 alliances, 6 Heavenly King level trainers, plus Cheomeng who has already returned to the Guandu Star Territory. This is the strongest combat power for the Rocket's plan this time. Now, after the interrogation of the Rocket's prisoners, and in conjunction with the Rocket's information collected by the Shengguandu Alliance, the biggest blow to the Rockets has officially begun. At this moment, Kona looked at the big screen and said solemnly, "Everyone, are you all in place?" In order to strike the biggest blow to Team Rocket as soon as possible, the team was led by Tianwang class trainers, divided into 6 groups, and at the same time, they were cleaning the secret base of Team Rocket that they knew so far. Inside the big screen, there were a series of responses. In that case, battle, start. The moment the voice fell, in the Sea of Stars, several spaceships quickly separated from the silent state, and quickly approached a planet in front. There is a rocket base located there. At the same time, in various places in the Guandu Star Territory, one by one Heavenly King level trainers attacked, Alliance combat teams, attacked. At the same time, outside an unknown planet, among the ripples flashing, a figure stood in place. It is Super Dream. Today's Cheomeng wears a headset-like radio on his ear, and breathes through the radio. His eyes fell on the planet in front of him, and Cheomeng's eyes flashed coldly, and he rushed forward. Just over 10 seconds later, somewhere in this planet, a huge fireworks burst. It was the rocket team base that was annihilated in an instant under the attack of Mewtwo. Listening to the information in my ears, Chao Meng's figure flashed and disappeared again. It can receive information from the Shanao Alliance, and a special person is responsible for informing it of relevant letters. Nightmare God. Lin Jing's whole body condensed with all kinds of brilliance, forming a cocoon. Under the wrapping of the cocoon of light, the warmth in his body was surging, the body was strengthened, and the power contained in it gradually became more amazing as the various abilities circulated. And in front of Lin Jing, around the fairy spirit, all kinds of beautiful scenes emerge, and there are gorgeous stars flashing. One person and one elf are improving. Time passes. After a long time. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared above the light cocoon surrounding Lin Jing. Then, the light cocoon burst open and scattered into brilliance, blending into Lin Jing's body. In Lin Jing's eyes, a dazzling brilliance shone, and vaguely, it seemed to reflect the scene of the galaxy outside the spaceship, and it returned to calm at random. He tentatively clenched his fist. Feeling the power in his body, Lin Jing's eyes brightened. The ability in all aspects has been enhanced again. In this case, the combat power of Lu Shark and Shinado will be improved as a result. The fierce bite land shark can be enhanced by the power of the dragon, Shinado can be enhanced by the superpower, and the ability of Lin Jing is enhanced, which also means that the combat power of these two elves is increased. My physique is getting stronger and stronger, and in the face of danger, I have more possibilities to resist. Thoughts in the mind. Lin Jing's eyes turned to the front. At this moment, the beautiful and dreamy image that haunted the fairy elf gradually diminished, and this rather cute elf slowly opened his eyes. Lin Jing looked at it and raised his brows slightly. Because it has a very strong superpower itself, at this moment, on the fairy elf, I feel the superpower breath. When the mind moves slightly, the ability of Wisdom Eye is activated. Open black lens bracket fairy elf dream close black lens bracket. Level LV 45. Introduction. Fairy elves use ribbon-like tentacles to wrap around the trainer's arm, because as long as you touch it, you can know the other party's mood. This fairy elf has undergone some wonderful changes after a special upgrade. Attribute Fairy, Superpower. Characteristics: charming body, goblin skin. Qualification: Quasi-Overlord. Current mastery skills: Desire, Help, Scream, Crash, Tail Wagging, Sand Shaking, Lightning Flash, Wish, Charming Voice, Receiving the Baton, Imitation, Dream Makeup, Dangerous Clash, Round Pupil, High-Speed Star, Light Wall, Crescent Dance, Mysterious Guardian, Moonlight, Draining Kiss, Mist Field, Feature Swap, Auto-Suggestion. Lin Jing's eyes swept away, and it was directly fixed on the attribute column. He clearly saw that the attributes of the fairy elf had changed. Originally, it was just an elves with fairy attributes, but now, it has superpower attributes. As this is the role of the baptism of sweet dreams tilde. The god of dreams is the elf with superpower attributes. As soon as the thought flashed in his mind, he was rejected by Lin Jing. It is not the first time that he has obtained baptism-type rewards from the treasure chest. From the beginning to the end, this is the first time. After the baptism, the attributes have changed. Accurately speaking, this should be caused by the baptism of a beautiful dream, coupled with the particularity of the fairy elf itself. The pre-evolutionary form of the fairy elf, but Ibrahimovic, is a peculiar elf that has evolved to various attributes. After evolving into a fairy elf, it also retains some of these characteristics, and now it has acquired superpower attributes under the effect of the baptism of beautiful dreams. Lin Jing made a guess in his heart. His eyes brightened slightly. In this way, the fairies can also learn superpower-type moves. And the exclusive skill of the divine beast from the god of dreams, Crescent Moon Dance, is exactly the move with the superpower attribute. After the fairy elf has the superpower attribute, the effect of this skill will be improved again. Quality has finally reached the quasi-overlord level. Perfect. Thinking of this, Lin Jing bent down slightly and reached out his hand to touch the fairy elf lightly. The fairy elf rubbed her head against Lin Jing, giving birth to a comfortable look. Little guy, you are catching up with everyone. Lin Jing opened his mouth and praised. The fairy elf responded softly. Lin Jing stood up and looked at the passing galaxy through the porthole. Darkly went to find the true meaning of nightmares and improve himself. We can't let her down either. Fight for another boost before it comes back. Thinking of this, Lin Jing said loudly, Rotom, how far is it from our next destination? Rotom was integrated into the ship's internal systems, and Lin Jing called it out from anywhere in the ship and it would find out. Now, the built-in broadcast sound of the spacecraft sounded, and Rotom's response came. Master, in another 2 hours, we can reach our destination. Good. Lin Jing nodded slightly. Compared with the spaceship provided by Tianguan Academy, the new Nightmare God is not only improved in space, but also in speed and defense, which undoubtedly greatly improves the efficiency of Lin Jing. And the internal configuration of the space transition system must be able to play a big role at some point. The Nightmare God moves forward in the sea of stars. Time passes. Through the exploration system of the spacecraft, a planet has been reflected on the big screen of the Nightmare God. This is exactly the goal of Lin Jing's trip. Black Venus. Guandu Star Territory. Vibrant star. In the capital, in the largest building. Sakagi leaned back on the boss chair and was browsing the documents in front of him. At this moment, the communication device on the desktop rang eagerly. Sakagi held it and put it to his ear. After a while, his expression darkened. Guandu Alliance, Shanao Alliance. And Super Dream. At this moment, Sakagi strode out of the office. Black Venus. Here, it is the resource main star in the Shanao star field, and the planet contains abundant ore resources. In Black Venus, there is the Black Gold Gem, the owner of which is Piao Tai, who specializes in rocks. The challenge conditions of the Black Gold Gem are quite special. If you want to challenge the Black Gold Gem, you need to go through the super large maze in the ore area first. However, this may be difficult for others, but for Lin Jing, it is quite simple. With the continuous improvement of superpower, the perception range has become quite amazing. Even if Shinado is not released, with Lin Jing's own power, he can use superpower perception to overlook the entire large maze and find the correct route. After spending some time, Lin Jing passed through the large maze. Black Gold Gem, lingering in sight. Entering the eye, it is a cave. The Black Gold Gem is located inside the mine. Just when Lin Jing was about to enter. Not far away, at the same time as the footsteps came, there was an inquiry. This trainer, are you here to challenge the gym? Lin Jingshun looked over. The visitor was wearing a work attire and a safety helmet on his head. The first time he saw him, Lin Jing recognized his identity. It was the owner of the Black Gold Gym, Mr. Tai. Being able to build a gym in a mine, he obviously has a unique feeling for mining. Moreover, the Black Gold Gym will also lend the mine facilities to trainers for training elves. Lin Jing was not surprised by this kind of interest. After all, there is also a certain champion who is interested in stones. Now, looking at each other, Lin Jing nodded slightly and said, "That's right. Piaotai Pavilion Master, I'm here to challenge. What's your name?" "My name is Lin Jing." "Lin Jing Trainer, please come with me. The scoop is 2 lead in the front." Following behind Mrs. Piao, Lin Jing stepped into the cave and completely entered the Black Gold Gym. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary cave. But after walking into it, inside, it can be called a unique place. The entire mountainside has been hollowed out and reinforced with the top solid materials in the interstellar space. In the middle, there is a huge battlefield specially marked. To the surrounding of the battlefield, the faint brilliance circulated, forming a light curtain. Seemingly aware of Lin Jing's gaze, Piao Tai's gaze had a complacent look, and said, "Because of the particularity of the battlefield, the top defensive light curtain in the interstellar space is used to prevent the aftermath of the battle. Spill, impact on mines." Quote. Lin Jing nodded slightly. After coming to the opposite side of the battlefield, Piao Tai looked at Lin Jing and said, "Lin Jing Trainer, give me your elf picture book, and I will register it for you." Lin Jing handed out the elf picture book. After Piao Tai took the picture book, he swept the machine next to the battlefield, and the sound of the machine sounded. Lin Jing, Junior Trainer, current badges, 4. Quote. They already got 4 badges, so it looks like I'm going to be a good opponent. With a sigh of relief, Pei returned the elf picture book to Lin Jing. "Lin Jing Trainer, you have already obtained 4 gym badges, and you should already have some understanding of the rules of the gym challenge. The Black Gold Gym adopts the challenge rules are 3v3 singles battles. Quote. Lin Jing nodded slightly to show his understanding. Then, please. After speaking, Pei Tai took the initiative to walk towards the podium opposite the battlefield. Lin Jing did not hesitate and walked to the other side. Although the exterior of the Black Gold Gym looks ordinary, the technology inside is extremely high. After Lin Jing and Piao Tai stepped onto the podium respectively, a mechanical voice sounded on the side of the battlefield. I will be the referee in this battle. A mechanical referee is also a computer referee. Some free-to-play facilities will be equipped with such referees to control the battle process. Now, with a sound, the computer referee continued, please release your spirits. At this moment, Piao Tai's expression froze. Holding a Pokeball in his hand, the light flashed, and a figure had appeared in place. Big Rock Snake. After the Big Rock Snake appeared, its body circled together, staring at the direction of Lin Jing from a distance. Lin Jing's eyes were low, and without hesitation, he also held a Pokeball. Under the gaze of Piao Tai and Big Rock Snake, Guanghua flashed by. The figure was still solid, and the roar had already sounded, echoing in the gym. Roar. This is. Piao Tai's expression changed slightly. Next moment. The light is completely solid, and the quasi-god, Bangira, appears. At first glance, Bangira's body is tall, although it has not reached the terrifying point of biting the land shark, but it is also quite terrifying. The body shape is matched with the black body of the whole body, and the invisible oppressive force strikes the pavement. Bangira. As a pavilion master who is proficient in rock properties, Piao Tai recognized its identity immediately, and said in a bit of astonishment, the color of this Bangira is actually black, and the flash Bangira is not like this. Color, is there any special chance? He obviously knew Bangira very well, and he made all kinds of guesses in his heart. In a flash of thought, Piao Tai looked at Lin Jing again, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. The imposing manner of this Bangira is quite amazing. A junior trainer actually possesses such a powerful elf. You call this a junior trainer? Aside. The computer referee obviously didn't care about Piao Tai's astonishment. After the two elves had appeared, its mechanical sound came out again. Battle. Start. Although there were too many surprises in his heart, the moment the battle started, Taipai's expression immediately became serious. His command sounded. Big Rock Snake, use the Iron Tail. The moment the voice fell, the body of the Big Rock Snake moved forward in the field and quickly approached Bangira. Iron Tail. Just to my liking. Bangira, in the last battle, you weren't happy enough. Since that's the case, we'll use the most enjoyable way to play this battle. Roar. Bangira's low Qian's roar sounded, as if responding to Lin Jing. As the battle officially started, the blood in its eyes quietly rose, and its eyes were fixed on the Big Rock Snake. The Big Rock Snake quickly approached, not far in front of Bangira. At this moment, as its body swayed, the snake tail made of rocks flashed with brilliance, and then slammed towards Bangira. With its own strength and the inertia brought about by its weight, the snake's tail is in midair, bringing a piercing sound of breaking through the air. That is at this moment. Lin Jing opened his mouth slightly, and the command sound was issued instantly. Bangira, Armor of Darkness, Defense. The voice sounded, and Bangira moved synchronously. Around him, the power of darkness surged into a suit of armor, with only a pair of blood-colored eyes left behind. Immediately afterwards, Lin Jing's command sound came out again. Bangira, resist the damage from the opposite side, then, grab it. Tai crossed an arc in midair and slammed it down. The rock-built tail slammed into Bangira's shoulder. But, under the defense of the armor of darkness, in this smash, the power of darkness circulates, and the damage Bangira receives is limited, and for its amazing defensibility, this kind of pain is not worth mentioning. Just as the snake's tail slammed on Bangira's shoulder, Bagheera's claws lifted, and at this moment, she tightly grasped the tail of the big rock snake. The other side of the battlefield, Pei-Tai's expression changed, as if he realized something. He suddenly said, "Big rock snake, get away." The big rock snake faithfully implemented his instructions, and when the body swayed, he wanted to break free from Kaiyuan. But, Bagheera, how could you give it this chance? The moment he grabbed the snake's tail, the blood in Bagheera's eyes became more and more intense. Crazy state, quietly start. At this moment, in this wide battlefield, Bagheera's roar sounded, echoing throughout the gym. Its arms and claws grabbed the rock snake tail of the big rock snake. Suddenly turned his back. Then, under the eruption of terrifying power, its claws clenched the big rock snake and slammed down towards the front. Under the powerful force, the body of the big rock snake made a big round in midair because the tail of the snake was caught, and then slammed into the ground. Boom! Chapter 97 Battle of the Quasi-Gods, Dark Bandera vs Super Bandera, the Gate of the Spirit World in Shanghai. Boom! A deafening roar sounded. There is no doubt that, as a rock-type elves, the defensive ability of the big rock snake is also quite good. But the venue of the Black Gold Gym is quite sturdy. Even the ground is made of special materials obtained from other planets. As a result, the big rock snake, which was slammed to the ground, suffered even more terrifying injuries. The moment when the big rock snake is raised, it also needs Bagheera's own power to explode, and when it is dropped, the inertia of the big rock snake's body shape will increase the speed and power of the fall. Big rock snake. Scoop's voice sounded. There was a look of pain on the face of the big rock snake. But this is just the beginning. Just as the big rock snake fell to the ground, Bagheera's roar sounded again. Roar. When the roar sounded, it exerted its strength again, turned its body, wrapped the big rock snake, and smashed it in the other direction. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground again. Bagheera fought thoroughly to the point of rising, and the blood in his eyes became more and more intense, and after several consecutive blows, the aura of the big rock snake quickly wilted. This time, as the body of the big rock snake fell from the sky again, Bagheera's claws loosened. Under the effect of strong inertia, the big rock snake first fell hard on the ground, and then its body moved forward for a certain distance before slowly stopping. At this moment, on the battlefield, the lights swept away. The computer referee there is checking the results. Then, a mechanical voice sounded. The big rock snake is defeated. Please change the elf to the master of the gym, Pei-Tai. Pei-Tai couldn't help taking a breath of cold air. He raised the Pokeball and retracted the big rock snake into the Pokeball. His eyes fell on Bagheera, who was covered in the armor of darkness, and said, "Lin Jing trainer, are you really a junior trainer? The strength of your Bagheera is terrifying." Pei-Tai said in a sincere tone. Only by fighting in person can you truly feel how terrifying Bagheera's oppression is. You know, in the battle between Big Rock Snake and Bagheera didn't even use any of the attacking skills. It defeated the Big Rock Snake entirely by virtue of its unparalleled terrifying power, and defeated the Big Rock Snake with a crushing potential. Hearing Pei-Tai's question, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and said, "Pei-Tai Pavilion Master, of course I am a junior trainer. But, after I get the coal badge, I can become an intermediate trainer." Scoop couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Immediately afterwards, his expression became more serious, and he said, "Lin Jing trainer, the carbon badge is not so easy to obtain." At this moment, he did not hesitate and held a Pokeball. The brilliance flashed. In front of Pei-Tai, a figure appeared. The moment that figure appeared, Lin Jing's Bagheera suddenly sent his gaze to the past. Looking around, in front of Lai Tai, except for the size and color, is an elf that looks the same as Bagheera. Quasi-God, Bagheera. As the master of the rock-type gym, Pei-Tai also owns a Bagheera. After all, Bagheera is a quasi-god elf with rock attributes. When Bagheera came on stage, Ku Tai's voice sounded. Bangira, Super Evolution. At this moment, the dazzling brilliance lit up in front of Bangira and on the wrist of Piao Tai at the same time. In response to each other, the keystone and the evolution stone resonated, and the light of evolution surrounded Bangira's body. Mega evolved and took shape. This Bangira is obviously the main elf of Piao Tai, and it is equipped with super evolution stones to improve its combat power. However, in ordinary gym challenges, this Bangira doesn't show up easily. And now, after seeing the powerful combat power displayed by Lin Jing's Bangira, he was delighted to see the hunter and sent his own Bangira to prepare for a clan battle. Quasi-god battle. Lin Jing trainer, you have to be careful. Super Bangira appears. At a glance, the scales on Super Bangira's body became more and more terrifying, and stretched out for many sections behind it, like arms after arm. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. A kindred race capable of mega evolution. This time, it seems that you can fight happily. Lin Jing has not yet owned Bangira's super evolution stone and cannot complete the mega evolution. But he believed that his Bandera, under the multiple influences of talent and the power of darkness, would definitely not be inferior to the other party. At this moment, Lin Jing's voice became more serious, and he said solemnly, "Bangira, destroy the death light." His voice fell, and Pitai's voice sounded, "We also use the destruction of death light." Roar! Roar! Bangira's roar echoed in the gym. At the front of the forest scene, in the destructive energy gathering room in front of the dark Bangira, there is a jet black beam with a destructive aura, spraying out. At the same time, Scouta's super Bangira also attacked. The two rays of destructive death, which contained astonishing energy, collided suddenly in the middle of the field. At the moment of confrontation. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded, and between the collision of energy, the aftermath of terror spread. On the solid ground, there are cracks emerging. At the same time, around the battlefield, the energy light curtain has already risen, blocking the spread of the aftermath of the battle. Between the destruction of the death light and the bombardment, Pei Tai's expression changed slightly. Because he found that during the energy hedging, the destructive death light used by his Super Bandera was swallowed up by the destructive death light launched by Linjing Bangira. This is naturally the influence of the power of darkness. And at the same time, Lin Jing's command tone has already sounded again. Bangira, use Earthquake. Earthquake, ground-based skills. The ground system is one of the skills that restrains Bangira. The encounter with the same clan made Dark Bangira more and more excited, the blood in his eyes became more and more intense, and the blessing brought by the crazy state was even more amazing. Now, as the power gathered, Dark Bangira's legs lifted, and then blatantly stepped down. Boom! As soon as he stepped down, there was a roaring sound, and the ground suddenly shattered. In the surging energy, it spreads around, and among the roars, an earthquake occurs. The ground is built with a fairly solid material. But in front of Bangira's unparalleled destructive power, at this moment, cracks appeared on the ground and suddenly opened. During the roar of the earthquake, the ground beneath the other Bangira suddenly cracked, and its body staggered slightly, making it a little unstable. Seeing this, Lin Jing directly seized the opportunity and shouted, "Bangira, sacrifice your life to collide." In the darkness of Bangira's roar, he strode forward. The huge body stepped on the ground and made a dull sound. Although its size is huge, under the influence of the power of darkness, the speed of Dark Bangira is definitely not a weakness. When Bangira stabilized her figure, the Dark Bangira was already wrapped in endless power and charged. Bangira, Iron Wall. Seeing that it is extremely difficult to dodge, Pitai's voice sounded. A faint brilliance flashed across Super Bangira's body, and the iron wall was activated. Next moment, Dark Bangira has already collided. Compared with the Dark Bangira, whose body has improved due to the power of darkness, even after the Mega Evolution, there is a significant gap in body shape. The influence of the body shape also makes the power of the two elves differ. Now, under the impact of Dark Bandera, Super Bandera's figure retreated again and again. Lin Jing's voice sounded, "Bangira, pursue maliciously." At this moment, the energy of evil elements surged around the darkness of Bangira, turned into brilliance, and swept away. Bangira's figure retreated one after another, and before it was stabilized, it was attacked again. It made a painful growl. Naturally, Lin Jing would not give the opponent a chance. With a serious expression, he said again, "Bangira, the gem of power." In front of the dark Bangira, the dazzling brilliance rose and reflected on the whole body of Super Bangira. The color of its pain became more and more obvious. Although the Power Stone is a rock-type skill, because Bangira has not only the rock attribute, but also the evil attribute, the power of the skill will not be reduced. Now, under the light of the Power Gem, the brilliance of Super Bangira's body flashed, and her appearance changed. Under the successive passive attacks, Super Bangira could no longer maintain its mega form and return to normal Bangira. Seeing this, Lin Jing raised his brows slightly and shouted, "Bangira, give it the final blow." Compared with Bangira of Piaotai, his dark Bangira has a larger size and more terrifying power. Therefore, close combat is the most suitable means of attack. On the other side of the battlefield, after Bangira exited the mega form, his expression changed slightly, and his gaze towards Lin Jing had a strong sense of shock. Even after Mega, Super Bangira faced each other and was still at a disadvantage. It seems that the battle between the two has been entangled for a while, but in fact, Super Bangira has always been at a disadvantage. It's just holding up with its own defense capabilities. Now, seeing the dark Bangira coming with big strides, Pao hesitated for a while, and then said, "Bangira, we also use the sacrifice charge. Although we are no match for each other, we must let your fellow clan see your power." Roar. At this moment, in the field, two Bangiras charged towards each other at the same time. When the dull footsteps came out, the two figures collided in the venue. Sip. The moment the dull sound came out, one of the figures, under the strong impact, although standing upright, suddenly fell backwards. It's Bangira of Scoop 2. After retreating a distance of at least tens of meters, Bangira of Laura stopped her body. It remained in place for 3 seconds. Then, the body fell to one side. The mechanical voice of the computer referee sounded. "Bangira is defeated, please replace the gym owner later." "No need." Before the mechanical voice could finish, it was interrupted by Taipao actively. He lifted the poke ball, retracted Bangira, and took the initiative to jump down from the podium, walking towards Lin Jing. See. Lin Jing also left from the podium. On the battlefield, there was a mess, only the blood in the dark Bangira's eyes was slightly reduced, and it remained in place. Lin Jing trainer. After Mrs. Piao walked in, she looked at Lin Jing and said sincerely, "You are the strongest junior trainer I have ever seen. Your Bangira is stronger than my Bangira. With the strength you have shown, you are already qualified enough to obtain the carbon badge. There is no need for the next battle. The owner of Piaotai has won the prize." Lin Jing replied calmly. Piaotai's eyes fell on Bangira's body, and stopped at Lin Jing's wrist for a moment. The super bracers are covered by the sleeves, but can be seen faintly. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Trainer Lin Jing, I noticed that you are wearing super braces, but in battle, you didn't super evolve your Bangira. Do you still have reservations?" Hearing this, Lin Jing shook his head and said, "That's not true. I haven't acquired Bangira's CGFE, Super Evolution Stone. My Bangira can't complete the Super Evolution yet." "No Super Evolution Stone?" Piaotai pondered, and then said, "Lin Jing trainer, wait a moment." After speaking, he stepped to the side of the room. Soon, Scoop 2 has returned. In his hands, holding 2 boxes. One of the boxes has been opened, and inside it is the carbon badge. The coal emblem of the black gold gem. The other box is closed. "Lin Jing trainer, Piao Tai's tone was a little more serious. You successfully completed the gym challenge. As the owner of the Black Gold Gym, I will give you a carbon badge. Lin Jing took it seriously. Subsequently, Piao Tai's tone was a little more relaxed, and he said, as for this, it's a personal gift from me. His eyes were sincere, and he handed the other box in his hand to Lin Jing. Lin Jing hesitated for a moment and chose to take it. The box opens, revealing the contents inside. It was a green orb with a black and red leaf pattern inside. Super Evolution Stone. This is Bangira's Super Evolution Stone. With a slight frown, Lin Jing pushed the box back and said seriously, Piao Tai Pavilion, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. The value of the Super Evolution Stone is beyond doubt. In the market, it is completely priceless existence. Taipao didn't answer, just shook his head and said in a sincere tone, Trainer Lin Jing, this is for you, and it's also for your Bangira. His gaze turned to Bandera on the side. Your Bandera is almost the strongest rock-type spirit I've ever seen. I believe that with the Super Evolution Stone, it will definitely be able to go further. Since I was a child, I have liked rock-type elves very much, but I am looking forward to what kind of strength your Bangira can have after Super Evolution. I also believe that its performance in the competition will definitely win glory for the rock-type elves. Speaking of which, Pao Tai paused for a while, then continued, besides, Lin Jing Trainer, don't forget Black Venus, what kind of planet it is. Although the Super Evolution Stone is precious, it is not unaffordable to me, so you can accept it. Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he said earnestly, Piao Tai Pavilion Master, thank you. In the future, if you need help with anything, you can contact me. Look, you're welcome, aren't you? Scoop 2 shook his head and smiled. The two exchanged their communication methods, and after chatting a few more times, Lin Jing left the Black Gold Gym. Walking out of the cave, Lin Jing glanced back. Not only did he successfully obtain the 5th badge, but he also got Bangira's Super Evolution Stone. Undoubtedly a great harvest. With the Super Evolution Stone, Dark Bandera's combat power will once again achieve a qualitative improvement. I got my 5th badge, and now I'm an intermediate trainer. Lin Jing couldn't help but smile slightly, and said to himself, the next step is to attack the senior trainer. He never stopped at Black Venus too much, and when the engine of the Nightmare God was roaring, Lin Jing embarked on the journey again. Deep in the sea of stars. Now, 2 figures stood in the sea of stars. It is Cresselia and Darkrai. Now, the eyes of both of them are fixed on the front end. Looking around, in the depths of the lonely star sea, there is a dark black crown, surrounded by light smoke, hanging in the star sea. The true meaning of nightmare. That. It is the crown that symbolizes the authority of the Nightmare God. The crown is just an evolution of it, which contains the power of the true nightmare rules. Cresselia's eyes swept around and whispered, Darkrai, it seems. If you want to obtain the true meaning of nightmares, you really need to fight. Involving the fight for the true meaning of nightmares, I can't take it lightly, otherwise. It may bring you some negative effects instead. Darkrai nodded slightly. Its hoarse voice sounded. You, just wait here. The moment the voice fell, Darkrai walked in the galaxy and walked towards the crown evolved from the true meaning of nightmares. In its advance. Beside Darkrai, a black hole appeared quietly. That is. At the moment when the black hole appeared, Cresselia, the god of beautiful dreams, seemed to feel something, and his eyes were fixed in the black hole. Looking at the line of sight, among the black hole fluctuations, in it, there is a slate that is emerging from the black hole. At the same time that the slate appeared, Darkrai's momentum was also rising. It seems that after coming to the interstellar era, I am not the only one who has gained something. Cresselia murmured, then fell silent. Shanao Star Territory. In the Sea of Stars, the Nightmare God is advancing. All the elves were released and were eating. Lin Jing also tasted the food made by the cooking system in the spacecraft. As he tasted, the super perception was touched, and his eyes were turned to the backpack placed on one side. Getting up, Lin Jing flipped through the space backpack, and finally took out an orb and held it in his hand. That is the Spirit World Orb. Items obtained from the treasure chest in the spiritual world. Its function is that where the gap between the two worlds is weak, there is a great possibility of entering and leaving the spiritual world. At this moment, the spiritual world orb is blooming with a faint light. Just then, the voice of Shinado, who had been released outside, sounded in Lin Jing's heart. Master, look. Lin Jingshun looked around. I saw that on the side of the Nightmare God, in the Sea of Stars, there was a dark portal about several people tall. In the portal, there is a faint glow of brilliance. This is the door to the spiritual world. A door to the spiritual world hidden in the Sea of Stars. With a slight movement in his heart, Lin Jing looked at the spiritual world orb in his hand. This spiritual world gate is hidden in the Sea of Stars, and usually no one finds it at all. But I own the astral orb, so when I am a certain distance away from it, is the astral gate triggered. He guessed in his heart. Thinking of this, Lin Jing's eyes lit up. The spiritual world, as a special world that very few people have explored, is rich in resources, and its value is amazing. However, because the crack in the spiritual world is not stable, if you do not leave before the crack in the spiritual world heals, you may be trapped in the spiritual world forever, so there is very little time to explore. But the door to the spiritual world is quite stable. This means that he has a channel that can lead directly to the spiritual world. Rotom, write down the coordinates here on the star map. After giving a command, Lin Jing looked at the gate of the spirit world and thought, Darkley is not around, it seems that he will put on a space suit and enter it in person. The thought flashed. Lin Jing was just ready to act. But at this moment, the constantly circulating brilliance of the gate of the spiritual world fluctuated slightly. Lin Jing noticed this keenly, and his eyes fell. After a moment of fluctuation, Guanglu returned to calm. What happened? Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. The surroundings are very calm, nothing unusual. Lin Jing looked at Shinei-duo and found that Shinei-duo also shook his head, but did not perceive anything abnormal. After pondering, Lin Jing put on the spacesuit configured on the spacecraft. Just after she was dressed, Shineido's voice resounded in her heart again. Master. Lin Jing looked at it. Only see. As the brilliance in the gate of the spirit world fluctuated again, there was a rainbow-colored brilliance that swept out from it. At this moment, Lin Jing did not hesitate to control the brilliance in the superpower display. The hatch opened, and the brilliance was controlled by superpower and entered the Nightmare God. As the brilliance converges, the situation inside is revealed. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. That's a feather. A special colorful feather. While looking at the feathers, the treasure chest system came into play, and the introduction information emerged. Open black lens bracket rainbow feather close black lens bracket. P.S. This chapter has a foreshadowing tilde. PS2. Because I have to go out to do errands in the afternoon, the update is a little earlier, and the update may be later in the evening, but as long as the author gets home, he will start coding. Please subscribe automatically, thank you for your support. Chapter 98 The Feather of the King of Phoenix, the giant castle in the spiritual world, the quasi-ghost dragon. As the thoughts in his heart flickered, the feather fell into Lin Jing's hands. This feather bloomed with a faint brilliance, and when it fell into his hand, there was a warm feeling. This is. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Phoenix's feathers. Rainbow feather. Lin Jing, who was quite familiar with the elf world in the original work, immediately recognized its origin. Colored feather is exactly the feather left by the divine beast, the elf phoenix king. According to legend, with this feather, you can meet Ho-Oh. There are also stories in which the trainer who holds the rainbow feather will become a rainbow hero after meeting Ho-Oh. His gaze stayed on the rainbow feather for a moment, then Lin Jing turned his gaze and looked at the gate of the spiritual world again. Just now. This rainbow-colored feather seems to have emerged from the gate of the spiritual world. Why did King Ho's feathers end up in the spirit world? Lin Jing's thoughts went back and forth in his heart. However, the information he had was too little, and after thinking about it seriously, there was still no definite guess. Spiritual world. After a light recitation, Lin Jing stopped thinking about this issue. Since the treasure chest system has judged that this feather is the rainbow-colored feather, it means that no matter what the origin of this feather is, its function is real. Carrying it will undoubtedly increase the probability of encountering Ho-Oh. For Lin Jing, the opportunity to meet the beast spirit is naturally the more the better. Without any hesitation, he put the rainbow feather into his backpack. Afterwards, Lin Jing said, "Rotom, it's up to you to watch the house, keep hidden, and if there is an enemy with bad intentions approaching, then launch an attack directly." Rotom's response sounded. The new Nightmare God, as one of the top spaceships in the Shanao star field, is also equipped with a rather amazing weapon system in addition to its speed. This is a real warship. Now, as soon as the eyes swept away, the elf balls flickered, and the elf returned. On Lin Jing's side, only Shanado was left. Shanado. At this moment, the Nightmare God moved slightly, approaching some spiritual world gates. Afterwards, Lin Jing's palm rested on Shanado's body. As the dazzling azure purple brilliance circulates, the super energy barrier has been deployed, defending the whole body and preventing accidents. Next moment, Shanade Duo's teleportation was activated, and the figures of Lin Jing and Shanade Duo appeared in front of the gate of the spiritual world, and then entered it. After Lin Jing entered it. Because the spiritual world orb has disappeared here, the door to the spiritual world has gradually faded away, and it is hidden here again. The Nightmare God was under the control of Rotom, and a faint brilliance rose up around it. It almost completely merged with the galaxy, entered a state of concealment, and was completely hidden. Guandu Star Territory. On a certain hidden planet, a figure stood on Kuailong's body, looking towards the front. It is Crossing, the most popular Heavenly King level trainer in the Guandu Star region. There is currently no champion in the Guandu Star Territory, but many people think that if a champion is born in the Guandu Star Territory, then the greatest possibility is to cross. At this moment, behind Du, there are also Alliance fighters hiding. And on the front end, impressively, it is the base of a rocket team. At this moment, Du's arm was raised, and he was just about to launch an attack command. But at this moment, he seemed to have discovered something and stopped. Looking forward, I saw that above the sky, a spaceship descended rapidly, and finally landed in the rocket team's base. This is... Du's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no sign or name on that spaceship. But he seemed to have seen the spaceship somewhere, and felt that he had some impressions in his heart. After a brief thought to no avail, Du no longer hesitated, his expression became serious, his arm raised, and then he slammed down. At this moment, the figure of the elves appeared, and the Alliance combat detachment led by Du launched an attack on the secret base of the rocket team. A faint feeling of shuttle came. As the surrounding environment changed, the next moment, Lin Jing was already in the spiritual world. Behind, the gate of the spiritual world blooms with a faint brilliance. After recording the location of this place through the elf illustrated book, Lin Jing's eyes looked around. In the spiritual world, as always, the gray sky seemed to be full of dead silence. As soon as the probe hand touched his waist, the light flashed, and Zheng Gui's figure had already appeared beside him. As a ghost-type elf, Gengar is undoubtedly quite adaptable to the environment of the spirit world, and he likes it very much. After appearing, Zheng Gui jumped twice with excitement, and then followed behind Lin Jing. "Let's go." Lin Jing smiled slightly and said, "Zheng Gui, this time we have discovered the existence of the door to the spiritual world, and we can explore the spiritual world to our heart's content. Like last time, be aware of your surroundings and see if there are any useful items for you. Gengar nodded again and again. Lin Jing looked at Shinado and said, Sanaduo, come back first. The environment of the spiritual world will benefit ghost-type elves, and it will also make elves of other attributes feel uncomfortable, especially elves like Shinado, who are quite sensitive in perception. Lin Jing was in front, and Gengar followed behind. Soon, they get something. It was a relatively special piece of ore that was buried on the ground. When Zhang Gui noticed it, he dug it out and swallowed it. One person and one elf, keep going. Soon, they met their first opponent in the spiritual world. It was a ghost of lights, and its strength was relatively average. Before Darkrai left, he would take some time to teach Gengar every day, and its growth rate was also quite good. In the case of Nomega, Gengar defeated the Ghost of Lights again. This time, there was no time limit, and Lin Jing and Zheng Gui walked all the way. Although there was no big gain, the small gains continued. After defeating a ghost-type elf again, and successfully obtaining a treasure chest containing Shadow Ball skill fragments, Lin Jing was just about to use Gengar to enhance its Shadow Ball power. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled. At this moment, Zheng Gui seemed to sense something. A hint of anticipation suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he pointed his finger to the front. Lin Jing's expression turned solemn. Because, at the same time as the ground was shaking, he also sensed it through his superpower. In front, at this moment, there is an amazing energy source that is bursting. Lin Jing never hesitated. At this moment, his hand touched another Pokeball. The brilliance flashed. The figure of fiercely biting the land shark has appeared beside him. The speed of biting the land shark is quite astonishing. After acquiring the fast dragon gene, although its size is constantly growing, its speed is also even faster. Among all the elves in Lin Jing, in terms of pure burst speed and rushing speed, the fastest one is vigorous biting Lu Shark. Now, Bite Lu Shark leaned over. Lin Jing and Zheng Gui both came to its back. The powerful airflow behind it spewed out, and its body was facing forward, rushing towards the energy source that Lin Jing sensed. Stepping on the back of Libet Lu Shark, Lin Jing's eyes fell down, his eyes swept away, and his brows were slightly raised. Going all the way, below, there are many ghost-type elves, on their way. Strangely enough, some ghost-type elves are running towards the explosion of the energy source. And there are also some ghost-type elves, who seem to be unavoidable, and are rapidly moving away from the position of the energy source. This is under the speed of the fierce bite of the land shark. In a very short period of time, Lin Jing has already seen the explosion of the energy source. Entering the eyes, it is a thick black smoke. In the black smoke, there is quite rich and quite pure ghost energy. At a glance, some ghost-type elves walked into the black fog, absorbed the ghost-type energy in it, and left it with a satisfied look after a period of time. There were also some ghost-type elves, who fled out in panic shortly after entering the black fog. Moreover, they were obviously a little weaker, and even their stature became weaker. Biting the top of the land shark, Gengar looked at the pervading ghostly energy, and there was a hint of longing on his expression. Gengar, be careful, things aren't right here. Lin Jing urged. Don't rush to absorb the ghost energy here, bite the land shark fiercely, and show me there. Bite the land shark with a low growl. At this moment, the huge body of Bite Lu Shark completely sank into the black mist. Inside the black fog, there are 5 fingers out of sight. Lin Jing tried to use his superpower perception. However, under the suppression of the ghost energy in the black fog, the superpower can only perceive a very small part of the range. He pondered for a moment, and lightly touched the Pokeball, and the figure of Shinado appeared beside him. After Shinado appeared, Lin Jing and it looked at each other. Shinado already understood what Lin Jing meant. At this moment, in Lin Jing's eyes, purple brilliance appeared, and the superpower resonance activated. At the same time when the resonance was activated, Shinato's super sense was activated, and he explored the surroundings. This is how Lin Jing used to probe the far side. However, with the continuous enhancement of his own and Shinato's superpower, it has not been used for a long time. Now, using it again, the effect is remarkable. The suppressing power of the ghost energy permeating in the black fog has been weakened a lot, and through Shinato's vision, the situation in the black fog comes into view. After investigating the situation, Lin Jing was slightly stunned for a moment. Because, in the picture that came from perception, this black fog filled a distance of at least several kilometers. And in the middle of the dark fog, it's a giant castle. A round fortress that looks like a human architecture. Is this what humans built here? A building built by humans in the spiritual world. Under a more detailed perception, the appearance of this giant castle lingers in my heart. For flowers, its appearance is a little primitive. At first glance, the entire giant fort is about tens of meters high, oval in shape, standing on the ground. Under the perception of superpower, this giant castle seems to have underground space. Bite the land shark, let's get close. Stepping on the backpack of biting Lu Shark, in an instant, the giant castle was already in sight. Under the perception, the gate of the giant castle seems to be made of steel, and now it is tightly closed. Next to it, there seems to be something like a start button, but it's already rotten. His eyes sank, and Lin Jing opened his mouth and said, "Bite Lu Shark fiercely, target this door, and blast it open. Control your power, it's best not to destroy it inside." Roar. The low roar of the fiercely biting land shark sounded. Its dragon mouth opened slightly, energy gathered, shock waves brewed, and then attacked the gate. Dragon wave. During the wave bombardment, under the raging dragon energy, this gate, which had been standing for an unknown time, shattered. The space inside is lingering. Lin Jing leaned over bite Lu Shark, jumped off bite Lu Shark's back, and looked inside. But, before he could see anything clearly, at this moment, a hunch came from a keen sense of maliciousness. Without hesitation, he quickly stepped back and said loudly, "Bite the land shark fiercely." Bite Lu Shark took a step forward and stopped in front of Lin Jing. Just as the action was just completed, a scorching dragon breath spit out from the smashed door. In a hurry, the fierce Bite Lu Shark didn't have time to fight back, his arms blocked in front, and at the same time, the ability of the armor of time and space was activated. At this moment, in front of the fierce Bite land shark, the strange space-time power surged, the space-time barrier rose, and the special ability of the space-time armor was activated at the same time. 0. Time melts away. Warp defense. The astonishingly powerful dragon breath, when it touched the armor of time and space, part of it quickly melted, and part of it was directly swallowed and disappeared. The Bite land shark is intact. However, someone dared to attack Lin Jing. Of course it would not be polite. With a low roar, as its energy gathered, it waved its right arm brazenly. The exclusive skill of the beast from Palkia. Yukong Slash. At the same time, the enemy in the giant castle launched an attack again, and the shock wave struck. Dragon Wave. The two skills slammed into each other in midair. Next moment. Boom. As the terrifying power spreads, there is a roaring sound. This giant castle in the spiritual world has obviously existed for quite a long time. Now, under the terrifying aftermath of the energy explosion, the sound of collapse sounded, and under the gaze of Lin Jing, the walls of the giant fort collapsed rapidly, and smoke and dust were everywhere. At the same time, it seemed to be the black fog spreading from the giant castle, and it quickly converged and gradually faded away. Looking at the giant castle shrouded in smoke, Lin Jing did not hesitate. After touching the poke ball, the fire-breathing dragon appeared. The Bite land shark is vigilant against the enemies in the giant castle. Lin Jing jumped, came to the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and gave instructions to let it climb into the sky. At the same time, he said, "Shinato, Gengar, follow me and ensure my safety. Before confirming the enemy's situation, Lin Jing will not give the opponent any chance to seize it. Compared with the fierce bite of the land shark, the trainer himself may undoubtedly be the enemy's target. All this is done in an instant. The fire-breathing dragon's stature rose. Zhang Gui's body became more transparent, ready to blend into Lin Jing's shadow. For others, blending into the shadow is equivalent to handing over the weakness to Gengar. But for Lin Jing, as the owner of Gengar, Gengar blends into the shadow, so he can undoubtedly provide more personal protection. The fire-breathing dragon's stature rises. But, at this moment, accident happened. Zhang Gui's body, just as it was about to completely merge into the shadow, seemed to be bounced away, and the body stepped back and solidified again. Zhang Gui stayed where he was, looked at himself, and then at Lin Jing. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. This is... A look of surprise flashed in Lin Jing's eyes. He hasn't even thought about it yet. Front. The smoke and dust in the giant castle dispersed a little, and along with the roar, there was a figure looming in the smoke and dust. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the front for the first time. It was a huge elf with a height of at least 10 meters. The tail of the lower body was transparent, and the legs and claws were smaller in comparison. With 4 empty holes. The most shocking thing is, its claws, legs, and even its tail are all wrapped with chains that bloom with faint brilliance. It seems to be restricted by chains and trapped in the giant castle. Lin Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. While looking at it, Lin Jing has already confirmed its identity. This is a quasi-god elf. This is a Doran Baruto, wide. Chapter 99 Duolong Baruto, the Yukong slash that cuts everything, the immortal seed of champion combat power. Doran Baruto. As the only elf other than Giratina with both ghost and dragon attributes, the power of Doran Baruto can be imagined. Now, below, Doran Baruto, who was bound by the chains, faced off against the bite land shark. Over the sky. Lin Jing stepped on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, looked over, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Because at this moment, under the activation of malicious perception ability, Lin Jing did not detect maliciousness in this Doran Baruto. On the contrary. At this moment, this Duolong Baruto was in the smoke, his eyes swept to the 4 directions, and there was a daze in his eyes, and then, at this moment, some grievances sounded in the hearts of Lin Jing and the other elves. You. Why are you destroying my home? The voice that sounded in my heart was a little green. The strength of elves keeps growing, and after reaching a certain level, they will gradually have the ability to speak, which is done through their own energy. However, it seems that this Doran Baruto is obviously unfamiliar with this ability. Home. Lin Jing looked towards the front. The giant castle had collapsed between the collision of the 2 elves' skills, and now it is full of broken walls. Lin Jing's eyes focused on the chains of Duolong Baruto, and doubts flashed in his eyes. Does it actually call this place home? Malicious perception is the ability obtained from Daklei's treasure chest, and Lin Jing still trusts it. Squinting his eyes slightly, Lin Jing said, "Fire-breathing dragon, lower it a bit." The fire-breathing dragon's stature has been reduced a bit. Doran Baruto didn't care. Because, at this moment, it is using ghost energy to control the wreckage of the building, and it seems to want to piece the building together again. The spiritual world is a paradise for ghost-type elves. Maybe some ghost-type elves have the ability to build, but it is absolutely impossible to build such a building. Is this Doran Baruto confined here by humans? What is the purpose, use, nurture? It seems that this giant castle in the spiritual world has not been visited for a long time. What happened to the people who built it? So only Doran Baruto is left. Lin Jing's thoughts turned sharply in his heart. Under the collision of the 2 elves, the giant fort collapsed, the inside was a mess, and everything was broken. It is obviously impossible to obtain information from the giant castle. His eyes, 087, looked at Doran Baruto, who was still entangled in chains and still wanted to restore the appearance of the giant castle, and asked, "Doran Baruto, why do you call this place home?" Heard. Doran Baruto stopped what he was doing and looked at Lin Jing. There was a hint of doubt in his green voice. "I grew up here since I was a child, and of course this is my home." Since childhood. Lin Jing's eyes were fixed on the chains. "Did these chains wrap around you when you were young?" Doran Baruto nodded, raised the chains on his paws, and flashed memories in his eyes. "They told me that this was to prevent me from running around." "They? Who are they? What did they need you to do?" Lin Jing asked. "They are the same people as you." Doran Baruto's claws pointed at Lin Jing. "After I hatched from the egg, I saw many people like you. They told me that in the spiritual world, only by constantly drawing energy from them and making their own strength stronger can they help them complete their plans." Quote. Speaking of which. Duolong Baluchuo paused. His tone was a little gloomy, "But they haven't appeared for a long time. I've been getting stronger as they say, but it's been a long time since I saw them, so now I'm a bit lazy too." Speaking of which. Doran Baruto looked at Lin Jing, and seemed to think of something. You look a lot like them. Do you recognize them?" Lin Jing was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "Oh." Doran Baruto responded with disappointment, and then moved within a certain space limited by the chain, trying to restore the environment here. Lin Jing's eyes turned to him, his eyes sank slightly. There is not much information from Duolong Baruto's mouth, but Lin Jing has already given birth to some guesses. This Doran Baruto, I'm afraid, has been imprisoned here during Doran Messia's time. Having the same two attributes as Giratina, Doran Baruto is undoubtedly an elf with a very high ceiling, and it is extremely valuable for cultivation. They limit it here because they want to pass the special environment of the spiritual world to speed up how fast does it grow. What plan does it ultimately accomplish with it? Quote. But it is very likely that those people encountered an accident. Therefore, the giant castle in this spiritual world was completely abandoned, leaving only Doran Baruto. And Doran Baruto. Lin Jing looked at it and said to himself, the growth of elves is also closely related to the environment they come into contact with. This dragon Baruto has been trapped here since the days of Dragon Messiah. What it touches is the space inside the giant castle. Quote. Because of this, although it has lived for a long time, it is quite young and immature in terms of dialogue, because the things it has touched are really limited. So, will the cage that trapped it be regarded as a family? Thinking of this, Lin Jing's heart softened, and he felt a little chilling for this Duolong Baruto. A powerful quasi-god elf is a highly anticipated existence anywhere, but since birth, this dragon Baruto has become a real frog in the well. Even before this collision, before the giant fort collapsed, it had never seen the sky outside. Thought here. Lin Jing pondered and said, Durong Baruto, have you thought about leaving here? Leave. A look of thought appeared on Doran Baruto's face. It stuck out its claws and pointed at Gengar on the side. A long time ago, a guy who looked exactly like it told me the same thing. Anticipation flashed in its eyes. It told me that this is called the spiritual world, and the spiritual world is also connected to a rather huge world, where there are various scenery, food, and many novel things. At the time, I was going to follow it away. But Doran Baruto's tail flicked, and the chain restrained on the tail moved. With its help, I can't open the chain, so I can't leave with it. Speaking of which, Doran Baruto smiled a little embarrassedly. I just started to be lazy when I heard what it said. It looked at Lin Jing, its eyes lit up and said, in the beginning, it was humans like you who tied them to me, can you help me open them? Doran Baruto's eyes flashed with anticipation. Color. Has a Gengar ever described the outside world to it? As Lin Jing's thoughts flowed in his heart, he replied, I can try it. His gaze fell on the chain that was blooming with faint brilliance, the brilliance in his eyes flashed, and the superpower was activated. Under the blessing of superpower, everything in sight changes. Looking towards Doran Baruto, there is quite a terrifying energy in Doran Baruto's body. It is trapped here. Although no one is feeding it, it is enough to maintain itself with the ghost energy that pervades the spiritual world. Under the accumulation of many years, it obviously also has quite terrifying strength. And on the chains wrapped around Doran Baruto's body, it exudes a breath of the same origin as Doran Baruto. This is. Lin Jing carefully observed the chains and quickly analyzed their information. It seems to be a special device. When Doran Baruto absorbs the ghost energy and grows, the chain will also share a part, so that it becomes more tough. Moreover, the energy contained in it comes from the same source as Doran Baruto, which constitutes a kind of balance between each other. No wonder Doran Baruto can't break free from the constraints of the chains. Lin Jing's eyes lowered. In the elf world, no matter in any period, even in ancient times, the technological manufacturing ability of human beings is quite amazing. In modern terms, the researchers of Team Rocket have even created a super dream, which can be called a terrifying beast spirit. In the ancient history of elves, there are also ancient combat weapons made by humans. Compared to those miraculous creations, these chains that restrict Doran Baruto are not worth mentioning. After pondering for a while, Lin Jing said, Doran Baruto, for a while, no matter what happens, don't fight back, and don't mobilize the energy contained in your body. Doran Baruto nodded ignorantly. Lin Jing's expression was solemn. After passing the perception of superpower, he can be sure that there are only two ways to open the chain. Nature is the method of opening mastered by those who built these chains. Second, it is a powerful external force to intervene. With a slightly solemn expression, Lin Jing lifted up his sleeves, revealing his super wrist guards. His voice sounded. Bite the land shark fiercely. Mega evolution. At this moment, the keystone and the super evolution stone echoed each other, resonating, and the dazzling light of evolution rose from the body of the fierce bite land shark. Doran Baruto watched this scene curiously. Under the super evolution, the size of the bite land shark has increased again, and the super bite land shark is here. Bite the land shark fiercely. Gather those chains together. Bite the land shark executed the order and put together several chains that restrained Doran Baruto. Doran Baruto watched curiously, but did not move. It was destroyed because of the home in its heart, and it hit Lu Shark with fierce bites, but it was so young that it didn't even know what hatred meant. After several chains were put together, at this moment, Lin Jing's expression was serious, and a brilliance that was completely different from superpower rose in his eyes. The power of the dragon. Under the blessing of the power of the royal dragon, the momentum of the super fierce bite of the land shark is rising. Then, Lin Jing's voice suddenly sounded. Bite the land shark, target those chains, use Yukong slash. Cut them off. Yukong slash. The terrifying blow from Palkia. There is no doubt that this is basically the strongest blow that vigorous biting land shark can perform at this moment. Only Time Roar can compare. However, Time Roar is more like a face attack, while Yukong slash is more inclined to a point attack, which is more suitable for the current situation. At this moment, the roar of fiercely biting the land shark sounded, and the arm slammed down. There is a slashing brilliance, swept across the sky, and wherever it passes, everything melts. Brazenly slashed on those chains. At the moment of the slash, above the chain, the energy of the ghost surged and gathered crazily. But, in the face of terrifying skills that can cut through space, everything is useless. The chain is closely connected to Doran Baruto. After being attacked, Doran Baruto also sensed it, but it agreed to the forest scene, so there was not much action. In the next moment, along with the crisp sound, the chain brazenly exercised. Really broken. Duolong Baruto was at a loss for a moment, but then reacted. Its figure quickly climbed into the sky and entered the sky. The part of the chain wrapped around it was completely useless after it was disconnected, and the light dissipated under the influence of Doran Baruto's energy. Doran Baruto looked around curiously. With its strength, it can perceive everything around it. But how does what you perceive by perception compare to what you actually see with your own eyes? Lin Jing stood on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, watching this scene quietly. Due to the restrictions of the chains, many of Doran Baruto's movements are inconvenient. Now, after regaining its freedom, it was completely happy in the sky, and the huge figure flipped in midair, turning around, but it looked a little cute. Soon, Doran Baruto seemed to have thought of something, and while he was swimming, he came to Lin Jing. Thank you, oh. No thanks. Lin Jingping smiled peacefully. He looked at this somewhat green, big guy, and said, Doran Baruto, what are you going to do next? Hearing this, Doran Baruto hesitated. It hesitated for a while, and then said in a rustling voice, Can I follow you? Follow me. Lin Jing frowned slightly. Doran Baruto lowered his head and looked at Lin Jing secretly. The guy who was chatting with me said that the people who kept me here are not good people. I don't want to go to them either. You helped me open the chain, you must be a good person, I want to follow you. The guy in its mouth obviously refers to the Gengar who once introduced it to the outside world. Lin Jing looked at him and sighed slightly. The other elves looked at Doran Baruto with a hint of pity in their eyes. Doran Baruto. Lin Jing's tone was serious. You must know that outside, you are a very rare quasi-god elf, an existence that all trainers are keen on. You don't have to think of me as a good person. I saved you, and I had the idea of subduing you. If you are willing to follow me, I naturally can't ask for it. But that Gengar, one thing is right, those who keep you here are definitely not good people. There are many ways to cultivate elves, but using such an extreme method proves that they have used elves as tools from the very beginning. Listening to Lin Jing's narration, there was a dazed look in Duolong Baruto's eyes. Obviously he didn't understand some of Lin Jing's words. He just said quickly, You willing to take me away? Wen Yan said. Lin Jing smiled helplessly. Of course. In the future, you will understand what I mean. He took out a Pokeball obtained from the treasure chest system from his backpack and faced Doran Baruto. Doran Baruto, touch it, don't resist, you can leave the spirit world with me. Follow me and see the colorful world that Zheng Gui calls it. Doran Baruto got closer, stuck his big head out, and touched the Pokeball. Light flashes. Its figure has disappeared in place. The Pokeball just dinged and calmed down. Then, the thought moved slightly. Doran Baruto's gigantic figure reappears. Lin Jing looked at it and pointed to the Pokeball in his hand. Doran Baruto, you are too big and too conspicuous, so you will stay here first in the future. Of course, it's only a very small amount of time when we're on interstellar voyages, and you can move around in the spacecraft. Interstellar, sailing. Doran Baruto was dazed. Its eyes fell on the Pokeball, and a strong interest rose in its eyes. At this moment, the brilliance flashed, its figure disappeared, and it entered the Pokeball again. Then, in a flash of brilliance, Doran Baruto appeared. It has clearly found new fun. Seeing this scene, Lin Jing did not stop it. Trapped here for a long time, its mind is simple, but the feeling of being boring is inevitable. The black mist that filled the surroundings was clearly what Doran Baruto did. Some ghost-type elves were attracted and obtained the essence of ghost energy in the black fog, while some ghost-type elves were sucked by their own ghost energy. This is undoubtedly a kind of prank by Doran Baruto to adjust himself. After Duolong Baruto reappeared, Lin Jing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his wisdom eye ability was activated. Durong Baruto Longevity. Level LV77. Introduction. Let Doran Messiah live in a hole in his corner. After the battle begins, Doran Messiah will be launched at the speed of sound. This Doran Baruto has survived for a long time, so it has the special ability of the immortal species. Attribute dragon, ghost. Characteristics penetrating, cursed body. Qualification champion. Currently mastered skills dragon arrow, dragon breath, lightning flash, raid, fright, bite, stalker, lock, malicious pursuit, misfortune never comes alone, high speed movement, double attack, rapid return, dragon dance, dive spirit assault, slamming, dragon god dive, dangerous clash, treasure, shadow ball, wide area destruction, reverse scale, dragon claw, dragon wave, immobilization method, destruction of death light, longevity seed. Glancing over, Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief. Powerful. Undoubtedly powerful. In the ability of the eyesight, the displayed level of the elf is equivalent to an intuitive reflection of the current growth rate of the elf. The more difficult it will be to wait for level 5.4 to improve. LV77, in Lin Jing's opinion, represents that this champion-level qualified Doran Baruto has truly possessed the champion-level combat power. His eyes fell on the longevity seed in the skill column. This is because of the special ability that Doran Baruto acquired after surviving for a long time. Open black lens bracket longevity species close black lens bracket. Introduction passive ability, Duolong Baruto has survived for a long time. It is boring and boring every day. It often displays various skills that it has mastered. Power plus 20%. Good guy. Lin Jing's gaze stayed above. This passive ability plus Doran Baruto's own strength. This Doran Baruto's combat power. This Duolong Baruto has a pure heart, and he probably didn't use his full strength during the brief encounter with the fiercely biting land shark. In addition, the fierce bite land shark has the defense of the armor of time and space, otherwise. At this moment, Doran Baruto is still immersed in the game of getting in and out of the Pokeball. Seeing this, Lin Jing shook his head slightly. From the point of view of combat power, Doran Baruto is definitely a champion-level combat power. But now, it obviously doesn't have the character to match it. It has been trapped in the giant fortress for countless years. It relies on devouring the energy of ghosts, and it continues to grow over time, and it has basically never experienced battles. However, Lin Jing didn't care about it. If it is said that when he first saw Doran Baruto, he had the intention of subduing it, then after learning about what happened to Duolong Baruto, in addition to subduing it, Lin Jing also had the idea of wanting to rescue it. Next, as Doran Baruto gradually understands the situation and gradually matures, it will naturally make a decision on its own. If it wants to fight, then Lin Jing will teach it about fighting. If it just wants to be happy, then Lin Jing doesn't mind traveling with it. After all, for others, this Doran Baruto is an unimaginably huge boost. As for Lin Jing, he believed that after growing up, his elves would definitely have the strength of Duolong Baruto. Thoughts flickered in my mind. Lin Jing retracted his gaze, his eyes were serious, and he looked at Zheng Gui. He still remembers it clearly. During the initial encounter with Doran Baruto, Gengar tried to blend into his shadow, but failed. Chapter 100 Marshadow in the Shadow, Duan the Mysterious Man, the Sea God appears. At that time, because he had to be vigilant against Doran Baruto, and he didn't perceive any maliciousness, Lin Jing temporarily suppressed this matter to the bottom of his heart. And now, the matter about Doran Baruto has been resolved, and Lin Jing's attention is naturally focused here. At this moment, the fire-breathing dragon descended rapidly under Lin Jing's instructions. Lin Jing looked at Zheng Gui, but he didn't speak. Zheng Gui is the third elf that Lin Jing has subdued. He has grown up with him since the Gui Si period to the present. He has a tacit understanding. At this moment, he stepped closer to Lin Jing. After that, his body gradually became weaker, and he wanted to integrate into Lin Jing again. In the shadow. It is close to the shadow of the forest scene. Then, it was exactly the same, as if under the action of a force, Gengar's figure was kicked out, and his body solidified again. It looked at Lin Jing's shadow, pointed to it, took a big mouth, and showed a rather serious look on its expression. Lin Jing immediately understood what he meant. In the spiritual world, shadows are not obvious, but apart from ghosts, any creatures naturally have shadows. Lin Jing looked at his shadow and said solemnly, "Jingui, what do you mean? In my shadow, there are other unknown creatures that prevent you from entering it." Gengar nodded again and again. After speaking, it seemed to not believe in evil, and at this moment, it rushed towards Lin Jing's shadow again. This time, its body merged into the shadow, stalemate for a few seconds, and then withdrew from it again. Apparently, it failed to compete with the unknown creatures lurking in the shadows. Lin Jing raised his brows slightly, and carefully scanned his own shadow while using his superpowers. Result: no gain. Hiding in the shadows. The thoughts in Lin Jing's mind turned sharply. At this moment, he suddenly thought of some information, opened the space backpack, and took out an item. Rainbow feather. Phoenix feather from Phoenix King. In this desolate spiritual world, the rainbow-colored feathers bloomed in different colors, and when they were held in their hands, a faint warmth came. Lin Jing's gaze stayed on the rainbow feather for a moment, and then looked into the shadow again, giving birth to a hint of enlightenment. Today, his superpowers have undergone many transformations, and they have come to an astonishing level. Under this premise, it is extremely rare to be able to hide in his shadow without being aware of it. 26 Divine Beast Spirits, it is the existence with this ability. However, he has seen most of the divine beasts and elves that are active in the Shanao Star territory. Even if he has never seen them before, he has never heard of any divine beast elves that are accustomed to hiding in the shadows. With the combat power of divine beasts and elves, he does not need to do so. In addition to the divine beast elves, there is also a kind of elves that have the ability to escape the detection of forest scenery. Eudemon's elf. The same phantom beast spirit as Manaphy. As the thoughts flowed in his mind, Lin Jing recalled the scene when the door to the spiritual world opened. After the door to the spiritual world was opened, there was a brief fluctuation at first. After that wave, the rainbow-colored feather appeared in front of the gate of the spiritual world. If you can be related to the spiritual world, there is a high probability of having a ghost attribute. It is also related to a treasure like the rainbow feather, which can hide in the shadows. Such an elf is quite easy to guess. When his eyes fell on his shadow, Lin Jing said, "Come out, don't hide." There was silence all around. The elves who were placed outside also looked at Lin Jing's shadow. Lin Jing raised his brows and said, "I already know your identity, you can come out and let's chat." No one responded. You are Marshadow." Lin Jing calmly said, "The rainbow feather should be left to me by you. Do you think I have what it takes to be a rainbow warrior? Since you've followed me, why don't you come out and chat?" The surroundings were quiet, only Lin Jing's voice echoed. Just then, it seems that because of Lin Jing's words, the elf suspected of Machado had some touches. Under Lin Jing's super perception, he keenly noticed that his shadow fluctuated slightly. "Would you like to come out?" Lin Jing's voice sounded. No one responded. And aside, Gengar's big eyes looked at the shadow, and suddenly tried again. This time, it successfully blends into it. "Leave." Lin Jing moved in his heart. But then, he rejected this guess and looked at his elves. By hearing Machado, which made Lin Jing almost certain that the elf hidden in his shadow was Machado. Marshadow, the phantom beast spirit, is believed to be the spirit that can guide the rainbow hero to meet Ho Wang. Because of this, Lin Jing made relevant guesses. However, Marshadow is also a very timid elf and will not show up easily. If the rainbow feather was given to me by Marshadow, is it because it thinks that I have the potential to become a rainbow hero? Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. It is very likely that it is still hiding in the shadows and will not show up easily. However, it won't affect me, so I don't need to worry too much. Lin Jing's heart was calm. Machado's lurking is also an observation. For Lin Jing, the malicious perception did not produce any feedback, which means that the other party has no malicious intentions, and when he wants to show up, he will naturally show up. Magical beast spirits may not be comparable to divine beast spirits in terms of sheer combat power, but they are also quite amazing in their areas of expertise. If it doesn't want to show up for a long time, then when it arrives at Clyde to return, with Daclay's ability, it's natural to be able to grab its little tail and confirm its trail. Lin Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. Not far away. Doran Baruto is still playing the game of getting in and out of the Pokeball. Doran Baruto. Lin Jing shouted softly and said peacefully, "Don't play for now, we're leaving." Duolong Baruto's body is huge and his strength is amazing, but because Lin Jing helped him get out of trouble, he obviously put all his trust in Lin Jing. Hearing Lin Jing's voice, it stopped obediently. Lin Jing's gaze was on the hole in its head. Doran Baruto has a very close relationship with this pre-evolved form, and Doran Baruto also likes children very much. Therefore, in the head hole of each adult Doran Baruto, there are often two Doran Baruto perched on the head, and therefore, Doran Baruto can use the exclusive Dragon Arrow skill. However, this Doran Baruto was trapped here during the Doran Messiah period, and it obviously had no chance to find the young Doran Messiah and let them perch on his body. Eyes stayed, Lin Jing said, "I don't know if there is a Dragon Messiah in the Shinao Star territory. I will help you find two Dragon Messiah who are willing to live on you." After a sentence fell, Lin Jing held the Pokeball and whispered, "Come back first." The brilliance rose, and Doran Baruto returned to the Pokeball. Except for biting Blue Shark and Shinado, the other elves returned to the Pokeball one after another. Lin Jing stepped on the back of Libet Blue Shark, followed the coordinates recorded in the elf picture book, and quickly rushed towards the location of the door to the spiritual world. Because of the existence of the door to the spiritual world, he can explore freely in the spiritual world without any worries. However, Lin Jing is well aware of the truth that it is too late. In the spiritual world, the improvement of Gengar is greater, but the improvement of other elves will also be limited because of this. In addition to this trip, Gengar gained a lot, so in addition to the promotion, he also obtained Duolong Baruto. For Lin Jing, the gains were enough, and he was ready to return. The door to the spiritual world is here. If you need it in the future, you can naturally continue to explore. The fierce bite land shark passed a streamer in the sky and quickly approached the location of the door to the spiritual world. Go full speed ahead and they'll arrive soon. Put away the strong bite Blue Shark, glanced at Shanae Duo. Lin Jing took Shanae Duo's hand and stepped into the door of the spiritual world together. Guandu Star Territory. Some unknown planet. In Team Rocket's base, the battle is going on. In the aftermath of the skill, the buildings and equipment of the base were all affected and shattered. Alliance trainers launched a general attack here. Now, Dragon King, Du, stepped on the ground, looked serious, and looked at the figure in front of him. A few dozen meters in front of him, there was a man with a cape and hood, wearing a mask, and his face could not be seen clearly. At this moment, the man's somewhat lowered voice sounded, "It seems that the Alliance has a lot of information. I didn't expect to meet the famous Dragon King here." Du's brows were slightly wrinkled. Looking at the figure, he said solemnly, "Who are you?" As a trainer with special abilities, his perception is also very keen. Although the figure in front of him has been disguised, he has a faint sense of familiarity in his heart. This kind of familiarity makes Du quite vigilant. For him, what he is familiar with is naturally the trainer of the Alliance, and it must be an existence with a certain status. The ordinary Alliance trainer is not qualified to have too much contact with him. A character who seems to have a high status in the Rockets gave him a sense of familiarity, which represented a very terrifying possibility. Within the League, there are undercover Rockets lurking. Hearing Du's voice, the man smiled indifferently, his voice a little cold. "Who I am is not important. It's you. Fairy. In the Guandu Star territory, there are rumors that you are very likely to break the current ending of the Guandu Star territory and become a champion trainer. Let me, come and see the ability of your Dragon King. The moment the voice fell, the man held a Pokeball in his hand. Guanghua flashed, and a figure appeared. It was a yellow and black elf. The moment it appeared, its wings flapped rapidly. Big Sting Bee. The size of this giant stinger was much larger than that of the same clan, and its imposing manner was astonishing. At the moment of his debut, the man's voice sounded without a trace of waves. Big Stinger, Super Evolution. As the light of evolution flickers, the supergiant needle bee appears. A faint sense of shuttle came, and in an instant, Lin Jing and Shinado had passed through the gate of the spiritual world and returned to the Sea of Stars. At the moment of appearance, Shinado's superpower surged, and the superpower barrier was displayed. At the same time, front end. Under the control of Rotom, the Nightmare God, which entered the hidden state, noticed the appearance of Lin Jing and Shinado, their colors changed, and they appeared. There was a flash of brilliance in Shinado's eyes, and teleportation played a role. The figures of Lin Jing and Shinado had already stepped into the Nightmare God. Lin Jing looked at Shinado and said, "Xanaduo, how do you feel?" Hearing this, Shinado's beautiful eyes flashed with thought, and a soft voice sounded in Lin Jingshin's heart. "Master, I feel that the consumption is a bit large. But, in the mega state, with the resonance of your superpower, it should have been able to support it for a while." Hearing this, Lin Jing nodded slightly. What they discussed, of course, refers to the matter of stepping into the Sea of Stars as an elves. The moment they left the gate of the spiritual world, they were undoubtedly directly exposed in the Sea of Stars in the universe, and Shinado also had a clear understanding of this. Just then, the Pokeball's brilliance flashed, and the figure of Doran Baruto appeared beside him. The space inside the new Nightmare God is quite wide. After Doran Baruto appeared, he looked around curiously. For it, everything is novel. This is the nightmare, the starship we're on. Lin Jing explained, in this world, there are various star fields, and in each star field, there are countless planets. Lin Jing was just about to continue his introduction, but when he saw Doran Baruto's puzzled eyes, he chose to stop. This is not the first time he has made such an introduction. After all, after Darkrai came to the Galaxy era, Lin Jing once gave it a serious introduction. However, although Darkrai is taciturn, he is mature in mind and understands quickly. In contrast, Doran Baruto does not possess this ability. After pondering, Lin Jing shouted, "Rotom, come here." The response sounded, and Rotom left the spaceship system and came to the living room. Doran Baruto looked at this mechanical-looking elf curiously. "Rotom," Lin Jing said seriously, "Duolong Baruto will be handed over to you. During this time, teach him all kinds of knowledge about the interstellar age and let him understand this world. You are its teacher." Rotom hung in the air, his whole body nodded. Lin Jing looked at Doran Baruto again and said, "You have to listen to Rotom. If you don't understand anything, just ask Rotom." "Okay." The green voice sounded again. Lin Jing looked at Duolong Baruto, and after pondering, he seemed to have thought of something, and said, "Duolong Baruto, beyond the spaceship, is the vast universe of stars. Only elves who have reached a certain level of strength can swim in the star sea by themselves. Do you have this ability?" Doran Baruto looked outside the spaceship. It sensed it, and nodded hesitantly. Heard. Lin Jing's eyes lit up and he opened the hatch. Try it. The Sea of Stars in the universe is extremely vast. Under Lin Jing's gaze, Doran Baruto left the Nightmare God. The moment he left, energy surged up around him, clinging to his skin, and Doran Baruto was suspended in the Sea of Stars. It moved a little curiously, and then quickly got used to the movement in the Sea of Stars, and moved around the Nightmare God curiously. Sure enough. With the strength of Doran Baruto, it is enough to move in the Star Sea. It has survived for a long time and has accumulated a lot of energy, which is just right for this kind of action. Lin Jing looked at Duolong Baruto, blessed with superpower, and said, "Duolong Baruto, if you want, you can follow the nightmare god and have a good time in the sea of stars. Responding to Lin Jing, it was Doran Baruto's rolling body. Compared with the small space in the giant castle, the truly boundless sea of stars in the universe is simply the paradise of Doran Baruto. When the autopilot system was activated, the nightmare god began to sail. Doran Baruto followed outside the spaceship, observing the surroundings curiously. After it quickly became familiar with it, it flew to the front end of the nightmare god. With the detection system on the nightmare god, which can confirm its location in real time, and due along Baruto's own strength, Lin Jing is not afraid of any accidents. During the voyage, move quickly towards the next destination. Just after about half an hour of sailing, the more and more familiar Doran Baruto pulled away from the spaceship. But at this moment, under Lin Jing's gaze, Duolong Baruto's figure turned around, moved towards the nightmare god, and quickly approached. Its green voice resounded in Lin Jing's heart. There are powerful. It's not finished yet. Within the range of Lin Jing's superpower perception, there were 4 completely uncovered, extremely powerful, completely indescribable terrifying auras. Their speed is extremely fast, trudging in the Xinghai, and quickly approaching the nightmare god. This is. At the same time as the perception, the detection system of the nightmare god also discovered their existence, and their figures were displayed on the big screen. Lin Jing's eyes were immediately fixed on one of the figures. That is. Sea God. Lugia.